And we're live, Rocks. So I'm the first one to get in. And so, yes, so I had a little bit of, I tell you what, that clock gets me every time, you know. I'm thinking I'm going to really practice on that clock. But anyway, so tonight we've got Nige, who everybody knows, Rockgod2004. And I'd like to introduce Mikey down there.
Hi.
BogeyCATproductions, and he's joined us on the stream. And we're going to have a three-way split. As Cheeks has just mentioned, it's a live stream triple up. If you can see that one.
Sounding vulgar.
Oh, look at that. Can't even show it. Can I? Dear me. This is good, isn't it? There you go.
That's three live stream triple ups that's going on now.
Anyway, so until I make a bigger mess of it. So what we're going to do tonight is we're not really going to go too much into video nasties unless we've got our top 10 coming up. Me and Nige are going to do the top 10, our top 10s. Now we haven't asked each other what the top 10s are, so we're going to like find them out as we find them out. We're not talking too much about them because we've probably talked about them in all of the last series as such. But and then Mikey will come. You can come in if you want, Mikey, on these ones if you've seen some of them. So tell us what you think.
Yeah, I haven't seen them all, but yeah, if there's any I've seen, I can.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's what we'll start off doing. Should we do the top 10? You think?
Yeah.
And start it off with that. Yeah, because yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Right. So we'll do
number 10.
Should have someone else, shouldn't we? So anyway, for my number 10, I've got Nightmares in a Damaged Brain. That's what I've decided to pick.
When you said night there, I thought we were going to do the same thing. I've picked Night of the Demon.
Night the Demon, what a film. That's one I had to leave out, which I was like, that's a bit of a spoiler there. I just thought...
Oh, God, no, the one I've left out. The one I've had to leave out at the last minute was Island of Death.
Yeah, I've left that out as well.
It's so difficult.
And I didn't want to.
So there's number 10.
So, Mikey, have you seen Nightmares of Damaged Brain?
Yeah. I've seen, yes. I have. Been a while now. I do own that version, the 88 one. I do remember it being one of the nasties that sort of lived up to its reputation, at least to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think that as well.
I used to have the original VHS V2000, I think.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah. Not anymore, but I did have that at one point. Yeah, I remember it being pretty good. As I said, it's been a while. So
what have you seen, Night the Demon?
Yes. Another one, which was such a long time ago, and I also had a Betamax of that. Yeah, and don't have any. I got rid of most of my VHS unless it was Evil Dead, obviously.
Yes, which we'll be talking a lot more about.
I did have a few of them at some point, but yeah, yeah. I remember it being pretty good.
So
I do own the recent release of it. I haven't watched it again yet, though.
It's a lovely release, man. The quality.
Yeah, it looks nice
compared to what it was. It's such a jump. I think it's the biggest jump I've ever seen from a VHS to Blu-ray. You know. It's because I found some more elements, which is absolutely brilliant. So, shall I go for? Do you want to go for 9, and then you go first for 9?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on.
I've had to get me Ferox out.
Oh, it's Ferox.
Not for the animal death, but for the actual film itself. I mean, I've watched this a few times, and minus the animal death, I actually really enjoy this. It's, I mean, people say it's nowhere near as good as Cannibal Holocaust, but we've had this conversation before. This is more of a, I don't know, it's more of an adventure, a romp.
It's a different sort of like feel, isn't it, between them?
Yeah,
you've got
totally.
The sort of like the serious one and the sort of more light-hearted one, if you can call it that. The more fun one, which is.
Have you seen this, mate?
Yeah. I kind of agree with what other people said. I mean, I've got it. I own that and Cannibal Holocaust. And me and my partner, she'd never seen before she met me 4 years ago. She'd never seen like video nasties, so I started introducing her to video nasties and stuff. And because we watched them back to back, I found Ferox quite poor compared to Holocaust. I have to be honest.
Everybody says that.
Yeah, it's I sort of I get where you're coming from. It's probably less serious and stuff like that. And maybe if I hadn't watched them so close together,
Yeah,
maybe I would have enjoyed it differently. But I think I watched Holocaust first, and then that the next day, and it was like, yeah, well, okay then.
I think Holocaust like kills your good mood, doesn't it? You feel like,
yeah,
right, we'll watch that now. I'm gonna go and take a 10-hour bath.
there's
There's
no
just something
fun
about it. It
Yeah.
kind of puts you on a downer type thing.
Yeah,
It's awful.
I think
It's a good
like you
film.
guys
I can't
said,
describe it.
it's like you guys said before, Holocaust. I mean, a lot of these video nasties are trash, isn't they? You know,
Yeah.
I don't mean that being nasty, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But Holocaust seems like a real movie. You know,
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah.
well-made
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
With you know, yeah, and that's how it felt when I watched them back to back. But yeah, but I remember it being pretty good.
So, what did your wife think of them? Was she shocked?
Kind of. I was
Did she
actually
stomach
quite
them all right?
She does. Huh?
Did she stomach them all right?
Yeah. She does. She's not into horror films, but I'm surprised. Like anything I've watched it's and you know it's this sort of band or nasty, and if I tell her like her sort of eyes light up a little bit, and it's like, oh, you want to watch that, do you? You know. So I think she's curious more than anything. But you know, lucky for me, she's one of these that's willing to watch it and give it a go, like even if she don't particularly enjoy it.
Oh, well, she's a keeper.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so yeah, I'm sure she wouldn't watch them without me, but
yeah,
she's willing to watch stuff.
That's good. That's good stuff. Because I mean, some partners don't like it at all.
Yeah,
Deborah's
and
not
I've
anything
been
like
in that situation where it literally, you know, I've had partners that have no interest in it whatsoever, won't even give it a chance, and you know that's fair enough. But it's a little bit frustrating sometimes, then you know, and
yeah. I can't really share them. I can't share them with anybody, if I'm honest. I mean, you wouldn't be. I don't know if you'd be shocked by it. I don't know. Never really asked you about that. For the nasties, anyway.
Yeah.
So my number 9 is Anthropophagus the Beast.
Mm-hmm. Is that not your number 8?
Number 9. Have I not? I haven't done 9, have I?
No, I think that's your 9.
God, well, that was a long one then.
Yeah. So
God.
A lot of people don't like this movie because it's slow and there's not that much violence in it. But I think I like the pace of it, and I like the setting of it, and I like the fact of I like the music in it, even though music's terrible. I like the this character here, you know, George Eastman, the 7-foot tall, ambling, you know, what is he? A bit of like a
beast,
zombie, really,
or whatever he is.
Like the beast. He's the beast. So yeah, so that's my number 9. Have you seen that one, Nige?
Hey,
have you seen that? Sorry, have you seen that one, Mikey? You've seen that?
Oh,
one,
right,
right?
yeah,
I've seen it.
Nige have seen it. Yes, I have. Yeah, I got the other 88 release. That was the remastered one you had there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think I got the basic one, the one they released on that, and it was one I never saw initially, so I only saw it, you know, in the last couple of years. I thought it was okay.
Yeah,
you
very
know,
slow.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit. Maybe if I'd have seen it, you know, back in the 80s, I might have been a bit more impressed. But you know, watching it now, it was like, yeah, it was okay. You know, it's but yeah.
God, that soundtrack.
I can't even
God almighty.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what they were thinking of, but used to chuck loads of things. There was a great in that. Oh, what's it called again? That Agfa release with the one about the ninja, Enter the Ninja, what it was called, and Treasure of the Ninja. They've got like a helicopter blade in the soundtrack, and that's basically all the soundtrack is. Every now and again, you'll get the and you just think,
right.
What on earth is this? It's a great film, brilliant film. Actually.
I wonder which company's going to scramble first to get that released on vinyl.
Yeah, you'll buy it though.
I wouldn't even buy Anthropophagus if it come on just so I had.
hope the whole album is not
Or if I did, I'd keep it sealed. I wouldn't dare put it on.
Yeah, yeah. It's got a nice picture on the front. You would.
Good God.
Right. Shall I do 7 then?
Yeah.
I'll do my 7. My 7 is Flesh for Frankenstein. That's mainly because it's so funny. I wouldn't call it a video nasty. I'll just call it just a video funny, if that's what you can say. This is an amazing package, obviously. One of the best ones, I think, of a video nasty. And no, I think it's so good. It's so bad it's good. And I have a lot of fun with this one. I can always get a laugh out of it, which is half the bother. Sometimes if you're in a movie and you've got nothing about it but doom and gloom, you don't visit it very often. But that's why I visit this one quite a lot, because it's more like humorous than.
It's
like,
definitely got one of the best packing designs, I think.
Oh yeah,
It's absolutely stunning. This is going to upset you.
I think it's syndrome, isn't it? It's just it's just unreal what they do, and you can understand why people go and collect all their stuff, and you can understand how it goes out of print so quickly. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, my number 7's going to upset you.
I have seen that one. It's a bit low.
Very low. Oof. Oof.
Even upset me, I think.
I find this a little bit slow, but it is a really good film. It is one of the better ones. But I think from now on, the ones that I've actually picked, I really do like a lot. It was really, really hard to pick.
Oh, it's hard to get 10 out of there, because I mean, all of these are considered classics that I would watch now if I wanted to watch a movie. Wouldn't have any problem with watching them. And I have watched quite a few of them recently as well. I never get sick of them.
No.
Yeah. So, what do you think of Flesh for Frankenstein then? Mike?
Yeah, like it very, very much. I bought that one as well, the Vinegar Syndrome one, and it was the first time watch for me, but only about 3 weeks ago, and I really enjoyed it. I actually watched it in 3D as well, because I got a 3D TV.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good, to be fair. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I don't know why it's a video nasty, really, but it's a good, fun movie.
It is, isn't it?
You know,
just a good laugh.
Yeah.
There's some cracking 3D films, isn't there, for the tellies?
Yeah.
I'd love to have 3D options, but I haven't, sadly. But I'm sure I'll get it sometime.
Yeah.
For that.
So do you want to do your number? Is it number
7?
6? 7? It's easy to miss your count on this.
I think you said 7 last time. You've jumped one. Yeah. So my number 7, which is one of the ones with the misleading title. I just find this so enjoyable.
Yeah. It's just a romp. Yeah, it is.
I think that's why I rate that higher than. So I haven't used the title, Cannibal Holocaust, because there's no real. I mean, there's a rat and that's it. The rest it's just all human things that's going on, and it's certainly far from a cannibal film anyway. I just think it's a really, really good, enjoyable film.
Yeah. Well, I think the other title for it is Italian title is Apocalypse Domani, which is Apocalypse Tomorrow, which I think that's a brilliant title for that movie.
I think that rings a bell last time you mentioned that.
That would be
the
good title for that. I think they might just jump on the cannibal thing, but it's not really anything to do with cannibals. So that's your number 7, is that right?
Yeah. So this is your number 7.
My number 7 is Cannibal.
Hey!
So we've done it. We've actually tied up.
Snap!
There you go. And for all the reasons you've said, I enjoy that movie a lot. I probably enjoy it the most out of the cannibal movies, even though I don't class it as a cannibal movie.
Yeah,
it's the most rewatchable.
I'm not sure if I've seen it personally. I don't know.
Oh, really?
John Saxon's in that one, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm really not sure. If I have, it certainly would have been back in the day, and I'm really not sure.
It's a really good movie, mind. Really good.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they could get it across here uncut. It's just that one rat scene. It's literally a rat on fire for it's not even.
And it's in a sewer, so it's not like.
Yeah.
And it's from a distance. It's not like you see.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The ins and outs of everything.
Yeah, I agree. So my number 6. Now this wasn't in my top 10 when I went back my top 10 from the start of the year. I went and thought, right, this one's got to go in. Where does it go? So it's ended up at number 6, and it's Fight for Your Life. Because when I watched this recently, I had such a good time with it that I knew it had to be in the top 10. And at that point, when I made the other top 10, I hadn't really rewatched it recently, but this is stunning. I think
what a film that is.
Such a good movie.
Yeah.
Obviously, it'll never get released. I don't think it'll ever get released in the UK because of its tone.
And I think it's the only one, isn't it, out of the Section 1 that actually isn't a horror film.
That's right. It was banned because of its language. Really, I think there's a few elements in it you could see why it could maybe got banned for a few plot twists, but I do think that it's basically the language and the what's happening. But it's in there, and I think it plays a good part in the fact of how this movie pans out. So I accept it for what it is. And I don't think it was done in any other way but to make this film ultra realistic. No,
they couldn't have done it.
No.
Said it a million times before, it's not a racist film.
No, it's not. Not at all.
It's the characters in it that's racist.
Don't get that at all. Have you seen that?
Number 6.
I haven't seen it, no.
Right, okay.
It is one that intrigues me, actually.
It's really good. It's a really good movie. If you get it, you'll love it. You'll love watching it.
You've not seen this?
No, mate, you hadn't seen Fight for Your Life.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't seen Fight for Your Life. I think I've seen Out of the Edge, on the Edge of the Park. I'm sure I have a release of that somewhere. Remember it being quite nasty. Is that the one that's coming out on 4K? Or not? Am I getting that mixed up?
No, it is,
apparently so.
Yeah.
And apparently uncut. I believe it when I see it.
Yes, I am sure I've seen it, yeah. I remember it being quite brutal, if I remember. Not necessarily bloody, but quite brutal. Would I be right? Or
quite nasty. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe when I see it, but don't let 80 you say that, or you'll upset them. They don't like it.
They get upset quite easily, 88, don't they?
The what?
They do get upset quite easily, 88.
Right.
Well, it's first I heard them. I didn't know anything about them. Like that they do things like that. Get upset if you don't like what they're doing or whatever.
Yeah.
So number 5.
Number 5. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's because I've seen it so many times.
Book cover.
Because when I first watched it, it knocked me ill. And then a few years later, I got it, and the more I watched it, the more I liked it. Yeah. And at the time, I didn't know who Wes Craven was. And when I found out it was his first film, I was absolutely stunned that somebody like him would come out with something as brutal as this.
Yeah,
you're right. Actually, you're very true. Have you seen that one, Mikey?
Yeah. I feel like it lives up to its reputation being disturbing. But I find some of the humor quite jarring. It's almost like a different movie. You know, with the policeman, is it? Am I correct?
Yeah.
It's just kind of like really strange because it's a deadly serious movie 1 minute, and then it just didn't seem to quite gel. But yeah, it's a very good movie. I do own that version actually. So
good version, that.
Yeah.
My number 5 is is it? I think no, it's not the only 4K on here, but it is a 4K. It's Tenebrae.
Yeah.
That's it's a movie actually. Until recently, I don't think I would have put me top 10. But after seeing it on the 4K, I thought, this is someone else. This. It needs no introduction, really, does it? Dario Argento.
No.
And one of his better movies. Although he's got some amazing movies, and this is just exceptional. This 4K.
Yeah, it is.
And I can see sometimes why it is a bit of a nasty, because it's got some pretty nasty kills in it for me. But it's one of the more stylish ones on this list.
Yeah, great movie. My favorite Argento, personally.
Is it?
Well, I've said that for a long time, actually.
Yeah. You know, when you see,
but then when I got those other 4Ks, I'm thinking, I don't know, because I really, really love Cat and Nine Tails as well.
Right. Not seen it for a long time, so.
And Phenomena.
Yeah, Phenomena.
Phenomena is one that, I think I could be wrong, but I suppose I'm not wrong. This is my own opinion, but I found the Creepers shorter cut to be better. The pacing was better.
I've yet to watch that. I've never seen the Creepers one.
Yeah, but I mean, I might change that to something I felt years ago. I haven't watched it for a while, so maybe my opinion would change now. I'm a bit older, but you know, but yeah, because it was Creepers in the UK, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen it as Creepers, John?
I saw it when it was out in the cinema. When it was out on VHS, it was Creepers. So I've seen that cut.
Yeah, I didn't even see it then.
I didn't like it. So when I went back to get Phenomena and I got the longer cuts on Blu-ray, I was struggling with it to think, I don't really know if I like this at all. But it's only really on my last watch on the 4K, and I thought, all right, I'll do the full version, see what I think of it. I loved it. And then I'm going to go back to the Creepers cut and then weigh up my pros and cons with it and just say, does it not connect with us like it didn't back in the day? But then again, you're a different person now with different views. You know, I think that I don't know what I was expecting with Creepers. It probably was a little bit more, probably was a bit more better done than anything I've ever seen before. You know, I usually just see it's like basically a bargain basement movie from God knows who. You're not really used to seeing somebody who can actually make a film. So
I think she's really, really good in it as well.
Yeah.
Jennifer, I can never remember her name. It's her or Labyrinth, isn't it?
Yeah, Jennifer Connelly, isn't it?
Jennifer
Connelly.
Yeah.
And she's young as well, isn't she? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's one of her first ones.
Yeah.
Probably is her first one, actually. Strange one to have as your first movie.
You must remember this, Nige. Iron Maiden's Flash of the Blade in the movie.
Yeah. I remember when I was first watching that. Come on, I went, what the hell?
Practically played the entire song as well, if I remember, doesn't it?
Near enough. They cut it off like about half a minute ago. I think it was like, what? You could have let it finish.
Yeah.
In fact, I think they played it twice at two different scenes.
Right.
Yes, and
I read it somehow, I think, as well.
It'd actually be interesting to know if the Creepers cut has that in. It might do.
I think I would say yes, because I remember it from way back, and I never seen the longer cut for many years later. So I would say yeah.
I think you're right there.
Well, very, very possibly, because I had the original Palace one. That's VHS called Creepers. That's how I originally seen it.
Yeah, I remember it being in the big
gold
box, wasn't it?
As well. Yeah. So and I'm sure I remember it in there. So I would say there's a good chance it was in the shorter cut as well.
I think you may be right there. So I'll go for my number 4 is a movie that this is one that wasn't in the top 10, but it's come into the top 10 here, and it's with a bullet, you can see. So this is my number 4 is Cannibal Man.
I knew that was going to be there, like in your top 5.
It wasn't because I hadn't seen it before I did this one, and I'll tell you what, just can't get enough of this movie. And this is another one, Cannibal Man. It's not a cannibal film at all.
No, it's not.
Just an absolutely brilliant film.
Not seen it personally.
It's really good, mind. I can recommend it. It's one of those ones where you'll like it. It's quite different to anything else, isn't it? It's not like anything that you've seen before in any of the nasties. It's the fact of this bloke who, it's basically, I think it's more like a comedy. It only takes place over a week, and I think everything that can go wrong for him goes wrong for him. And when he started out in his killing spree, he didn't want to kill anyone, did he? He kind of just got and it just snowballed. So and I treat this as a bit like a comedy for all the things that go wrong. This poor bloke, this poor serial killer.
Well, the more he tries to sort of like rectify himself, the deeper he gets.
Yeah, I know. It's just it's quite, but it's different, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah, it is.
But everyone said on the DVDs that we've got to talk about the video nasties, they say this is just absolutely hopeless. I beg to differ on that one.
Has it ever had a UK release?
I've seen far worse.
Has it had a recent UK release on DVD or Blu-ray?
No,
not at all. It could do. There's nothing in it. There is a sort of like slaughterhouse scene, which well, it's.
You see one animal get killed, but it's not as bad as Holocaust.
No.
I think when they release Cannibal Holocaust, is going to be far worse, even in the cut version. Than that scene. Yeah. So I can see it getting a release. I think somebody will release it eventually.
Yeah.
I think 88 will pick this up, because don't forget
that's what I was thinking.
With
seems their bag, doesn't it? Yeah.
I would love them to do that, because I think it'd be great if they could get it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what am I up to? Number 4?
4, yes.
Yeah, mine is Expose or House on Straw Hill.
Not
if
seen
you
that one.
like, I think if you like Straw Dogs,
right.
there's a damn good chance you'll like this because it's
Okay.
very much in the same vein.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got Udo Kier as well.
Linda Hayden's in it, out the Hammer films.
Yeah.
And there's an interview on here. I watched it after I'd watched the film, and she really regrets making it. And I was like, why?
Yeah.
She was fantastic in it.
Yeah. I think that's if I remember correctly, that's a very, very expensive VHS if you find one. You know, like a UK nasty.
Yeah. Especially if you get that original packaging where it's got like
that's right. Yeah,
the door on it.
I've never had it, but yeah, I'm sure my friend said to me that's an expensive one.
It's such a damn good film, though. You get a bonus disc in this one as well. It's we'll actually get it on DVD and Blu-ray, and then you get the Band of Sadists videos documentary as well.
Okay. Right.
That's a Severin release. So yeah, that's my number 4. Such a good film.
Yeah, I've always wanted to pick that up, but just never done it. You know, it's one of the ones where you just put it one side and then you forget all about it. I will get it though. I hope that do you think I get released uncut over here? Do you think there's anything in that will keep it getting not released?
If House on the Edge of the Park can do it, and Straw Dogs already has, I don't see why not.
Yeah, fair enough. So shall I go number 3?
Yeah.
So my number 3 is The Burning. Now, on a recent, I wouldn't have put this in the top 10 from me what I remember of it, even though I liked it all the time. But when I watched it recently, I didn't realize how good a movie this is. It's brilliant. I can't fault it in any way. And
better than Friday the 13th for me.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, and I put it in that
pretty
same
close,
point.
like.
Yeah, I've always thought that was better than Friday the 13th.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Tom Savini's work's definitely better in that than in the original Friday the 13th. It's more realistic.
Yeah.
No, it's brilliant.
That
It's got a
rap scene,
brilliant feel about that movie, like where it's shot, the music in it from Rick Wakeman. Believe it or not, I couldn't believe it when I read in the back and I went, Rick Wakeman, you're joking? But that was strange.
I think that would be, if I had the top 10, I think that would be higher on mine. Yeah.
Number 3.
Yeah.
So everybody don't need to mention that one again.
Well, I don't argue with that. I mean, to be honest, any of these movies, apart from my number 1, I could really interchange them at times. You know, they could be higher up or lower up, depending on if I watch them. Maybe Cannibal Man might go up to number 2. You know, it's a funny one because I can't believe how high that went immediately when I watched it. I was blown away by it. I got it on DVD. I liked it that much. I went and got the Blu-ray immediately. You know. I didn't have to buy it, you know, I could just had the DVD, but I knew I liked it that much. So I thought, yes, I'll have that. So do you want to do your number 2, Nigel?
Number 2?
Yes. I thought it was, had to be.
I cannot get enough of this film.
It's so well done.
Let's see if I can pick that one up. Is it still available, do you know? Blue Underground, yeah?
Yes. But this is as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
DVD only.
Yeah, that's right.
I messaged them and asked them if they're going to do an upgrade, and they said we'd love to. But
all
the elements were destroyed in a hurricane.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is a damn shame.
Yeah.
Having said that, it's a really good looking DVD, isn't it, John?
Oh, it's brilliant. But on the commentary of it, you know, the fella who's a producer of it does say this. There was when they were talking about this movie, and he was saying about the fact it got cleaned up well. You know, Bill Lustig. He was, because obviously this must have been when it just come out. So I've cleaned it very well. And he says, we've got like there's 3 different elements in different places. So that makes me think, if that's true, and I haven't put it all into one pot, there might be some other ones out there somewhere. Yeah. So I'd love that to be a fact of it.
I don't know. I can't say for definite it's never going to happen after seeing what they did with Delirium.
Yeah.
That looks pretty damn good.
Well, Night the Demon as well. That was thought to be just literally a videotape, nothing else. And look what they got with that. They found a 35mm somewhere.
Yeah,
nuts in it.
Bill Lustig doesn't Bill Lustig have something to do with Blue Underground?
Yeah, He co-owns it, yes.
Right. I thought so.
Is that him who did Maniac?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aye.
That explains why they're releasing all these films then, doesn't it?
And he
Yeah,
did Maniac Cop as well.
There's
so
loads
say
of
that.
his on Blue Underground. I wouldn't have I thought they're buying a lot of his films up.
Well,
Didn't he do
Uncle Sam,
Vigilante and
yeah,
Maniac Cop?
Yes. He
Yeah.
did Vigilante, did you say?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
coming out on EA Films, isn't it? This month,
it
I
is,
think.
isn't it? Yeah.
Vigilante.
I could imagine them doing a Blu-ray then doing a 4K in this country.
Right.
Because I
Yeah.
think because it is a 4K out there. So to me, I think they should put a 4K out immediately, but they might not do that. They might hold it back, which is, I mean, the Blue Underground one is region 3, and it's absolutely sensational. The picture quality.
That is a 4K, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's one of the best ones I've seen.
Vigilante now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Good film as well.
Yeah, I'd never seen it. Now, when I got it, I was like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's someone else.
I think that was
kind of in the same vein as Death Wish, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, it's
I
really
would
good.
kind of class Fight for Your Life in that kind of same category as Death Wish. Not Vigilante so much, but like that feel of it. It feels like that kind of film.
Yeah.
It's a great revenge film. It's one of the best ones, best ones I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So,
you need to watch it just for the granny. She's amazing.
She's brilliant. I think, honestly, if you see it, mate, you'll love it. I can't see you not liking it.
I'll definitely see if I can get hold of that one, yeah. I want to try and collect all the nasties anyway. I probably got, I don't know, a third of them, maybe, But I think, having watched your streams, I sort of want to get them all now.
Well, I do, but I'll tell you what, there's some, especially on the Section 3 ones, they're quite hard to get. I don't think they've been released anywhere. So
there's one you've got, and I can't get it for love nor money now, so I think I want to get it on DVD. Zombie Lake.
Zombie Lake. What
the Blu-ray's just vanished. It's gone.
Really?
Yeah,
I was watching it on this weird website which I've ordered from before.
Yeah.
And then like a couple of weeks ago I thought, oh, when I get paid I'm going to get it. When I went, sold out. It's gone.
Yeah.
I think I got
Toxic Zombies is also gone. You're gonna have trouble getting that. Somebody's selling on eBay 100 odd quid. It's ridiculous.
No,
right.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? Really. But it just shows
I think you can get it on
movies.
DVD though, so it's not like you can't get it at all. So
yeah.
Well, the DVD is quite good, It's quite nice, quite clean.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot better than you would think. It's one of the, I think I'll put up there about the quality of Fight for Your Life.
What's this, Zombie Lake or
Zombie Lake?
Yeah.
But the quality of it is nowhere near as good as Fight for Your Life. Have you seen, Mikey? Have you seen Zombie Lake?
I think so. I have it. I bought it not that long ago, actually, on DVD. I think I saw it on VHS years ago. I think
it's supposed to be terrible. John thinks it's brilliant. He thinks
but
it's
I can't really comment on it because I can't remember.
He classes these things as comedy when they're like that.
It's a pure comedy. It has to be a comedy because you can't take it seriously. And I think they're trying to be serious as well. It's just all kinds of wrong, but it's so good. And I mean, when they're in the lake, you see, when they come out of the lake, the makeup's kind of running off because it's just like literally coming off with the water. So you can see you can see all the pink of the face and that, and the bits hanging off them. The makeup is supposed to be on there and that, and it's just, it's great. You'll have such a blast with it, mind. I think it's just one of the best ones I've ever seen. I've always wanted to see it, when you see like mentioned in a magazine and you think, oh, I'll never see that, but you get to see it and you think, but I didn't even know it was going to be like that. I thought it was going to be quite serious. And then when it was like this, it wasn't a comedy, but it came across like a comedy. I thought, wow, this is much better than I even imagined it could be for that reason. Yeah. But it's atrocious, man, but in a good way.
Yeah. And they German zombies or something? Is that am I correct? Yeah,
they just they kill all these German soldiers and throw them in a lake, and they come out and then they kill everybody as zombies. But the timeline's so weird because I think it should be. It looks as if it's set. It's filmed in 1980. It looks like it's set in 1980. So the zombies or the people should be 40 years old. But one of the blokes, the Nazis, did have a kid with this woman, and when he comes out the lake, the kid's only about 8 years old.
Right.
So how does that work? It just doesn't make any sense. It's better, why not?
Yeah, that's it.
So do you want to do your number 2 there? Oh, you've done your number 2.
Number 1, you.
Right. My number 2 is House by the Cemetery.
Yeah.
This one, it's one of the ones I would have had much lower down until I've watched it recently on the 4K, and the music is exceptional, and just the look of it. And I do think that I'm getting a Shining vibe from this now. I think it's more like watching The Shining in a fashion, but I just think it's just a great film, one of Fulci's best, and it does make, you know, a fair bit of sense when some of the other ones don't make any sense at the ending. This one makes, you know, some sense, which I like. But so that's my number 2. So, and a beautiful print as well, absolutely brilliant.
Right. That 4K, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the Arrow version. I like that film very much, except for the annoying kid. But you know,
Bob.
Oh, you think he's annoying? Go and watch the Babadook.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
That film is atrocious with that kid.
I know. Exactly what you mean.
I've never seen Babadook, but if it's got an annoying kid in it, doesn't make us not want to watch it. Like, so I don't think I'll visit it.
It's not even a good film. And if you say it is, you're wrong.
So do you want to do your number 1 now?
Do you know what it is, or can you guess?
I can't actually. When I'm thinking of it, I can't.
This was the first one I picked up without even having to think about what my number 1 was.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I should have thought of Burning because you haven't had it.
Yeah.
Well, I can't argue with that.
What a film!
Yeah, I totally agree.
I think this is actually in my favorite top 20 films of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those ones that's just, it gets better every time you watch it. It gets better.
Yeah.
You always like see more. You see more stuff, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe the job that Tom Savini did, because, like, Jesus, some of it's pretty realistic.
I think the biggest mystery of that film overall for me is how they never made sequels.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad they didn't. I like it as a standalone film.
Yeah, no, I agree. But it's just, you know what?
But everybody keeps saying there should have been a Burning 2.
Yeah. Considering everything else had sequels, it was semi-successful. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
You know, surprised someone didn't say, right, we've got to do a second one.
I think that cover is very misleading.
Yes.
Because I think if I first picked that up, I wouldn't have noticed the shadow. I mean, I would have just seen that.
Yeah.
I thought it was just some soppy film. I think it's very misleading.
I know what you're saying.
The book for that.
I think even the original Nasty cover, where it's like just running on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what you're getting there.
Yeah.
But even the video Nasty, you think, well, it's just somebody on fire. It didn't look like a horror cover to me.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it was a funny cover. I think they could have done much better covers for it. Missed a trick with that one. I think it's one of the ones that's always had a bit of a strange cover, never a definitive cover for me.
I guess it was almost unique in a way that it was a Thorny MI movie, wasn't it? Because most video nasties were on small independent labels.
Yeah, it was kind of like it was like a big label, wasn't it?
Yeah, Thorny MI was a big label.
Associate with it. Yeah.
Miramax's first ever film.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
With
Harvey Weinstein's actually in the title. I don't know if he wrote it or the script or.
I think
they're a pretty big part.
Right.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you believe that one?
So, I can't in a million years guess what your number 1 is.
Well, I was just going to say, and no spoilers because I talk about this movie probably any other movie that I've talked about. It is, believe it or not, Shock.
Grease.
Zombie, of course it is. It's funny. The only thing I'll say about this is it always used to be Dawn of the Dead for me over Zombie for years and years and years. And then for some reason, this one just seemed to just go up the pecking order. And then it got to the point where I just thought, you know what, this movie is just perfection. And I can't fault it in any way. It's got the best music, and it's just got, I think it's got the best atmosphere. It's got the best settings as well on the island. It's got the best zombies. It's just got just a bit. I mean, zombies versus a shark. It's got everything really, and
and a real shark at that.
And a real shark. He's biting a real shark. With no, he hasn't got like any. He's just like down there. He's not even breathing apparatus. He's just literally underneath, grabbing a shark, biting it.
It is a great movie.
That alone.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
that concludes our top 10 of section 1.
So that's section 1 completely done. So what I'll do is I'll go through some comments. Got a lot of comments
Yeah.
here. I'll go through.
Come along then, people. Give us what you got. What do you want to know?
And so I'll run through here. There's, if it's going to show it, yeah. I'll tell you what, this has been a little bit sticky, this.
That's what she said.
Yes. Thank goodness it's Friday, says Cheekster 777.
Yeah. Go along with that.
Wordy word.
Wordy word.
I think that's Andrew. By the Lieutenant Ahoy there, mateys, the good ship Venus here, presented by Roger the Cabin Boy. Good ship Venus.
I don't know what he's on, but I want some.
Double Bill Movies. Hello, hello, hello. That's
oh, hello, hello, hello. What's all this shouting? We'll have no trouble here.
Do you like that show? I love that show.
I love it.
Michael Hewitt says, good evening. Looking forward to the stream. Triple trouble. Actually, we should have called that.
Try saying that we have had a few bites.
That's right. Would be interesting to hear the top 10. Well, I hope you enjoyed it, because I did. And I know that we've both changed a few things very well today, haven't we? We've altered the norm a little bit. Dean Humphries says, hi, hello guys. Hope you're all well. Looking forward to this one. Red Room Antics. Evening, lads. Hope you're all well. Yes.
Hey, up.
Doing all right. And it had to be. By the time, and hope you and all your feroxes are well, chaps and chapesses. Goodness.
A bit of chafing going on.
Where's Count Feroxula?
That needs to be a movie.
Yeah. Where's me ferox?
I'll tell you what.
It's just a thing now, isn't it?
We get t-shirts done with this one, I'm telling you.
We'll have to, just ferox. A hat.
Where's me ferox?
Hello, everyone. Hope you're well tonight. Yes, we are doing very well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Lieutenant Even Sin, welcome to Den of Iniquity. That is night of the Mondo Rock webcast. Yes, well, actually, do you want to talk about the fact that Mondo Rock is now alive and kicking? Do you want to fill us all in that, Nige?
Obviously, I don't have every single person. I don't know every single person, but as promised, the YouTube, Facebook group is now up and live. Yeah. So if you go on Facebook and type in Mondo space Rock, there we go. You'll see our two beautiful faces.
It's going to be kind of, well, it's just about things maybe you can't put on YouTube, and also things about, well, obviously nasties and anything. You can come and talk about nasties. Maybe you could.
Oh, hey, we've already put a director's cut out there. Yes,
that's right. The director's cut of the full When We Met.
Yeah. Cut. And then the strange item that you were cleaning.
I know. Well, I didn't know I was saying that, but obviously, I did, didn't I?
So yes, you will see stuff on there that's not on here.
Well, that's it. I've got. I don't know if I put it on the video where I was sitting with Michael. Where's my lad is Michael? And we're talking about stuff, and I was calling him a video nasty. Have you seen that one when he was sitting outside? Did I ever send you that one, Nige?
You sent me one where he was like, he'd sent me a message.
Yeah, I've got ones like that. We'll put them on there. It'll just be
yeah, all right.
Any manner of daft stuff and go in there. I was going to put it on, but I will put it on. So Keith from Euphoria Pictures, hello to all the lads tonight. I hope you have a great stream. Unfortunately, I won't be able to capture it live because I'm heading to a Halloween theme park, but I promise to catch it up tomorrow. But yeah, so that'd be good, isn't it? Halloween theme park.
Let's all swap places with him.
That would be good, wouldn't it? So St. John, have a good night, Keith. Enjoy yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you will. I'm sure you will, actually. Gojo Ferrex, we're in for a long ride. Or Gerjo Ferrex, we're in for a long night. So Jim Jar Movies, James says, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, James. Hope you're doing all right.
Good evening, sir.
And Cheekster did say, John, you've missed out number 8 and jumped straight to number 7. I'll tell you what, that's
I kept him in touch.
Well, you know, all of my top 10s, I always do that. I've got to have big bits of paper next to us to say this is number 7, 6, and 5, because I'll get myself completely, bamboozled. I'm very easily done that. So James says, do you own many shameless releases?
Me personally, I don't own a single one.
Right. For what? For any reasons there, Nigel, or just?
Because when it comes to, most films, but particularly horror or anything like that, I would rather go for the American versions. There's usually more in them. I mean, you do on the odd occasion get one. Don't know how it happens, but like, for instance, Friday the 13th, we had it uncut on VHS over here. That's long right. Before it was in the States. So if it's something like that where we've got a more complete version, then I might buy the English one, but I will usually try and get the American. Or if it's identical, like with the 88 stuff now, I'll go on which has got the best packaging type of thing.
Yeah.
But not shameless. And I don't know, I've always thought they were as bad as remember when they brought those old Video Nasty DVDs out with just the black plain covers? Was it Vipco?
Vipco, yeah.
See, I thought they were on a par, so everything when I hear shameless, I think cut to ribbons for some reason. Yeah. I'm probably totally wrong.
I agree with you. I was always a bit skeptical with any shameless release because they kind of tend to put things like longest version available or things like that, and, almost like dancing around the question: is it uncut? Yes or no? You know what I mean? And so I was a bit skeptical, but I have got a handful of their stuff,
So what do you think of them in general when you get them? Do you feel sometimes that you get it and you think that was better than I thought, or did you think that wasn't as good as it should have been?
Yeah. I don't think they. Like I said, I've only got I don't know, probably less than 10, and I don't ever look at them and think that looks stunning. Yeah.
You look at them and think, boy, that looks yellow.
Quite scratchy. But, I at the time, or a few years back, I would have said, oh, that's probably as good as it's ever going to get. But obviously with Arrow and 88 films, putting the effort in and tidying these films up, I think more can be done than what I used to think. So, I used to just accept them and go, oh, yeah, this is probably as good as it's ever going to look. And obviously, I know sort of differently now. Not with everything, of course, but yeah, Shameless. One of those companies I'm sort of like that with.
I'll go for Shameless release sometimes, but I'll usually try and see if there's a better one out there. But I tell you one that really blew us away was The Psychic, the Lucio Fulci movie. It was stunning. When you put it on, you think, is this going to be one of these ones where you think this hasn't got the wow factor? But it really surprises. It's one of the best prints. It's the best print they've ever done.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So that was
a Shameless one.
Yeah, but they put them out at like £18, and you think, come on, I think you take the mick here. So get them in a sale. I never ever pay full price for Shameless. I don't think they're worth it.
I picked one up today, and I can't remember for the life of me what it was, because I remember looking at it, thinking, I'm sure it's one of like the later nasties. I thought, do I get it? And I thought, well, I don't know if it's going to be uncut or not, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was.
Yeah.
The release
I tend to pick up Shameless stuff when it's like £6. They'll have the sale at HMV, and sometimes they're £6. I'll normally go and pick a couple up then. I
was looking at some of the Hammer stuff today in HMV. Wow. Yeah. That was there, that one with the slip, the one that you said to me, that vampire, Lust for a Vampire.
Lust for a Vampire, yes.
15 quid.
Was it really? Because it's £11 on Amazon, but the problem is, do you get a slip with it?
The 15 quid one you did, yeah. Well, Amazon, I don't know.
See, I was going to get a couple off Amazon. The ones that I think I've got one that I haven't got, which is Blood from the Mummy's Tomb or something like that. But I couldn't risk not having a slip because all the Studio Canal ones I got slips for. I can't have one that's not got a slip on for that reason.
Yeah. So, I was in the one in Middlesbrough today. It's pretty diabolical. It's even the one in the Metro Centre is far better, and then Eldon Square is probably even better than that.
Yeah,
they had the 2 for 30 Blu-rays. There was Grease, no slip.
Right.
Casino wasn't in the offer, 20 quid on its own, no slip.
Wow.
So I was like, and then when I was looking through the horror, they had a few Hammer ones, and they were all like, some of them were $14.99. I think some of them were about £17. They weren't cheap at all.
They never come down cheap. They're very rarely in a sale. I don't know why, but they're just not.
I think I got one of the Dracula ones for about 10 or 11 quid, something like that once.
Yeah.
It was the one with Dennis Waterman in.
Oh, Scars of Dracula.
Scars, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit, it's like although there's one good bit in that where Dracula actually climbs up there, because Dracula is meant to be able to scale walls just by climbing, like Spider-Man.
Yeah, I remember that.
He climbs that, and I thought, I just love that little scene for some reason. And also as well, he does talk a lot more in it, because remember when he'd spit his dummy out, Christopher Lee wouldn't say the words, because he said the words was awful. Right. So I think this was the one where he actually came back to speaking. So he's actually talking in it, which was quite good, but I think it was miscast with, is it Jenny, what's she called? The girl in it. Because she didn't come across like she should be in a Hammer film.
There wasn't there who used to be on Magpie, was it?
Yeah, something like that, wasn't it? Like kids program. Right. And it just didn't seem to like.
Yeah, I can't remember her last name.
Jenny.
Somebody will come up with it. They will.
Yeah,
they always prompt us when we can't think.
In fact, I'm going to look down now. Look down the bottom. I'm sure it'll be on there somewhere, because that's Jenny. The best thing about the comments.
It wasn't Agatha.
No.
No, I thought of Agatha. Well, obviously that's Jenny Agatha, isn't it?
Yeah.
So actually, I've lost my things. Oh, there I am. So yeah, so Shameless, James. It's something that you've got to really watch. The best thing about that is have a look at it and really check online to see if it is actually uncut, because a lot of them are, even as Mikey was saying, they say, "Oh, this is the longest one you will ever get," and you go, "Yeah."
It's like dancing around the what you want to know, isn't it? And it's they won't, they won't necessarily come out with it and say, "Oh, this is, this is the cut version." They'll be like, "Oh, this is the longest version that's ever been available in the UK," and it's like, well,
that's the way to get around it, to make you think it's uncut. It's the longest version in the UK. However, if you get to America, there's an extra 10 minutes that's missing hours. They're not going to tell you that.
Yeah.
I'm sort of like anything that comes out now, like this used to be a video nasty or a horror film from the 80s. If it doesn't say uncut on it, I'm curious.
Yeah.
And I know that's not always, it doesn't mean it's not, but I can't help thinking if it's going to be uncut, why haven't you said?
Why used to always say available in the UK, fully uncut for the first time. And even when some of theirs are uncut, they've stopped saying it all the time.
Yeah. And I wish they would say it, because I think that can be a deal breaker for me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like this Cannibal Holocaust, this new 4K coming out, I'm not into animal violence either, but I still have a problem buying things I know is cut. I just can't help it.
Yeah, I know.
I think exactly the same. You don't want to get it because you like watching the animals being killed. It's the uncut one, how it's supposed to be seen.
Yeah.
And if it's not like that, off you, I'll go somewhere else and get it where it is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That Grindhouse one takes some beat in mind.
Well, it's a definitive one, isn't it?
DVD. I think I got an Australian release where it's got like a black sleeve.
I've seen that, yeah.
Yes, it's Cannibal Holocaust on it. It's really nice. I remember the print quality being really good.
Actually, Cannibal Holocaust has always looked nice on the releases that I've seen, apart from the VHS. It's always looked pretty decent. You can tell a bit like Argento, well, slightly, that it's made by a better filmmaker than most of the other ones.
Yeah,
and you can tell that from the way you look at it. You're looking at it.
Like I said to you, when it comes across as a proper movie, and I think that shows where it's never really looked terrible in quality. It's always looked pretty nice. Yeah, they probably had a good source to start with. Probably shot on real film, wasn't it, as opposed to videotape?
Yeah, it certainly looked that way.
He's definitely Italian's finest, like, isn't he?
Yeah.
Argento.
Argento.
He's somewhere else. To be honest, though, when you see, like, if you see Zombie on 4K, it's like a new film, because you can see what Fulci was trying to do. Because when you watch the video, it looks atrocious, and they don't think anything of it. But you can see how good, especially like House by a Cemetery. It looks really like a proper movie, like a well done movie, and you can say, oh well, yes, there's a lot more to it than what I previously thought.
Yeah. Well, then once you've got the 4Ks, I got the same as that Zombie there. It's the Blu-ray, but it's the 4K scanned one. That even they look amazing.
Yeah, they do. You're right. I mean, that they say. I mean, I haven't got them ones, but they reckon that there's not that much difference. I think it's only HDR is a difference on the for the two, and that adds like a better color into it. But you're still going to have something that's pretty close to the Zenith, I find.
Yeah.
But saying that now, Arrow's Blu-ray of it was really nice, I thought.
Yeah, that's what I got. The I got the Steelbook. You know,
Yeah.
zombie.
I never ever saw that. I went straight for that.
Yeah.
It's a nice.
I've got the thingy, the Low Underground plane one. That was the first one I got.
Yeah.
I'll
I think I
have
still
that
got the VHS up in the loft somewhere of
Have you?
The
some
pre-certificate one.
The
preset one.
Yeah. But
Wow.
I'm pretty sure the tape has got mold on it. You know where you get mold on the reels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people can clean them, but I'm pretty sure it's still up there. I'm sure when I came across it last, it was a bit moldy because you know it can get a little bit damp in the attic. It's a shame, really, but yeah,
It's a fantastic looking release. That. I find.
Yeah, I love the artwork on the original VHS for the hands.
Yeah.
Great.
It's
They use that artwork on the soundtrack, on the vinyl soundtrack.
Right. Yeah.
Cool. So we've got Turn the Blue Iris says evening. And you've got Steve Harley, 1966. Hi guys.
Right.
Hey up.
Hey.
And you've also got Pete from Playtendo Guy, evening, John, Nigel, and Ricky. And
All right,
everybody
Pete.
watch that.
Okay.
Yeah, Pete, good lad. Lieutenant says Martin Cove from Cagney and Lacey and Karate Kid played one of the cops in Last
He
House.
certainly did.
And he was in Rambo First Blood Part 2, wasn't he?
Was he?
I don't bother with the Rambo films. I wasn't
He was the
overly
one who
fussed.
Stallone kicks in the nuts when he comes back from at the end.
I'll have to have a look at him actually, Martin
He's back
Cove.
at the he's back at the like at the American base, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
I've got them
that's
actually. I need to rewatch them because I do like the Rambo films.
Yeah,
I haven't watched.
I
the
bought
last
an
two.
incredible First Blood set. Did you see that on my Facebook? I don't know if you've seen my Facebook, Nigel. My First Blood set.
Yes, I did. I did see. Yeah, looks nice, mind.
Yeah, I'll just grab him and show you, John. One second. This is Andy.
Oh yes.
Oh, speaking of Pete, I'm going on one of his thingies. Oh God, he doesn't look too bad, does he? For saying how old he is now.
Aye, he was in. Was he in Cobra Kai or whatever? I'm sure he was. Wasn't he?
I haven't watched that yet.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I wish I liked Rambo when I see stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's
a lovely set. That mate really is.
It's folds out.
I think I've only ever seen the first one, and I wasn't over keen.
Like that.
Oh,
is it heavy? It looks heavy.
Yeah. So you got that, which is like a, you know, one of them hard boxes.
Yeah.
And you got stuff
is this the Zavvi exclusive one, or was it from
£100 mine.
I was going to say, yeah, I knew it was expensive.
Purple heart. Some badges and stuff, but yeah, it was £100, but it's only 1,000 of them.
I think it'll sell mine, even though it is
sold out.
quid.
Yeah.
It's sold out already.
Yeah, sold out like a day or two.
It looks that way, doesn't it? It's it looks when you look at it.
It's probably on eBay, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Somebody's got one on eBay now.
They probably are, because that's how people do now, don't they? They buy them, stick them on eBay. Drives me mental, honestly. I mean,
I know. Right now for £2,000, I'll have two.
There's nothing wrong with making a few bucks if you've got something rare, but when people are just snapping them all up,
yeah, I don't agree with it, man.
There's only 1,000 of those, so that wouldn't have took long to sell. Although at £100, I thought it would take a while to sell, because they announced this, and then people was like, oh, like when they said it was £99.99.
Yeah.
Looking at the comments, people was like, "No, not for me," and all this. But I think a lot of people were talking rubbish, because as soon as it went on sale, it sold out anyway.
Yeah.
The thing is, you've got to think, if they only make 1,000, if somebody won't buy it, there's always going to be somebody else who likes it.
Absolutely.
It's going to. There's more than 1,000 Rambo fans who want it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. But no, it's a beautiful set. I mean, I don't know if it's £100 beautiful, but it's still. I'm glad I got it. You know, I'm a big fan of Stallone. Other than Bruce Campbell, Sylvester Stallone, my favorite actor. You know.
Yeah, he's got to be only him and Arnie have got to be my favorite action heroes from the 80s. I just like everything they've done in the 80s. I think they were just
same. I love them both. But Stallone's always been like there's no no question for me. The Stallone is just I mean the Rocky films are some of the greatest films ever made, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
I do love Lockup.
Lockup's great. Yeah, Cobra. Yeah. Some of these films, I think, like Cobra.
Do you know I've never seen Cobra?
No,
I saw that a long time ago.
I've only seen it once, but I remember when I watched it, I really enjoyed Tango and Cash as well.
Yeah,
Tango and Cash is a great film. Yeah. Same.
I'm surprised they didn't do another sequel to that one actually, because it worked out well with the two of them. You think they would have done something else, but they never did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I love Sylvester Stallone. I mean, he's yeah.
So Bad Lieutenant says Phenomena or Labyrinth with David Bowie was one of Jennifer Connelly's first films, I think.
Yeah,
I would say that. I don't know which way came out first. I think
it was Phenomena. Wasn't Phenomena 84?
It was 84, 85. So
Labyrinth was 86.
Oh, right.
I would guess Phenomena would be before. Yeah, I think.
Right. So we've got Andy from Forgotten World of Movies. Evening, Andy.
Okay.
Hey up.
So Joseph Borg, Joe says, good evening, John and company. Did you get my package after all, mate? Yes, I did actually. I was going to message you on your messages on the Mondo Chelloveck movies page on Facebook. Now, when I went on there and it said to answer the message, it said you can't answer it. It says you can't get on. It's not available. So I don't know what's happened there. So I was going to get in touch with. Well, I'm glad he's here. But yes, I got it. And the package was it was Quatermass, the first movie, Quatermass, which is, it says it's the first ever Hammer horror movie. So that's good, isn't it?
Ah.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was going to be the 1955, so I knew it was early. But
black and white.
The list, it says it's the earliest one.
Is it black and white?
The only one I've seen is The Pit.
Yeah, that's a good movie. Quatermass, The Pit.
That's not the first one, though, The Pit, is it?
No, I think it's the third one, because there's Quatermass, then there's X or Summit, which is X the Forbidden Planet, which is kind of like an unofficial sequel. And then there's another I think there's another Quatermass one. And then there's Quatermass in the Pit. So there's four of them, I think.
Yeah.
But yes, I did, Joe. Thanks so much for sending that to us. So I'll be watching that. I'm hoping to watch that before I go back to work next week. So St. John, hey, Forgotten World. So Thomas Pearson, Tom says, even gentlemen, as they are starting to release some Bond movies on 4K, do you think they will release them all? If not, which ones do you think are still too bad to be seen? So which ones would you think? I think there's going to be quite a few 4Ks coming out, a lot more than I thought would ever come out. But I don't think they'll all get a 4K. As well, obviously that Fight for Your Lives proved that you can't get the elements for it. Night the Demon's about as good as you're going to get on Blu-ray. Cannibal Man is probably where it's at. I think there's a few that could come out, the Beyond and stuff like that. But would you say there's any on there that are too bad to warrant a 4K? Do you think there's going to? Well, then again, Cannibal Holocaust is going to get a 4K, so that says that, doesn't it?
For me personally, all of them, because I don't like James Bond.
I don't think Face of Death ever have 4K, will it?
Well, yeah, that's a good one, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can think of some that will get one. I think Goldfinger will get a 4K release.
Goldfinger. We're talking about Bond movies, you know.
He said James Bond, didn't he?
No, Bond. I mean,
I thought it said Bond.
It's Bond.
Band. That's because it's Band is double NED.
I wondered what the hell he was on.
Release Bond movies. Yes. I was thinking, well, I don't like James Bond. Right, Band. Can I start again?
Yeah.
Let's start to release some Band movies on 4K. Didn't they release them all? If not, which do you think are still too bad to be seen? In the UK's opinion, not mine, but John is of this opinion as well, a Serbian film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
That wasn't a nasty, but I think it's banned in this country or it's being cut.
Yeah, I've got.
I personally don't think it's as bad as what people say it is.
And I do think
I've seen worse.
I think it is out in 4K though, somewhere.
Yeah, a Serbian film I felt was
a 4K Serbian film.
Was it?
Yeah.
Somewhere. I think I got a Dutch one, you know, a 3-disc one, which is uncut DVD. Was it DVD? Yeah. Oh no, it's Blu-ray.
I think it's Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's Blu-ray. I think it's a very, very well-made film. I think the acting is phenomenal, but it's a depressing film. You feel like you need to shower after you watch it. So it's on a movie, I think.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I do. It is a nasty thought.
Yeah.
With the newborn and other stuff, but
yeah.
Do you not think people overreacted just a little tinsy bit about it?
Probably, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
you don't see anything. It's all.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. I think it's just the total grimness of it, though, and more or less, like you said, what's actually happening rather than what you see. Talking about the baby scene, you don't really see anything, but obviously, you know what's going on.
It's the thought of it.
Yeah. But that scene,
and you clearly see Kanye when they turn it around. Anyway, it's like a doll or something.
Yeah.
It's a puppet.
Yeah.
It's a puppet.
Which was sold on eBay a couple of years ago, actually. The actual.
Did it really?
Yeah. My God.
Yeah. I can't remember what it went for, but I saw it when it was in auction. Yeah.
Imagine
£3,000 by Ian Watkins before he went to jail.
Ian Watkins, aye.
I know. Aren't I clever?
God. Yeah. Ian Watkins. Oh, what happened there? Eh?
I think you're right there.
Say that.
I know.
So, Bad Lieutenant, he's replying to Tom, and he says, "Don't think Fight for Your Life will ever be released in the UK, and films like Cannibal Holocaust and Ferox, Nice in Your Grave will never be released uncut." I agree.
Yeah,
I don't think they will.
I think they would have been out by now, wouldn't they? You know, like Spit in Your Grave was at a recent release, and I think if it was ever going to be uncut, it would have been by now. I mean, I
think if Cannibal Holocaust was going to be uncut, it would have been now while they're releasing this 4K.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't see the point of releasing what's probably going to be like picture quality wise the ultimate version, but for me the ultimate version is always going to be the Grindhouse one.
Yeah.
But for picture quality, it's going to be the 4K one. Yeah. If that's not going to get an uncut release, I just can't see it ever happening.
No.
Well, the Grindhouse are releasing the 4K of
exactly
Animal Holocaust. So really, if you do want it, the ultimate version, just go for that. And they probably will put the animal free version on as well, like they've done on the Blu-ray, so you can watch it completely free, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
The cuts don't even look like you've even seen a cut. It's nuts.
Fantastic, yeah. I remember when you told me I watched it, I thought, wow, what a hell of a job they did with that.
Yeah.
You would never know.
It was so much easier on the stomach to watch.
But it's like the original Palace version of Evil Dead. I mean, even as a big Evil Dead fan myself, it was years before I realized that was cut because the edits were so good.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like proper big jump cuts or anything. Like, and they literally done it so it was really not noticeable. And it was probably, it was probably 10 years later before I got hold of a Dutch copy, which was uncut. And like someone said to me, it's because I think just because it was banned as well, I just assumed it was uncut and there was no obvious cuts in it.
I must admit, I didn't know the original preset was cut.
Yeah. I was shocked when I found that one out.
Yeah, it was cut even more when it came out in 1990, but even the original preset.
I remember that. I remember that. I remember getting the first uncut. I think it was a VHS of it. Sorry, the first cut. And then they showed you there getting like wrapped up with the trees, and they just totally changed. And I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
No.
And it wasn't subtle.
No.
No, it's I think the films they can be done properly, can they? And it's really not noticeable. But sometimes, especially in these older nasty films, they would just like get a pair of scissors, wouldn't they? Just go fucking not. And it would be noticeable because it'd be big jumps in the sound and stuff. But
I agree. But you could tell a cut, couldn't you? because the music changed and everything. You would just go, hang on a minute, something gone from that. And
but that Blu-ray of Cannibal Holocaust, it's seamless. You can't see anything.
It's literally like when you go for the first scene with Muskrat. Is it Muskrat? Because you're waiting for it, and they're just like someone else is happening. You go, hang on a minute. When did they cut it? Because you're waiting for the cut. They kind of
he goes, oh, tonight we eat meat. And then the next thing there, they are eating around the campfire, which would just like be a normal scene in any other film.
Yeah.
And it's like, I wouldn't have even known if I hadn't seen the uncut one first.
Yeah. Steve Ali, 1966. Love the burning. Yeah. Burning.
You are a gentleman of taste.
Yeah. Get a lot of love for that. This is a good one here. By Lieutenant GBH is probably the hardest Section 3 film to get a hold of.
Yeah.
I would agree on that.
Never had a re-release, and it was shot on video.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever re-released it, to the best of my knowledge.
Right.
It's like somebody's gone and made a gangster film in London with a camcorder.
Right.
And they had to pick it up, didn't they? Because you can't get it.
Yeah.
How annoying.
I don't even know if there's like any sort of form of getting that back from wherever it was, because how would you even get it? You would have to have a videotape of it at least to get one off it. I think that's the best you're going to get. I can't imagine there is any negatives, because there wouldn't be, would there?
Oh, it was video?
That's right.
Yeah.
So
it was shot straight to video, and you can see the lines. It's not great. I mean, maybe the only way they could do it, I suppose, is like, on Don't Go in the House, when you got the nasty VHS version.
Right.
Just release a version of it like that, knowing what you're getting.
Yeah.
Because I would rather have it like that than never ever see it.
I don't mind that if as long as they tell you, then that's fine by me. If there's no way of getting a better print of it, then just don't take the P with the price and bring it out and say, look, this is the best we can get, and this, take it or leave it, isn't it?
I personally don't know anybody who's ever seen it.
The only things I've seen is just the trailer, or the bit when they talk about in that DVD. Just a little snippet.
That trailer is shocking.
Oh, you're right. Wow.
And I think even when the name of the film comes up, it looks like ZX Spectrum graphics.
Yeah. I would love to know what the budget was for that. But you're right. It's one of the ones where if you can think of one that you would never get, and I think that would probably be top of the list.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know anyone who's actually ever seen the film. It'd be nice to know if anyone in the comments. Sometimes you get some people actually having some good stuff in here, and they'll show you some stuff and they'll send you some pictures of it. But I'd love to know if anybody from has actually seen that movie.
Somebody must have the original tape somewhere.
It's got to exist somewhere. Someone's got to have that, because I imagine somebody online somewhere has collected everything, and they will have GBH.
Yeah,
I think the actor in it died. But wasn't he the director as well? But I think he died not long after it was made.
Oh,
yeah, because he was a bit of a hard nut, wasn't he? Or he thought he was a bit of a hard nut.
Oh, was it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if he was. I thought he was, but I think these people who make these films always think that. These gangster ones.
So Joe says, hi Johnny, to get the message. There are 183 films made by Hammer from 1935 to 1976.
Wow.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and I thought to myself, wow, because I thought there was 42 horror films, but apparently there's 50 horror films from Hammer. From 1935 to 1976, I would say, is the last one they did for the Hammer horror ones. I think the last film they made was 1979, apart from the ones that they've done recently. Just they've only released a couple, haven't they?
Do you know, since I bought those cheap ones, and I obviously I had the Dracula ones, but since I bought those ones cheap off that website, I am absolutely gagging for more of them.
They're brilliant.
But when I went in there, I was gutted when I seen they were like 15, 16 quid.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get them for 11, 10. You'll never get them for
That's what I mean. Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, I can do that. I think there's only one more needing that particular thing. So what are you like with Mikey? What are you like with Hammer films? Are you a fan?
I am a fan, but it's more something I grew up watching rather than have now. I do have some, but yeah.
It's
Hammer
like a,
films.
Did you used to watch the double bills on a Saturday night?
Yeah.
But you got an
Yeah,
old
I-
Universal one, then you got a Hammer one.
Aye.
I remember the one. I think I still got the cover somewhere in an old scrapbook. Now I'm not saying this is Hammer in any way, but it was. I remember the double bill of the Ghoul and Night of the Demon. Remember that?
Yes, I remember the Ghoul.
Is that Night of the
I-
Demon with like the sort of thing that looks like a monster crossed with a dinosaur?
Yeah. The
I've
black
never
and white.
seen it, but I've seen the cover.
It's a good
Yeah.
movie. It's actually really quite creepy. But
Is it?
yeah, I still got the Radio Times cover somewhere because it had, it was like a diagonal line, and it had,
All right.
I think, the Ghoul at the top and like the Demon at the bottom or something. But the thing is, because I've grown up watching horror films, because my parents, when you used to have the double bill, they would let me and my sister watch the first one, but not the second one.
All right.
So we were weaned onto it, So
Yeah.
me and my sister, we just always been into horror films, as far as I could remember. I mean, I would have been 13 when I seen Evil Dead, which is underage, obviously. And
Yeah.
but yeah, so my parents never shied us away from horror films, but I think they were quite responsible in the way, we watched.
I tell you what, we got a shock though, didn't we? When you watch all these Hammer films, because I was brought up with Dracula and Frankenstein, the old Universal, and with all the Hammer ones, and then you think, oh yeah, let's watch this horror film that comes on, and then there's Michael Myers on the screen. It was a bit of a shock. I'd never seen anything when I saw Halloween. It was on the telly for the first time, and I was 13, and I didn't sleep for 3 nights. I was absolutely terrified.
Halloween was always
different
one
tone.
of my favorites when I was younger. Yeah.
And the other one that had a similar effect on me to that was the original Psycho.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked Psycho, but it was a bit of a late. I was a bit of a late one with that, so I never quite got it.
Yeah.
My favorite Psycho film's the second one. I absolutely love it.
The second one is very good. It is very good.
Psycho
isn't it?
2 is amazing. Have you seen it, John?
Yeah.
Yes, I liked Psycho too. I think it's good.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. I think it's a
I'll
good
tell you what, though,
film.
all 4 of them, there's not a bad one amongst them.
I've seen the 4, but I can't remember 4. I can remember 3.
4's the one where he rings into the radio station.
Right.
Just can't remember it at all. I've tried a lot to remember it, but just kind of.
He's married and he's on the radio station, and it's a program about serial killers, and he doesn't give his name, and he starts telling stories, and it goes back to when he was a kid, and Henry Thomas again, the little kid in E.T. and who played the Jack Nicholson character in Doctor Sleep. He plays like young Norman, and it shows you how he got rid of his mother and stuff.
Right.
And then he's on about his wife, and she's on about coming home, and he says to the radio station, "Oh, when she comes home, I don't really want to do because I'm going to have to kill her." You think, "Oh Christ, he's off again." But I thought originally it was a made-for-TV one, but I don't think it was.
That's what I was going to say. I thought it was a made-for-TV movie, the 4th one.
I thought it was, and at the end of the films that have normally been on the cinema, you get that MPA circle with the number on.
Yeah,
it doesn't have one of them, from the best of my knowledge.
Okay,
but I'm sure when I seen the trailer, it was like a rated R, it was on the cinema. I could be wrong. I mean, it might have been. I know it went straight to video over here.
Yeah. Well, I was always under that impression, so there might be something in that.
Needs a good box.
John Landis is in it. He's like the boss of the radio station.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah, he's in Sam Raimi's Darkman, isn't he? As well, I don't know if you remember. He's in.
Do you know I've never seen? I've got the soundtrack, but I've never seen the film.
You've never seen Darkman?
No.
Oh, what a movie that is!
It's great. Yeah, I'm biased, of course, but yeah,
it's really good, isn't it? Though.
Bubba in Dark Knight of the Scarecrow.
Yeah. The what?
Yeah.
It's him who played Bubba in Dark Knight of the Scarecrow, isn't it? Who plays Darkman?
Yeah, Robert G. Durant. Yeah.
What's his name?
What's his name? Larry Drake.
That's him.
That's it, yes.
Yeah. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow is a great movie. I love it.
Isn't it? Yeah, that's. I'll tell you what, it was a TV movie, but it's one of the best TV movies out there.
I agree.
Yeah.
I always found it was bloody good on Blu-ray as well.
It did.
I always found it when they attack him, it's quite heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is.
Like the Larry Drake's acting, I think.
Mm.
You
No,
know,
I agree.
feel
It's a
so
great-
sorry for him.
It's got a nasty twinge to it, hasn't it? When that
Yeah.
happens, you just think, oh wow.
I feel
Yeah.
sorry for that poor little lass as well, because like she's like, well, like, where's Bubba? Where's my friend? Type of thing.
Yeah.
I know.
And the poor book has done nothing.
Yeah,
It
what a
is
great-
quite sad, but what a
Yeah,
film
yeah.
it is! I love it.
I think a second one was made recently, if I remember. I haven't seen it.
It was.
but-
I've never seen it, but I've
Yeah.
noticed that I've seen somebody selling it that night of the Scarecrow
Yeah.
too, and I was like, didn't know it existed.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't know it
yeah.
I didn't know it done that. Like,
I can't see it being as
Yeah.
good. Like,
no, that
No,
was someone else. That movie.
Yeah, it was. I agree.
Charles
I mean,
Durnan's in it. I think he is an amazing actor. Him.
Yes, he was,
It's
wasn't
funny because it's like I don't mind. I'm one that don't mind remakes. I know a lot of people don't. But as good as that is, I think that film could be easily remade today, and if it was done effectively, it could be a brilliant modern movie.
Yeah,
You know.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's the same with it. I love both versions.
Yeah.
But the original, I think, was so tame because it was made for telly. So
Yeah.
they bumped it up,
I
stuck
don't
out in the
feel like
cinema,
the
and put it in two parts, like more of the book in it.
For me, the original doesn't hold up that well, but that's just me.
No, I never really cared for the original. I do like Tim Curry in it, but I didn't think the
That's what I
original.
mean. I think a lot of people, it's like they don't say which film do you like best. It's more like which Pennywise do you like best. But I like them both for different reasons.
Yeah.
They both did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
I think he's great. Didn't think much of the movie though. To me, it's No Salem's Lot, which was also a TV movie.
That's right.
I love that as well.
I love Salem's Lot. There's a remake.
Salem's Lot and Dark Knight the Scarecrow. Which one would I like the best? Oof. Salem's Lot's fantastic.
That's a
I
tough one,
prefer
isn't it?
Dark Knight the Scarecrow myself. I think it's just it's
Possibly.
such it looks spectacular as well.
Yeah.
For a TV
yeah.
movie, I think how does it look that good?
I know.
So Trev says, if Mikey now wants to get all the video nasties, then well done, John and Nige.
Well done. Yeah.
We've converted one.
Absolutely.
I think it's such a horror hound anyway that it was kind of like a knocking bet that you would be.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah. I think it's just the fact they're available now, or at least most of them are, and you know.
Yeah, it's a much easier time to get them now. Most of them anyway. So Napoleon 88 says "Fight for Your Life" on YouTube. If anyone hasn't seen it,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a look for it actually.
Oh well, there you go then, Mike. Watch it on YouTube, and if you like it, get the DVD quick.
Yeah, will do. Yeah, for sure.
I can't see you not liking it. There's nothing to not like.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on there.
There it is.
Yeah. There we go.
I thought you fell asleep.
Oh yeah.
Is it the full film? Definitely.
Well, I can't really turn the audio on, as you know, but I would imagine. I mean, it's 1 hour 25 minutes. But yes, well, actually.
But yeah, this says 86, so yeah, it will be.
Well, the bit I'm watching here is with. I'm not going to say anything because it'll spoil it. But the bit here, if it's got that bit in, it's definitely uncut.
Yeah,
I think you know the bit I'm talking about, Nige.
Yeah,
with the laddie, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, I'll tell you what, it looks very nice as well. Might look a bit better than the Blu-ray we've got. Probably maybe after.
Probably because on a small screen, I wanted to done your thing. Yeah.
But it was put on 4 years ago. It's got 12,000 views.
Yeah.
Actually, weirdly enough, when I was watching Married with Children the other day, it was season 6, and Peggy went back to her family, and they're all cousins, and her cousin was the bloke out of Fight for Your Life. You know, the head of the gang.
Good God.
The same character. Obviously, he wasn't coming out with the stuff he was coming out with, but he had the same twang, he had the same hair, he had the same clothes on. I was like, I don't believe it. It's the bloke in like the character, but it wasn't a character, if you know what I mean. But it was like nuts, you know, to say that. But I tell you what,
it's probably down to the fact that no one has re-released it. Is why it's on YouTube and it hasn't been flagged because nobody's owns it.
There's a lot of custom cuts on there as well.
Oh, is it
weird?
And if you've got but if you've got a robot that checks what you say on here and it goes through that, it's got to actually know what's on it, so they would think it would flag up all over the place, wouldn't it? But
okay, yeah.
so Bad Lieutenant says, is it uncut though? as YouTube has a nasty habit of only allowing butchered versions of horror films, well, it's got a good running time, which might make me think that is the full uncut version.
Yeah.
Steve Harley, 1966, rented Zombie Lake back in the day and had some stick for that. Yeah, it really is. You've just got to see it. Probably is it on here? Let's have a look on YouTube. Seems like YouTube have got them all on these days.
Yeah.
If it's on here, you'll have you can see it for now.
I'm surprised that's not public domain now, to be honest.
Actually, I think it is.
Hang on a sec.
Yes, it is.
It's on there.
Yeah, it is. There, look. There's the zombie with his daughter. As if that's his daughter who's supposed to, like, and there's a zombie.
Oh, my God.
She's going, oh, great, there's me dad.
What?
That little lass is in another one.
It's a French movie, I think. Definitely. But it's called, that's what it's called, Zombie Lake Sumpf der Linden.
Sumpf der Lebenden Toten.
It might be in German.
But only on a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
It's in German.
Right.
No, because you're not saying it. Yeah, unfortunately, it is in German, but there might be an English one there if you understand German. So, Balaten says Jess Franco helped write Zombie Lake. He has 7 films on the list as either writer and or director. Yes, he was very prolific in the nasties, wasn't he?
If he helped write that, it wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Napoleon says, yeah, pretty sure it's a fully uncut one. It is an unofficial upload. So, yeah.
Cool.
I'll tell you what, if you watch it and you hear what they're saying, if you hear the language in it, then you know it's uncut. And
Right.
there's the one bit on there that I was talking about with the lad. That's on there, and that to me is the worst bit of gore in it. So to me,
That was the biggest shock to me as well when that happened.
so Barten says, well, that's a rarity. A lot of nasties I've seen on YouTube have been cut to shreds. Yeah, I can imagine that being so Dean Humphrey says, surprised that you both didn't have the Beyond on your top 10 list, but it's not a section 1 list.
It's not a section 1.
Yeah, aye. Because we've just done the ones from section 1, because it's 3 sections. Yeah. Is on section
When we've done
2,
section 2, we'll do top 10 out the section 2.
Aye. Is it in section 2?
Aye.
Beyond. Is the Beyond in section 2?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Where
I thought it should have been in section 1, or it was in section 1, but
the hell is it? I'd be booking you a minute ago. Oh.
So Trev said it's great that your top 10s are different. Thanks for sharing that, guys, and hello, Mike.
Hello.
Now I don't know, Mike, if you've seen, you know, when you've looked at the Anthropophagus disc from '88, and it comes up with, you know, like these movies are funded by certain people. You know, like it's got a list of people who have put into it, like crowdfunding.
Okay.
So, So Trev was he was crowdfunding, you know, for the '88 stuff.
Okay.
Early days. So he's got a lot of good stuff to do with '88.
Nice one. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was if you look on the credits, he's on the credits there. So
yeah.
It's great though. You know, when you look at stuff like that, I think I saw somebody else I know from Facebook, I think, a fella from America. And I saw his name come up, and I thought it's got to be him. Although he never said he was in it. He's a lawyer as well. He's called Damin. It's called Damin 2L, but it's like Damin 2L. It just sounds like a really made up name. But I said to him, is that your name? He says, yeah, it's Damin 2L. So there you go. Excellent. That sounds like a very nasty name, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Indian says one of the most realistic kills I've ever seen is in the film called Kill List. If any of you guys have seen it, you will know what I'm talking about. Talk about realism. Have you seen Kill List?
I think I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
I have, but I can't remember that kill.
I've
Sounds like I should remember, but I don't.
Is it, to me, it's the one where, I'm not giving any things away, it's a fella, you know how they go to, they pay to do some jobs, aren't they? Him and the two guys have got jobs to do and got a hits that they've got to do. So they go to this priest. Right. And I think that's when they said about him and they break his hands and that. And I think that's what they do to him. But it looks utterly real.
Yeah.
You know, they put
Is it an old film?
No, I think it's about 2010, 11, something like that.
Yeah. Mm.
Good film. It's very slow to start off with. Nothing happens for a bit, and then it does pick up. And it's a bit like it's got some strange turns in it, and it's got some brutal scenes in it as well. Brutal kills.
Did he get like a cinema release or anything like that, or was it just like a little independent
Maybe
thing?
Not. It was by Ben Wheatley. I don't know if you've seen any of the other Ben Wheatley movies, which I think he's done some great movies. But he hasn't done much for a while.
I remember that one.
He's making Meg 2, isn't he?
Is he?
You know the Meg, the Megalodon movie that came out. Jason Statham, he's filming Meg 2 now, or finished filming it.
Wow.
Yeah, which is
that's good in 3D.
Choice. Huh?
Yeah. That's good in 3D. The Meg.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it seems a strange choice because Ben Wheatley normally makes low budget sort of independent movies, and now he's shooting, Meg 2, which would be a big studio film. Hang on a second. Yeah.
No, I'm quite intrigued. I will go and see the Meg 2. I saw the Meg at the picture and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's good fun. I'm a sucker for shark movies anyway, so I actually read the book, The Meg. I don't read that many books, but that is one I read, so I was excited about the film, I enjoyed it, but obviously lots of changes.
Right. I didn't see it in 3D at the cinema, but when the Blu-ray 3D come out, I got that, and I was like, that looks good.
Yeah. Same.
We didn't see it 3D in the cinema, but
that little kid, that little lass, she was a knockout.
She wasn't.
With a little lighty up trainers.
Yeah.
So Weirdy Word says also involved with the Burning distribution was Handmade Films, which was owned by George Harrison. He produced films like The Long Good Friday and Life of Brian. Yeah.
Yep.
That was a strange one as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lieutenant says we're surprised to see The Driller Killer didn't make the top 10 as well. I do like the movie, but
I do. But
I think it's great, but these ones just pipped it.
It wasn't an easy list to do, was it?
No, it's not. You've really got to cut some classics out of there. I feel bad for doing it.
Any list is tough to make, though, isn't it? I mean, people have asked me, what's your favorite? I mean, somebody asked me recently what was my favorite 15. I don't know why they come up with 15 movies. And I've done horror films all my life. My favorite films by far. But surprisingly, most of them weren't horror films. It doesn't mean that horror films are not my favorite subject. But when I talk about my favorite films of all time, it's things like E.T., Rocky IV, Rambo First Blood Part 2.
I think my favorite Rocky film was Rocky 2, if I remember rightly.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I've only ever seen them once, and everybody was going mad for Rocky 3, the one with Mr. T, and I thought that was one of the worst.
Right.
I really enjoyed that.
4 was my favorite.
I remember really enjoying the first 2, but I don't know what it was. There was something about the second one. I remember thinking, God, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen 5. I think I only saw up to 4.
Okay.
5's a bit wow.
Yeah.
I think that 1 and 2 are kind of like the real fighting movies. They're like real boxing movies, and the rest of them are kind of a bit more like exaggerated. Because obviously, really, when you think about it, with 1 and 2, he's literally finished, isn't he? Because he's kind of like punch drunk, and then he goes on to sort of like be an amazing fighter for like 2 more films. You think, hang on, wasn't he like literally a journeyman who was like finished in the end of 2? But no, I take him with a pinch of salt.
I just find 4 so rewatchable. The training scenes, the music, the soundtrack, the fight scene, as ridiculous as it is, it's just.
Oh, is that the one with the dead, skinny, tall, spiky-haired lad?
Dolph Lundgren, yeah.
No, that's 4.
Yeah, which one are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of 5. Five's the one with
skinny,
the tall,
though.
skinny lad, isn't he?
No.
Doesn't he
That's
go
Tommy Morrison,
looking for a
isn't it?
job, or he's like dead confident and shakes his hand and all that, and then he starts like goading
Five
him.
is the 5 is when Rocky don't actually fight in the ring, does he? He just fights him in the street.
Yeah.
He trains.
Is he goads him all the way through it, doesn't he? Because he said, I want that belt.
Yeah. It's what was his name? The actor. What's the actor? I think he was a real boxer, wasn't he?
Tommy Morrison.
Tommy Morrison.
Yeah.
Tommy
The
Morrison, one he claimed to be.
I didn't know he was a real boxer in it.
He died of AIDS, didn't he?
He
Did
did,
he?
but there's a whole.
Yeah.
If you ever get in touch with, well, not you get in touch with her, but I was sort of following his wife on Facebook. I think it was years ago, and she's
Tommy
adamant-
Morrison. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy Morrison's,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
she's adamant it had nothing to do with that. It was something to do with
Okay.
something else, and she's like trying to champion this whole thing to get it overturned. That it's like it was misdiagnosed, and all this type of thing. But
Oh.
I think she's literally the only one who's saying that though, because everyone else does think it was that. But apparently it wasn't, according to her anyway. But she's adamant that it's not that. And to be honest, she's becoming like a crusader about it. But sometimes when she does it, it sounds like she's being a bit more, a bit as if she's not that she's telling lies, but it comes across like she's kind of, when someone goes on about too much, and you think they're the
She
only one
protests too much.
Okay.
It comes across a bit false, and she gets loads of grief on this YouTube and on Facebook. She was getting loads of bad messages and that.
He always claimed that.
No, right, but
He always claimed that John Wayne was his uncle, didn't he? If I remember right.
Yeah, it's John Wayne was his uncle. Yeah, that's right.
It was it? Yeah. I'm not sure if I read that. Wasn't true.
Marion Morrison, wasn't he?
Right. Oh, okay. Right.
That's his name, Marion Morrison. He's Tommy Morrison.
Right.
So apparently it's kosher that he actually was his.
Uncle. I didn't like 5 when I first seen it, but if you watch the Rocky films, once again, my girlfriend had never seen a Rocky film until she met me, so I made her watch them all. But, like one a night. A 5 doesn't seem so bad as part of the series.
Yes.
As a standalone film, it's a little bit underwhelming.
You couldn't watch it by itself, could you? Really, just out of the blue, just pick that one out.
But as part of the series, it's pretty good because it's sort of like loses the money and goes sort of goes back to his roots, sort of thing. But yeah, as an individual movie, it's not that great, but as part of the series, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. There's another one, isn't there? Is it just called Balboa?
Yeah, just Rocky.
So that's effectively the 6th.
That would be 6. Yeah, that was pretty good, I thought.
It was better, a lot better than 5.
Yeah. And then you got the Creed films. Then, haven't you? He's just made Creed 3 now, hasn't he? But I don't think Stallone's in this one.
All right.
I've never even heard of them ones.
It's Apollo Creed's son, isn't it? It's.
Aye.
Well, all the Rockies, and I've seen five of them. I haven't seen Balboa.
Right. Yeah.
It's all right. It's not a bad film.
Long time ago,
I like Balboa.
Long time ago when I watched them, but I did enjoy them.
Yeah, they were good. My son's got them upstairs, so I could watch them if I wanted to.
Yeah.
They'll probably come up in the 4K. They've got to, haven't they?
There's, I believe 1 and 2 is coming out in the US, I think, sometime soon. So hopefully,
all right. So they're
really small because Yeah.
Why don't they just do a box set?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, yeah.
Well, they do it all separately, all over the place, and they put a box set out as they normally do before they make another film, which means the box set isn't complete as it always does.
Right.
It's always.
Is there going to be another Rocky though? Surely that Balboa was the last one.
Well, the Creed ones will be part of the set, I would imagine, because they do follow the story. So they're never going to. Well, they're not going to never end. But at the moment, Creed seems to have legs.
I look at the Creed films, even though they're spin-offs. I do look at the Creed films as sequels to Rocky because Rocky's still Rocky in it. He's just not fighting. He's training now, so it's still part of his story. And
you've got Drago that comes back in it, and his son's in it now. Drago's son. So Rocky's this prodigy Creed is going to fight. I haven't seen 2, but I know that's sort of what we're building up to.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good sequel to Rocky 4. It's good to watch back to back with Rocky 4.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Even though it's a big jump of about 30 years, but still, it's decent.
So has anybody seen a film called Baba Yaga?
No.
Which Balutan says Seamus have actually done a few decent rebuilds of lost classics such as Baba Yaga. Now, I always thought that that was cut on their release. Could be wrong, but
Never even heard of it.
I was going to get it. It's hey man, I'm going to come in here, causing mayhem, taking the door off the hinges.
She's trying to get a bit part, isn't she?
She is. Walk on, Paul. You know. But yeah, Baba Yaga. I'm going to say it's not Jess Franco, but it could be one of those type of European horror, like horror.
Right.
You know, erotica films, whatever they are that he does.
Baba
He's done that
Yaga.
many. I've read the book, Baba Yaga. It's pretty good. So about a witch. So if there's anything like the book, it would be good. The Boy in 88 says a lot of the shameless stuff in the HMV2 for £15 deal at the moment.
Cool.
They do put some decent stuff out, but the presentation, the extras let them down. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think they're worth it when you get them in a deal, though. Myself, if there's no better ones available.
Yeah, I'm just I'm the same. I would always get it I would look at them always in the sale. I never look at them any other time. I don't know if anybody else has thought this. You know, you pick them up, they always rattle. It's as if the discs don't stay locked in the thing. You always dug, and you think, oh, you want to get it, but sometimes there's only one.
Yeah. Usually when I see them, I just bypass them. I don't normally look.
Yeah.
Just something about them. I don't know. I always like, they just scream out to me, cut.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, it's a bit of a reputation. I think they only got themselves to blame for that, you know.
So Cinephil says, got the Psychic for £10, good price, and at sale recently, great transfer. Used to collect the DVDs, but their Blu-rays are generally poor. Yeah. Always upgrade my Hammer to the latest blue. Yeah, me too. Funny enough, the Shameless DVDs were quite good. They still were a bit cut. They'd done Night of the Bloody Apes, they did. But I think that was cut, actually. I was going to pick it up. But of course, when I went back for it, it was gone. And I think it goes for stupid money now as well, which is ridiculous. So
what, just a DVD of it?
I think so. Well, I couldn't find it. When I went, it was about £8. And I thought, I'll go back. And I think I was prepared to take the fact it was cut just to see it. But it was, well, it was gone. So I'm pretty sure that the Shameless DVD is, you know, stupid money. I wouldn't pay that for it.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I did have hold of today, and I thought, I really want that. And I put it back and I didn't get it because I thought, I wonder if I should wait till it comes down. Is it Two Witches?
Oh, I picked that up. You picked that up, John, didn't you, recently?
I did, yes, I did.
I saw the trailer, and it absolutely creeped me out. And I thought, oh, I'll have that. So I come back home and I thought, oh, I'll see how much it is on Arrow. Arrow's sold out.
Really?
Really? Have they?
Sold out.
I watched it the other night. I thought it was pretty good.
So I went on Amazon. There it was. So I'm having it now before it vanishes.
Yeah. Beautiful artwork on the cover.
I can't find one on there, actually, on the thingy. Well, actually, I watched, you know, it's in 2 parts. You get your first story and your second story. I watched the first story.
Oh, it's 2 stories?
Yeah. But apparently they're intertwined, but I don't know. I haven't seen the second one, so I don't know how it fits in. But I've got to say that I was a little bit kind of on it. I'll tell you what I did find. There was loads of jump scares in it. Some of them were good, and some of them were a little bit unnecessary. So I'm on the fence with it.
The second act better than the first act, John. So
right, okay. But I tell you what, there was some pretty brutal scenes in it. Actually, I was quite surprised how gory it was.
You know? Was it only made last year or something? Yeah,
2021, isn't it?
Yeah.
I liked it. I didn't love it. I guess I kind of thought it would be better from what I've heard, but
would you watch it again?
I started watching it. Eventually, not in a hurry to, but I would. I'm glad I got it though, because I love the artwork on the sleeve and stuff. It just looks fantastic, and
it's got a great the whole cover of it. Even the other covers looks nice.
The first bit of the trailer, just like the woman just turned around, I was like, what the hell is she doing? And it got me from there. And every bit that come, I was like, this looks horrific.
Well, I wasn't expecting that when she was coming through the door and her face changed. I wasn't expecting that at all, and I thought it was a really good bit.
I don't think witches are done well enough, enough time, so it's cool to quite see creepy witches, I mean, witch is actually my surname. It's real. It's not made up or anything.
It's actual, so you are a witch by name.
Yeah, and it's now Witchy. Witchy was my nickname, so it's you know, on my Facebook it's Witchy, but yeah, Witch is my surname. It's real.
Oh, so your last name is actually just Witch.
Yeah, proper spelling as well. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I tell
So I
you
wonder
what,
what my ancestors are up to, innit? I mean, he must have been messing around with some stuff.
Nigel will have to watch yourselves here, mind.
I know. I was going to say, if you knock that Y off, you're going to sound evil.
Yeah, I know. I used to get some, you know, when people ask you your names, like, excuse me, how do you spell that? Well, Witch, innit? You know, and it's like, oh, like that, is it? Yeah. Probably like, but I found out as I was getting older, though, that my great grandfather was adopted, so Witch is not in my blood, unfortunately.
Oh.
I was a bit gutted then.
You don't need to tell people that bit.
Witch was only like an adopted name, so it's a shame, really.
Use it to your advantage.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Do you know who I am? Do you know what I can do?
And
So actually, looking back on this one, don't have a disc.
Jenny Hanley.
Jenny Hanley.
I told you somebody would tell us.
Bad Lieutenant Jenny Hanley, yes.
Yeah,
it's good. It's easy.
We're going to get a load of Jenny Hanleys now.
I could not have picked that one up out of my head, but it's definitely, yeah, it's of course it's her. Dean Humphreys, yeah, good shout about on the Driller Killer.
Yeah, last time I watched Driller Killer, I really enjoyed it.
Lewis Tinaco, what's up, man? Been a while. Good to see you, Lewis. So Lewis Tinaco said, just got the 4K Ultra HD set of American Werewolf from London, from Arrow Video. It's amazing. Yeah, it is. I think the 4K on that, the colours on that were unbelievable. You know, the color.
And I'm regretting not getting it now.
And the dark levels are, you know, when they're on the moors, you can see all the moors in the darkness. It's great. I mean, I've got the Blu-ray. The Blu-ray looks nice, but
yeah,
I don't know.
I didn't upgrade. I got the Blu-ray box. You know, the box one.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I ummed and ahed about getting a 4K one, but I don't want to. I don't want to get into that trap of buying everything I've already got in 4K. You know, I said to myself at the beginning, I'll only buy films that are new. You know, I'm buying for the first time when I bought my 4K player. That soon changed, mind. But there's times when sometimes I gotta, you know, there's times when I gotta stop myself and go, look, you've got a perfectly fine version of it. Yes, I'm sure it looks a little.
I was the same. When we got that, I said, right, the only things I will get on 4K that I've already got is probably like if any Friday the 13th or Halloween's come out, Jaws. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
I know.
No, we always say that, but you just
it
just doesn't happen that way.
And I think a lot of it's the fear of missing out, isn't it? Once it's gone, sort of thing. Yeah. I've bought so many films because of things like that. You know, I'll see something on Facebook or something where, you know, it's selling out here, selling out there, and then I'll rush out and buy it, and then it's later on I'm thinking, what the hell did I buy that for? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Funny enough, when I saw
I've got 2 crackers coming in the post. I'm not going to say what they are yet because I want to make sure I've got them.
Right. Yeah, no, that's one thing when you say I'm going to get this and it doesn't turn up.
One of them you've got, John.
One of them I've got.
Yeah, but the difference is when it turns up, I've had mine given. There's a little story behind it, but when I'll do a video of it, I'll tell the story. I can't believe it's actually what it is for somebody to just go, oh yeah, you have it.
Yeah.
So it's not a nasty.
In
fact, it's not even a horror film.
I'd be interested to see that. No, it's. I mean, well, I can say about Michael Witchy who sent me the Evil Dead. Well, actually, in a way, you played a blinder with that one, sending me the Evil Dead remake, which was the film that I put to one side and thought, I'm not going to go there again. He sent us the extended cut, which is now in the 4K. And to me, it was like a brand new movie. And I'm so glad I went and looked at it on that one rather than maybe going back to my other one, which I was going to try one more time. I wouldn't have liked it. But for some reason, the tone was just that different. That and that was, like I say, that was just given, as well as the other stuff you give us to do with Evil Dead. I'm like, wow, it's incredible that you get this all this generosity. It's amazing, really.
I still haven't started wading me way through that Evil Dead stuff yet. I think the first thing I want to put on it's going to be that Bollywood thing. I've got
I was looking at it today actually because it's in the corner of the DVD slot, and I thought, oh, there they are. So I'm going to get them out and put them
documentary.
It's back Kazara.
Good God, look at that!
Honestly, there is some scenes that are right. It's a Book of the Dead and everything in it. Honestly, it's proper.
Right.
It's proper. Like I doubt if it's official remake. I don't know what, but yeah, it's definitely a remake of Evil Dead.
I'll tell you, I'm just going to nip the toilet if you don't mind, and I'll leave you with that one. If you
One up, Nige, and I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Right. The trouble with Shameless is you don't usually get a lot of extras with the film. Plus, I have had a nightmare trying to get a reply on emails I've sent them. Terrible customer services. So, well, that's another put off right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I cannot stand it when you email somebody and they don't reply.
Yeah.
I was glad. I mean, I couldn't. They didn't have to. I wasn't saying, "Oh, I want to buy this, I want to buy that." But when I emailed Blue Underground just to ask them if they were going to do like a better version of Fight for Your Life, they replied.
Yeah,
I think it was a day or two later.
Right.
It doesn't cost, does it? If somebody's asking you something that they want to know,
I know.
It doesn't hurt to bloody reply.
But I find though, it's like because on Facebook, I got a few of the different companies like Arrow and stuff and I hate it when they'll post something on there, and if somebody asks a question about this, it's sort of in their favor. Say for example, they might say, when's this coming out or something like that. They'll answer it. If anyone asks them anything that's a little bit that they don't want to hear, they ignore it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I remember asking. Actually, I contacted Zavi, and it was over that First Blood. Me pointing because it's over there. It was over that First Blood set, and Zavi was on my Facebook, so I'd already pre-ordered it, and then he posted a picture of it and whatever, and I basically said, I had people was asking questions and they were answering it, and then all I said was, look, I'm not being funny, but there's a steelbook in there, which was $25.99 if you just wanted to buy the steelbook. I said, I hope the rest of the material is going to justify £74 more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Didn't answer it today. No answer. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's all I was asking, because at the end of the day, there was a steelbook which was £26. There was a £60 edition and a £100 edition. And I just wanted
a lot of money for the one film, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's not even a box set of all the films. It's just First Blood.
It's just the one, yeah.
And it's not even like it's got loads of discs in it. It's 2 discs, Blu-ray and the 4K. I love it. I think it's a fantastic set. I know it's a £100 set, but it's like you said. Some of these companies, they're all right answering questions when it's stuff that they want to, they want to sell it to you. Oh yeah,
when it's blowing their trumpet, yeah.
But when it's like you ask them an awkward question, I hate it when they just ignore it. I just think that's that's bad. That's companies for you, though, isn't it?
It happened to me. I mean, to be honest, the company, they are a fantastic company. But Waxwork Records, they've done another pressing of Friday the 13th. Yeah. And they come on and said, I'm sure they said it was either a new master or a new mix or something.
Right.
So I said, so does that mean you've corrected the speed on the Sail Away Tiny Sparrow song at the end? And it got likes, and like, just didn't answer me.
But that was it.
I take that as a no then.
Take that as a no then, yeah. Innit?
Sounds that way, doesn't it?
It's just wrong, innit?
Bal Lieutenant says, one of my favourite was late Ruggero Deodato film called Phantom of Death, starring Michael York and Donald Pleasance. Has anyone seen that?
I've never heard that one.
I've got the DVD.
Sure, I'm aware of it. I don't think I've seen it.
I've got it, but I haven't watched it. It was one of them ones you used to get more for £5 in HMV.
Right.
The Shameless DVD, so I got a stash of them. And another one in there is Ratman as well. I got Ratman.
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 Yeah, people want to said, have you seen it? So I thought, I'm going to think I'm going to have to dig that out and watch it. It looks really bizarre.
Yeah.
The fella playing Ratman is something else. I've seen a picture of him and I thought, my God.
Yeah.
Like Peter Bark from
Have either of you two ever seen the nostril picker?
Yeah, I got
Years
the.
ago.
I think I got the DVD of it.
I've never seen it. I've always wanted to know.
Yeah.
What is it? Stupid
Yeah,
or is it good or what?
I don't know. I can't. I sure I seen it, but I can't. It wasn't very memorable, obviously.
Yeah.
But
I
I'm pretty
remember
sure
I
that
picked the
was
cover up once in HMV. I think it was a video.
Mhm.
'Cause obviously, it was
Right.
years ago. When I picked it up, I had to stop myself and burst out laughing because it was the image of this bloke like that. Dead serious face like that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
I thought, how the hell can you make a film
It's probably just a
called
retitled
that
film. I think.
about that?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I
have
saw it.
got
And
it.
I wasn't impressed by it. I've got to say, it's a long time ago. I saw it on video, and it was like I've got no recollection of it. So I don't think
Yeah,
I was
same.
expecting something really good and funny, but it just was
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah. I'm
Unfortunately,
sure I
'cause
watched it, but I don't.
The fact that
remember
both of you
anything.
can't remember out about it, yeah, I'll give it a miss then.
Doesn't-
Yeah.
yeah.
So Dawn of
But
the
with the
Disco
title like that,
Collectors-
I'd have to keep it. Could you know.
yeah. Well, with the
That's
I
title,
always
like,
tell people I got
What
the
the hell's
shit.
this?
I know.
I always tell
Great.
people I got the shittest collection of movies, as you know, on Earth. I'm sure I have. You know, we got classics in there as well. But Jesus Christ, I got some terrible stuff. You know,
I
like
think
Queen
everyone's got
Kong
some
and
bad
things like
stuff.
that. You ever seen Queen Kong? Jesus.
I haven't. I think I have. I think I have.
That
I haven't
exists.
before.
Yeah, Queen Kong.
Yeah. Is that made around the same time as the other King Kong from '76?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I remember about it is Rula Lenska's in it. Once she married to David Waterman, or
She
something
was,
like
yeah.
that. Dennis Waterman. Dennis Waterman.
Yes,
yeah.
she was.
Yeah.
She's in it. Aye, it's a British film, but Queen Kong.
What?
too.
She's in Queen Kong.
Yeah.
Did you ever
It's,
see that comedy sketch where it was a bloke dressed as Ed, but he called it he called himself Ruler Shishka or something? I'm Ruler Shiksa. Oh, and he was absolutely ripping her a new one.
Right.
She walked on the stage behind him,
Oh, never.
tapped him on the shoulder. He bent
Yeah.
down laughing, his wig nearly fell off. I'm Ruler Shishka.
Oh dear. Yeah. Oh, I'm a
So
sucker
have you-
for these dodgy titles. I gotta be honest.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a title that I've heard. And I watched the film because of the title, but
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
didn't. With having no, it just was nothing happened in it, as far as I remember. Has everyone seen the Blu-ray for the Seamus Blu-ray for Four Flies on Grey Velvet?
I have
No,
it.
but I think that's the only one of the is it the Animal Trilogy is called? I think that's the only one I don't have because Arrow won't release it now, will it? If they've done it,
It's
unless
well,
Arrow can get a fork out of it to go with
Yeah, that'd be nice.
it was Bed with the Crystal Plumage and Cat of Nine Tails, wasn't it?
Cat Nine Tails. Yeah.
But they say that
I love both of them.
the print on it is.
Yeah.
They reckon it was awful. The stuff. I mean, it was like the hardest to get ever. You know, back in the day, and you couldn't
Right.
get anything. So they found this sort of like elements, and they made a decent Blu-ray out of it. I mean, it's decent. It's all right, but it's not jaw-dropping. Not like it should be for a. But if they've got to really find some of the elements, if that's the best they can get, there's no way you can get a 4K out of that. It's,
Right.
It's
What's the
average
film
and
itself
average.
like?
It's all right. It's not bad.
not
It's
bad.
probably
Yeah.
the weakest out of the three, if I'm
Yeah.
honest. But it's a decent watch. It's quite well done. It's the Four Flies on Grey Velvet. You think, what the hell does that mean? But it does mean something, you know. And when you finally go, oh yeah, fair enough. But
What's the same with what the hell is the Bird with the Crystal Plumage?
Exactly.
Until you watch it.
yes, aye.
Yeah.
And Cat of Nine Tails as well. I was always thinking that, you know, it was just to do with the thing, the Cat of Nine Tails, but it's not.
I did till I watched it.
Yeah.
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 It's got to, cat of nine tails the cat. But it's no, it's all right. It's not bad. It's the best version you're gonna get at this minute because it's the fully uncut one because it's got like bits in it that you couldn't get before, so they found. But it's just not when you know the other ones out there, you know the way that they look. It's just nowhere near that, unfortunately.
Shame.
So Napoleon 88, Phantom of Death is decent. It was Ed. I never remember her name there.
Gosh.
What would you say that was? Edwidge
Fenech.
Fenech. I know it's Fenech.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she is. But is it Edwidge?
Edwidge, I think, innit? Edwidge.
I've never heard of her.
Yeah.
You'd know it. You'd see
Heard
it.
that name, and I thought it was a bloke.
You'd know exactly.
Edwidge and Mrs. Simpson.
Talking of her, I think I got 3 films of hers recently that's on the Shameless label. Something about colours, red or something.
Oh, All the Colours of the Dark.
All the Colours of the Dark. I bought 2 others as well. I watched one of them. It was really good, actually. They all seem to have the same actors in it as well. Because I started watching, I can't remember. I bought 3 of them anyway, all on the Shameless that she was in. Only because I seen the first one and really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
She don't look like
lovely hair she's got.
I see what movies she's done, because she's done loads, like loads of good ones that she was in. Of course, where is it? Wikipedia.
Debbie Does Dallas, the remake.
I'll have to get that one.
It's a funny name. I'd love to know exactly how you. She's from Malta, apparently.
Right, Malta. Yeah.
And then it tells you how to spell it. I'd see it, but I mean, how would you even?
Edvies Fenech.
Yeah.
Edvies Fenech.
Something like that.
She's still alive, actually. I didn't think she was still alive.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of them. Something about Mrs. Warder or something?
Oh, The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward.
Warder or something? Yeah, that's the one. I think that might have been the one I watched.
Apparently, Mrs. Ward has got the E on it. It's silent, so you say Ward. Right. But I think they did it because of some copyright thing with the Ward, so they had to put the E on the end to make it a different name.
Yeah.
I thought it was Warder.
Yeah. So I bought that one, Colours of the Dark, All the Colours of the Dark, and there must have been another one, because there's definitely 3 of them.
I know I seem to have loads of films with her in, and I think, oh, she's in that one, she's in that one. She seems to turn up in everyone.
Yeah. I'd never heard of it till I watched Ward film, whatever, recently.
I've got it, but I haven't watched that one yet.
Yeah.
$5 for an August Moon, Mario Bava. So I've got that.
I've heard of that.
I've not heard of that one.
The Strange Vice of Mrs. Warder. It's like Ward with a H.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All the Colours of the Dark.
Yeah, that was the other one I got.
One I've got. The Case of the Bloody Iris.
That's the other one I got. Yeah.
And this one as well. This is on Arrow. Your Vice is a locked room, and only I have the key.
Okay, that one. She's in that one, is she? I think I got that on DVD. I think.
Yeah, I've got that one.
The Arrow one, but on DVD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Makes you want to watch it now.
Strip Nude for Your Killer.
I've heard of
I've got that.
Have you? Well, then you've got one with her in then.
I've only seen it once, like.
Yeah. I got so many films I've never watched. It's ridiculous.
They're there, and you just think, I'll watch them soon, and then you just never get around to them.
I think it's Blue Underground, the one I've got of that, actually. Strip Nude for Your Killer.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure Shameless did that.
Shameless as well, isn't it?
Yeah. But is it cut, though?
I don't know.
It might be.
Maybe.
I think I might have that on DVD, actually.
Mm-hmm.
No, she seems to have made Phantom of Death. She's in that one as well.
Okay.
All the other ones seem to be more... Oh, Hostel 2.
Oh, yeah. She's in what? Oh, yeah, she had a second Hostel, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hostel Part 2.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen the first one. That was enough.
I think I've got the second one somewhere.
Yeah.
I didn't go for I've seen 1 and 2. I thought 1 was pretty good. 2 was a bit not as good. And I didn't watch 3 because apparently it's meant to be like really bad.
Yeah, 3 wasn't bad. What's the third one? If I'm correct, I think the third one is made by Scott Spiegel, who co-wrote Evil Dead 2.
Oh, yes, Scott Spiegel.
And directed Intruder.
Yes, that's right.
Pretty sure he directed the third Hostel film. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
That
And
last
it was
comment
him,
there
like-
also said that he's picked up Terrifier 2 today and can't wait to watch it. First one was bad enough for me as well.
I've never seen
Haven't
it.
you just got that as well, mate?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's not masterpiece, but it's nice and bloody. It's
Have you seen it, John?
Haven't
Yeah.
seen any of them. No, haven't seen them at all.
The first one, the acting was so bad, but I need to
Yeah.
watch it again because people keep telling me how good it is, but I hated it for the acting. And it's a
Yeah,
shame
yeah.
because his face is really evil. He could have been
Yeah.
like a really good. I was like, God, this is terrible. The second one's 2.5 hours long
yeah, it's
I know, it's
220.
a bit weird.
Close enough.
for a slasher.
Yeah. It's too long. Doesn't need to be that long.
So
I've heard
have
it's
you,
even more brutal as well.
have you
Yeah,
seen it,
it
Mike?
is. I've seen it. Yeah, yeah.
So is it as
Very
brutal as
brutal.
they say?
Very brutal. Yeah, yeah,
I mean, the first one's gory. It is pretty brutal. Like,
yeah. I was not say shocked, but you know, when I read things like all of us really, because we're used to horror films, and when you read things, people saying, "Oh, it's the most gory thing I've ever seen," you kind of going, "Yeah, right," and you know, whatever. And I sat there going, "Yeah, Christ, this is up there." I mean, it's
really?
it's one of the most gory films I've ever seen. I would say, yeah,
Wow.
Good God.
yeah.
I wish we could release
It's a
over
very
here.
bold statement, it is.
Huh?
That's just a very
Yeah.
bold statement.
It did you what did you say, John? Then
No, I'm saying I wish we could get a release over here.
of Terrifier 2.
Well, Terrifier is not out here, is it?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can get them on the double
Yeah,
disc Blu-rays come out. They're both in it.
They're
Have
both out.
You can get Terrifier 2 on its own,
Yeah.
or you can get 1 and 2 in a thing together. It's on Amazon as well.
I didn't know.
I can't
this was
remember
the
how I
most-
saw the first one. It might have been on what's that horror streaming channel called? Shudder. I think it might have been on that
Oh,
one. I've
Shudder.
seen it.
Yeah, look, I had it
Is that 1 and 2?
1 and 2. Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
All right. So, wow. So you can literally get that from like HMV and that.
Yeah, it was on HMV today.
I
Nuts.
don't know if it's 1 and 2 yet. I'm rubbish with this screen. I can never line it up. The thing is, the first one was only ever had a DVD release in the UK.
Right.
So in the double pack, it's the first time the first one's on Blu-ray. And
No
obviously
slip though, John.
It's no slip, I'm
What?
afraid.
I suppose if
It
it,
just
hasn't
doesn't
got
have a slip.
then it's just that's the way it is, isn't it? You know. But
I'm not sure if it's in HMV. I got it off Amazon, but
It was on the one in
HMV
Middlesbrough today.
I'll
it
definitely.
was it?
Yeah,
The double pack as well.
the double one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So has anyone seen Argento's new film, Dark Glasses?
I haven't, but
No, I've never even heard of it.
Well, because
Yeah.
Steve Harley, 1966, is saying it's pretty decent, and I've heard decent things about it, saying it was a bit of a return to form, believe it or not.
yeah.
Do you know, I didn't even know Argento was still making films. I thought he jacked in.
Well, he starred in a film recently.
Gaspar Noé film, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a Vortex, I think it was called.
Vortex, yeah.
But he was speaking in French, which is
Oh,
crazy.
Well, that's handy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so it's a French movie. He speaks in French, but
Yeah.
but
Isn't
it's-
that
I
Gaspar
don't-
Noé that made that Climax film? I'm sure it's one of
Yeah.
his.
Yeah,
I love Climax. I know you mentioned it before. What a film.
what a movie that is. Have you seen that one, Nige?
No.
Oh, it's so good.
And I'm not even into sort of like dancing or anything like that, but that opening scene, that dance scene is just mind blowing.
It is,
It's just
isn't
the
it?
way it's shot, it's just incredible. And
You
that
know
is
when
just not my cup of tea and that kind of
Yeah.
thing at all. But I gobsmacked watching it. I was just like, should I be liking this? You know, it's you
It's
know,
a good 20 minutes, isn't it? It's a good 20 minutes.
Yeah,
You're not
it
getting
is.
arrested for liking
it's a
this.
long time, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just mesmerizing. I had to watch that scene several times. I was so impressed, just the way it was shot and yeah,
You know, the
intense.
people when they're doing all the movements and they're like putting arms all around and like tying
Yeah,
themselves
yeah.
and all that, and you think, how on earth can anybody do that? Like
I know.
break dancing to a certain extent, but
Yeah.
like you say, I've watched the opening of Climax. I would think I've watched it a good 3 or 4 times. I'll even put it on YouTube, much on YouTube. So
Yeah,
nice if
yeah.
you want to see the start of it. But it's funny because the movie goes off in that tangents, and then it's not a spoiler, but they get the drinks spiked in the club, don't they? In the place where they're going to do this, like it's either dancing competition or they're just warming up for a dancing competition. Type thing. Just a load of dancers, and they get the drinks spiked, and that's when it just goes. It goes weird, doesn't it? Not weird, but just that's when it starts. Wow,
it's quite nightmarish, really, isn't it?
It is.
They're all not spoiler, but they're all drugged up and they all don't know what's going on, and these things are just like just spirals out of control, doesn't it?
Well, you think that actually the cameraman's on drugs as well, because the camera goes upside down and it's going upside down quite a while, and you think, but I think it's brilliant, and it's quite.
I do too.
Yeah,
I mean, I sort of got it because I'm one of sort of like Gaspar Noé's films are always controversial, so it's like, grab that. I had no idea what it was about, really didn't. But
me neither.
I was blown away. Yeah. Highly recommend.
It sounds bizarre.
It is bizarre.
It's bizarre but good. It's one of those movies you can't really explain.
But it's also hard, I think, to recommend, though, isn't it? Because like I know we said it's really good and all, but I don't know if you like it. No, I don't.
Is it like it's on you love it or hate it type of thing?
I don't know. What do you think, John? I mean,
it's a funny one because it's one of the ones where I can say to somebody who I think would like a movie like that, you're going to love it. If you're going to love it, you're going to really love it. But there's other people, when you just put it on, you just think they're going to hate this one. Like, Deborah would hate that movie because of the way she's watched the dance scene, which I thought was quite good. But she hasn't watched any further than that because I thought, I'm just going to stop it here because that says you'll not like any of the other movie, the way it goes. But it's a funny one. I'll highly recommend it, me personally.
Me too.
But I could see where you've got to be in the right. You've got to know that it goes dark. It's not just an hour and a half of dancing. There's another element to it. The whole the drug thing, Yeah.
I'll make it a go. I'll see.
I recommend it really. I
don't know what you think of it, Nige, because if you're gonna like it, you're gonna really like it. Put it that way.
Yeah,
right.
That's the only thing I can say about it. So do check out some of the dance scenes on YouTube. You may get a flavour for it.
Yeah.
And I've
seen the front cover. I've always thought, what is that about?
Yeah.
I always thought it was something rude.
Well, you do.
Well, I thought it was going to be sort of like Sharp Bus or something like that, where there's actually real things happening.
The thing is, Gaspar Noé films have got a reputation, haven't they, for having quite explicit sex scenes and whatever.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. Is it Love? Was one of his films?
Yeah, Love.
Did you make Nymphomaniac?
That was awful.
That was no. Hang on, who was that?
I actually bought Love as well on a 3D Blu-ray.
Oh yeah. That's not no way, is it?
Hey, and then there's a bit where the bloke, like when he gets to the crucial part.
Right.
And I had it on in 3D, and it's like, whoa, wow, man, have a grip of yourself.
What am I getting that mixed up with then? The Nymphomaniac.
Lars von Trier.
The main House of Jack built. Sorry? Lars
von Trier.
That's Lars von Trier, is it? Right. I always get them two mixed up, but yeah.
House of Jack built, isn't that the one with Matt Dillon in?
Yeah, that's a disturbing movie as well.
Right, yeah. Now I know it's disturbing, but I don't know why. I'm curious about that one.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
Wow. What a movie.
Is it good?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's so... Yeah. Did you find that, that the things that are happening in the movie are some of the worst things you would ever see in a movie? The violence is extreme to the limit.
Yeah.
I didn't get offended by it. Did you find that? You should be offended by it, but you're not. I don't know how that works, but you're not.
I'm even more intrigued now.
I guess not. But yeah, I would recommend it. It certainly goes that little bit further than most films of that.
Yeah, it does.
Thing. Once again, you don't want to say anything for spoiler reasons, but there's stuff in there which you think, oof.
Yeah,
that'd come out in the 80s. That'd have been straight on the list, I think.
It's one of those movies because you hear that when it was getting shown, there was people walking out, people were being sick, and people were and you think, oh yeah. But when you watch it, you think, I can see the places where people would have walked out in this movie. It stands out like a sore thumb. But I
Is
find
anybody else famous in it apart from Matt Dillon?
Uma
Yeah.
Thurman.
Uma Thurman, yeah.
Oh God.
What's he called? One of my favorite actors. He's not alive anymore. What's Bruno Ganz? He's in it. He's a German fella.
I need to watch this now.
He played Hitler in
Yeah.
Downfall. That was Bruno Ganz.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
because he's in it. He's actually, I think it was his last film actually, or one of them.
Right. Right.
But I'm dying to say certain things, but I just don't. You've got to go in and just.
No, I know.
Say,
Right.
put it on, and you're going to see.
It's one of those films that, if I remember correctly, when it came out in the States, it was originally heavily censored or something, or was it put on streaming or something, and it was heavily censored. And that's the one I saw first, and then the UK Blu-ray came out, and it was completely uncut, and it was like, well, how? It was like, I know things have changed compared to what they were, but it was nice for us to have the uncut one straight out of the bag.
Yeah.
And
I remember that. I remember thinking there's no way on earth where.
There you go. There's an example of where you should get the UK one then, because it's obviously uncut here, but not over America.
Yeah, it might be uncut over there now. I'm not sure whether there was two versions, like an unrated and rated one. I'm not sure, but I know there was a lot of, because I downloaded a version of it, which I didn't know at the time if it was uncut or not, and it was only when I bought the UK when after watching it, and I watched that and thought, oh God, there's bits in here that wasn't in the one I saw, and it said uncut on the cover as well. So, but I wasn't sure whether, the one I saw first was uncut or not. I wasn't sure. But then when
the bits that have been added back in, then the uncut one, is it for like violence / gore?
Yeah,
yeah,
pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
And another quite disturbing film while we're talking about that, which was, I think, was released censored in the States. It was eventually released unrated. If you've never seen it, I highly recommend it. It's a film called Lords of Chaos.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Is that like a group of metal head lads?
Yeah.
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it's about.
Oh, it's
a true story of the Norwegian black metal scene where
right.
Euronymous was killed by his guitarist, wasn't it? What's his name?
I think it was two separate bands, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was.
Or am I thinking of a different one?
No, they were in the same band at one point, and they fell out, and the band was Mayhem, wasn't it?
Mayhem, yeah.
And Euronymous was a guitarist and founder member, and they brought this one. Originally, their singer committed suicide, didn't he? Because that's in the film as well.
Yes.
And that was the guy who played. I don't even know this, John, but the guy who played the singer, which he called Dead, in the film is Val Kilmer's son.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And but it's brutal. It's funny. It's really good.
Arrow released it over here.
It is, yeah.
Is that uncut?
Yeah,
I believe it is. Yeah.
It's a great
and that is so brutal, though, isn't it, John?
It is, because I've read about the whole. I've seen loads of videos online about the whole what happens.
Yeah,
and it's a true story as well. Yeah, that's what makes it even.
And you think
more disturbing.
Got that, but I thought there's no way they're going to kind of show what happened in all of the sort of murders and that. And they did mind. They didn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even to the point where suicide, because I remember seeing the original pictures of the suicide.
Yeah, I've seen them.
And it was almost like they hadn't, but it was meticulous, the detail.
Yeah, it was.
That they put into it. And you should see it, especially being a metalhead as well. It's a little bit of an extra meaning.
And that, what was that? Is that me? No, it's not.
What?
Is someone buzzing?
Vibrating?
Yeah, it's me. Somebody's trying to ring me.
Oh. What? Yeah. But yeah, Lords of Chaos. Check it out.
Well, it's what's his name's brother, who's the star?
Macaulay Culkin's brother, isn't it?
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin's, and I thought myself,
oh God, isn't he in one of the Scream films as well?
Don't know.
I think he might be actually.
Macaulay Culkin's brother's I'm sure he's in one of the Scream ones. I think it might be 4.
I know he's got 2 brothers, haven't he? One of them is in Scott Pilgrim Saves versus the World.
Aye.
and the other one is in Lords of Chaos, and they're two different brothers, but they're still his brothers.
See, I thought it was only him and his brother. Didn't realize there's
No,
three of them.
there's two of them. But I thought his performance was immense in Lords of Chaos.
I want to see it now. I know what it's about. I didn't realize it was the true story of what happened.
Well, I can remember when it happened, and it was in Kerrang magazine.
I do.
A big article on it. Now, a friend of mine, I say a friend of mine, he's only a Facebook friend of mine, but he's a big Evil Dead fan, so we hooked up on Facebook years ago. He used to work for Kerrang, and he was the one who interviewed Euronymous in real life.
Wow.
And he's in the movie. They asked him to play himself.
Never.
In the movie, yeah, which is pretty cool. You know, even though he's...
And the director who directed that movie, wasn't he in that, not in that band, but he was in that sort of...
He was in the metal scene, yeah.
He's one of them sort of...
Bathory, I think.
I've heard of them as well, yeah.
Yeah, the director...
Well, there was that one with the long hair, Count something.
Count...
Black metal.
Sure.
Was it something like Count Vorzak or something?
Yeah, something like that. I think that's what I'm thinking it's about. Was that a different incident?
Oh, no, hang on. You might be right. What was the name of the one that committed the murder? I can't remember now. Oh.
I think that was him.
He's out of prison now, isn't he?
He is.
Have you seen him on YouTube dressed in camouflage stuff?
Yes.
He looks a bit like an aged Lars Ulrich.
Yeah.
Yes,
right. Yeah. So is that the one who's that film's about?
I know his name. Vag Vikingen, isn't it? Or Vikingen or
that's
something.
Him. Yeah.
Vag, yeah.
Vag. I'm saying
Vag,
Yes.
Vag. That's him.
Yeah.
So is that part of that story?
Yeah.
Yes, it is actually.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to.
Brilliant. You got to.
You'll love it, mind. You'll love it. You really will.
Yeah. I like I said, I remember reading the story way back. So when I heard they were making a film, I was really interested, and and I was blown away. I was like, yeah, this is spot on. But I would say spot on. A lot of people reckon, say the film is not entirely accurate, but I think that's probably the case with any true story. I know Vag
always say that.
Yeah, well, Vag Viking was so against it, wasn't he? He never even watched it. He just because it was the Lords of Chaos was a book that was written about the incident. The thing.
Yeah.
And
I think Vag was always against the book anyway in the first place. It's only because it makes him look like the villain, and he is, in all fairness.
Well, I was going to say, he is.
There's no getting away from that. But
I like the way now.
At the start of the film, it says, based on the truth and some lies, which I thought was pretty cool.
Oh, well, there you go then. Let's be honest about
I guess what it is, some of it was rumors and never really proved and stuff, and so I guess they put it in the movie, but take it with a pinch of salt whether it really happened or not. Obviously, the key events did.
I think when I watched it, I've watched that many things about the whole true story. I watched a few documentaries that 90%, but most of it is factually correct. It didn't sound to me like they'd messed about with it too much.
No, I don't think so either. But I think a lot of it was just Vag trying to make out that they were villainizing him, when, as a matter of fact, you were the villain.
Would you honestly believe a single word he said to you, though?
Yeah. I think he'd been banned off YouTube now, hasn't he?
He should do. I didn't actually see his channel. Somebody did a video about the 10 most vile musicians or something, and he was on it. And I was like, "Oh, you haven't aged well."
Yeah, I know they shut his channel down. I think
Grey Gordy. I think he had I can't remember whether he had it shaved or whether he had grey, all in camouflage gear.
He always wore camouflage. Yeah.
Psycho.
Yeah. That's him for sure.
Tell the way he was talking though, he wasn't.
Yeah.
I think he could quite easily do what he did again.
Yeah, probably.
He probably
highly recommend it,
because he reckoned he was acting in self-defense, but I don't believe that for 1 second.
No, doesn't seem that way, does it?
No. What a load of old ferox.
Exactly. I don't believe his ferox. Turn the Blue Iris said, Zombie Flesh Eaters 4K knocks it out of the park. Just need a 4K of the Beyond. Definitely.
I'm sure that can.
Lewis, I think it's coming out. Is it not coming out from... there's another company releasing it in the States, isn't there?
What, Cobra?
One of those ones. What's that?
You mean Cobra? Oh.
No, I mean...
No, he's on about the previous comment.
Oh, well, sorry, the last one. Right, okay.
I'm sure there's a company from America releasing the Beyond.
The Beyond.
I don't know who it is, though.
I mean, yeah, you did tell me a while back. Beyond's
Yeah.
getting 4K release.
Yeah.
So Lewis says, I need an arrow to release Cobra. That would be sick. Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Marion Cobretti.
Yeah.
Might be Grindhouse again, you know, they did the Blu-ray
Right.
of the Beyond.
It might be, but it's I can see the name in my mind, but I just can't think. Maybe someone in the comments would know.
The Beyond is probably my favourite Fulci film, I think.
Yeah, I think I know it doesn't make sense, but I just like the look of it.
Yeah. That and Flashy does, I think, you know.
Yeah. Barten says, Edwina Fennick, Macha Merrill, etc. always liven up horror films. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Lewis says, favorite Arnold villain.
Ooh. Villain.
Well, actually, I just watched Commando the other day,
Right.
the first time in a long time, and I didn't remember at all that the fella from Mad Max 2 was in it. Vernon.
Yeah, Vernon something. Yeah.
He was in. He was quite a good villain actually. The end fight I had at the end was well, it was pure 80s. You know, hitting each other like steel pipes and that, and it was just like, oh, and then they were coming back for another one. You think, but it was great. It was a great movie. I tell you what, it was said the director's cut, and there was some gore in that movie, some violence, and you thought there's no way on earth that would have been
Commando.
It was really.
Isn't that a bit in the garden shed when he gets his arm cut off or something? I think I wasn't originally in the original.
I remember half the stuff in there.
I've only ever seen like the 80s video version.
Yeah, me too.
Or what was on the like Tine Tees or whatever at the time.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've seen the uncut one then, obviously.
Yeah, really, like you say, chopping that bloke's arm off.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
I think that was something that wasn't originally in it, if I remember. Well, but yeah, great movie.
Is that the one where is it Alyssa or Melissa something plays his daughter?
Yes,
right.
Milano. Alyssa Milano.
Oh God, she's been in loads of stuff.
She has actually.
That's the one, isn't that there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the right film then.
Got the one of the most ridiculous.
I can't really give a favourite Arnold villain because I haven't seen like loads and loads of his stuff.
The bit always gets me is him carrying the log. It's like, yeah, whatever. On his shoulder.
I'm a lumberjack, so it's like a paperweight.
It's a tree.
It's a tree. Huh?
And the camera's like focusing on like his guns. They're just going from his arm to his arm to his arm, and he's got this tree trunk in his hand. You just thought, yeah, come on.
Arnold villain. I really like. I can't remember the character's name, but Michael Ironside in Total Recall. It's pretty cool.
Yes, he is. I'll tell you who I like. I wouldn't say he's the main villain, but Robert Zadar from Tango and Cash. You know him with the chin.
Oh God, yeah, yeah.
As opposed to everybody else without the chin.
Yeah.
He had that.
He's unmistakable.
Is that who played Maniac Cop?
Yeah, he's in it. But I don't think he's the baddie guy in it, but he's in it. I like him.
I think I will probably have to say the is it Robert Patrick they call him in Terminator 2?
Good shout. I mean,
yes.
Although he's a copper and he ain't a good guy.
Oh, he's a bad guy, isn't he? T1000. So yeah.
Terminator 2 is amazing in 3D. They've converted it.
Yeah.
They've converted it fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard a lot of people say that.
I was well impressed.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one of my favourite bits from that Tango and Cash is when they get put in the prison. And that fella, Robert Zadar, comes out because he says, I'm going to get your own back on these two because you put me in prison. I think Sylvester Stallone put him in prison.
Yeah.
So he says, what's your beef with me? He says, I knocked him out. And I think it was Kurt Russell says, you knocked him out with that chin?
Yeah, that's impressive.
Robert with the chin.
It's true.
That's a film I think that needs a new updated release because I don't think that's. Does it ever have the Blu-ray? I'm not sure. I mean,
yeah, I've got the Blu-ray of it.
Yeah,
is it American?
Yeah. I don't know if it's American actually. I think you can get a UK one of it. It looks pretty nice. I think you get a lovely 4K out of that one.
Yeah, I'd love to see it again because I haven't seen it for donkey years.
Oh, it's a great. Them two got on really well on the screen. I really can't imagine why they didn't do any other.
It's Kurt Russell, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. I love Kurt Russell. I think
Kurt Russell's a brilliant actor anyway. So
underachiever.
You can't really go wrong with him.
Should have done more action movies for me. I think he had the perfect look for an action hero, and
he did.
Just didn't do enough action hero films.
Right. You're right.
Have you ever seen him in the most underrated Tarantino film, Death Proof?
Death Proof.
Yes.
Yeah, he's good in that, isn't he?
He's amazing in that.
Yeah.
Stuntman Mike.
That film is absolutely unreal. And everybody thought it's his worst
Stuntman
one.
Mike,
No, it really isn't. It
I'm probably
really
going
is
to shock
not
you.
his worst film.
I'm probably going to
people
shock you
hate
with
that
this
movie.
opinion.
It was
Shock
brilliant
you
because
with
it was so
this opinion now.
different.
Yeah,
It was
and I know
great.
I'm on my own with this one, but I actually prefer Escape from LA than New York.
I've never seen LA.
What?
Yeah, I know. I really do.
Whoa, hey.
Yeah, I
So-
know.
You'll have to explain
After-
that to us, Mikey. Why would you say that?
I don't know. I thought New York is good. It's very atmospheric, good soundtrack, but I feel it never gets out of second gear. I felt like LA was that on acid. And I know it was ridiculous. The special effects are ridiculous. You know, when he's surfing down the boulevard, is it? And the fakest looking wave behind him and stuff and all. But it was just pure comic book stuff. And I just, once again, I think it might have been going in, because I saw that in the cinema. I remember, I can't remember who was on the radio at the time. I was listening in work, and one of the guys who was on the radio said I was due to have Kurt Russell in today to interview him about Escape from LA, yeah. And he said, but I had to cancel the interview because I seen the film and it was so poor, I couldn't sit there and lie to him, you know, about this really poor film.
Yeah.
He said, so I made him cancel the interview and stuff like that.
Wow.
So I think going into the cinema, I was expecting it to be the biggest pile of rubbish ever. And I actually came out thinking, what an absolute piece of fun. And I don't know. I mean, maybe if I watched them back to back, it would be different. But I absolutely loved LA. I just thought it was ridiculous. But
I only managed to get the Scream Factory Blu-ray of Escape from New York. I think it was last year with the slipcover, and I got it like really cheap.
Right.
And I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I think I'd seen it once in the 80s. I thought, this is so dull. Because I was just like, if it's not horror, I don't want to know. But I watched it and I like, do you know, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought I want to see the other one now, but I ain't paying what people are selling it for.
Yeah. So what do you think, John? LA didn't like it?
I thought it was awful. I did. I mean, I
know. I'm on my own. I know.
Maybe I don't want to see it after all.
It's got to be because Bruce Campbell's in it. I think that may elevate it a little bit for you.
Maybe.
Actually, Bruce Campbell is probably the best part of the whole film. His character is amazing.
Now we're getting to the point why he likes it better than New York.
That's what I'm thinking. Because you can't take. You see, the Snake Plissken was over the top in the first one as a bit of a sort of like this hard man, sort of like no nonsense type guy. But when he went in the second one, he was like a comic book version of himself.
100%, yeah. And that's why I liked it, but
didn't go well with me. I mean, I've looked at the 4K a few times. I just don't think I can bring myself to do it.
I'm pretty sure I'd have a different opinion if I watched them now. I'm pretty sure, but you know, I can only speak for what I thought at the time when I was like, "This is great. Everyone else is wrong." Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Alien 3. See, where a lot of people didn't like it. You know, seeing that in the cinema, I was blown away.
Really?
Yeah.
I always get the impression that that it just didn't. It wasn't the other two movies. The other two movies were brilliant for their own things, but it just wasn't that. We just had a technical problem there. There was spilt. Well, I had a cup of coffee coming, but it's on the floor now. Don't slip on it. Don't put anything in it because I know you have. How are we going to do this? Right. I'll just move my phone so that doesn't get. Oh, well, that's the floor cleaned anyway.
Yeah.
So, cheers anyway.
Yeah.
Wish you could see what's going on here. Hey, I hope you haven't spilled them on the records.
Oh, gee.
Well, I'll tell you what, she's gone off it there. Anyway.
Next question.
This is a good one, actually, for Mikey. Hugh Morgan.
What do people
That's
do?
what people do. Proper South Wales speak.
What do we do? Chase sheep.
That's what people do.
That's what people
That's
do.
what people do. Proper South people do. Right. Yeah. That's what people do. Proper South Wales speak.
Is that a sort
So
of
I
like
take it. I take it Hughes from Wales and with a name like that.
it sounds like it.
Yeah.
Actually, my cousin, I had a look at that.
Isn't
twice,
Morgan Welsh as well?
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
I think
cousin's
so.
called David Morgan, and he lives in South Wales. He lives in Rill. Well, he used to live in Rill.
Okay.
So, I'm quite familiar with it. Though, but saying that, he didn't really speak Welsh. His dad did. Howell Morgan.
Yeah.
He's got the most Welsh voice I've ever heard in my life.
Right. Yeah.
But David and his sister Joanna, they didn't really speak. Joanna speaks a bit more of the Welsh tone than David did. He's living in America now, actually. So.
Well, my accent's quite. I mean, I don't hear it at all. Obviously, you don't hear when it's yourself, but my accent's quite mild. I live in Newport, which is like only 20-minute drive to the border, you know, for Bristol.
Yeah.
So the deeper you go into Wales, obviously, I can't understand them myself. The people from West Wales, like, well,
I was going to say, I didn't know you were Welsh. Your accent's more of a like south, like
right.
The Wurzels type of thing, Awara and all that. Are you Welsh, really?
Yeah, from Newport. Yeah.
I didn't think about that at all. I just thought you were like from like way bottom of the country.
Yeah. Well, it's not that far from that. I guess it's like I said, to Bristol, which is Wurzel country. You know, we're talking like 30-minute drive, 40 minutes.
Oh God, I didn't know it was that close.
Yeah, it's not far. You know, I hit the bridge in about 20 minutes from here. So yeah, but it is Wales. I mean, apparently 100 years ago, you know, England or Wales didn't want where I'm from. It was like no man's land, but you know.
You have it. No, you have it.
Yeah, we don't want
insist you.
know.
Yeah. Cinephil says Nighthawks is Stallone's most underrated film for me. Would love to see an uncut version of that.
Yeah.
Now I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah,
seen
brilliant
it years
film.
ago. Years
Rutger
ago.
Hauer, isn't it?
Actually, yeah.
That now you've said that, I do remember seeing them both on the cover.
Yeah.
Trev says so. Motley Crue and Death Leopard tickets start at £100.
No
for
thanks.
seating and over £200 for standing. Anybody going?
It's getting joke now, isn't it?
Well, I'll have to ask the missus because she's the one who wants to go.
So Motley Crue, they've just got what's he called? John Five. He's playing the guitar now, isn't he?
Yeah, McMahon's has
Johnny Five,
retired, hasn't he? Bless him.
Yeah. It's a shame, but he's been ill for a while, hasn't he? You know, it's like a.
He was always ancient back in the day. Never mind now.
He was when he always looked about 20 years older than the rest of them, anyway. So
I think when he was younger, especially, he always reminded me of Blackie Lawless.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
If somebody had told me that they were brothers, I would have believed him.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
I like both bands, but I'm not paying that kind of money. It's just nah. You know.
I've seen Wasp. Blackie Lawless is tall. You know, when you see someone, you know he's tall anyway. When he comes out, you say, oh, he's really tall.
Yeah.
I seen Wasp at the City Hall in 86.
86, is it?
So I met him for the first time on the Somewhere in Time tour.
Yeah.
And then the following Saturday, I think it was Halloween, October 31st, 86. So I Wasp on the Electric Circus tour. They were loud.
Well,
I didn't get to see Motorhead, so I can honestly say without any shadow of a doubt, Wasp are the loudest band to date that I've ever seen live.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You never seen
Motorhead?
Motorhead?
Really loud.
Yeah. I think the loudest, I mean, I don't know if it's the loudest bands, maybe it was to do with where I was stood, but I remember seeing Metallica on the Injustice for All tour and being stood right next to the speaker, and I think it took about a fortnight for the ringing to stop, you know.
Yeah, that'd do it.
You know.
The ringing.
Yeah.
I saw Metallica.
You feel like you're deaf.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Metallica 3 times, and they weren't as loud as what I thought they were going to be.
Right. Yeah.
Whitley Bay Ice Rink on the Black Album tour.
Can't believe that.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I hate calling it the Black Album. It's not called that. It's just called Metallica.
Yeah. I think I've seen them. I seen them when they played Donington literally a week after that album came out because they played under AC/DC.
Mhm.
You know,
wow.
AC/DC were headliners, and Metallica were just under them. Yeah, and then I saw at Wembley Arena and Birmingham NEC on the same tour, like one right at the start of the tour and one at the end.
That was the
That
first
was
time
when
I
they
saw them. And I seen them at the Newcastle Arena on the Load tour.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then I seen them on the big day out at Milton Keynes on the Reload tour.
I was there, yeah.
I tell you what, I don't like Marilyn Manson, but he was amazing that day.
Yeah.
And Placebo were fantastic.
Right, yeah.
Placebo weren't
I
that
can't
bad,
repeat what he said about Marilyn Manson, but he came on in his leather miniskirt, Brian Molko, and he did the first song, and he said, "I'm sorry we're late," and then he said something I can't repeat it on here.
Yeah.
But this lass was stood next to us. She can't have been any older than 11.
Right.
And Brian Molko come out with this thing, and I went, and I looked at her, and she never batted an eyelid.
Right.
And I was like, because it was pretty, pretty bad what he come out with.
Here's one by Nige. Balotan says, Nige sent your DVD off today, first class.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
The Bad Lieutenant. Great film,
excellent.
That. Both versions of those films I like.
I've never seen the remake.
It's good.
Nick Cage was good.
Nick Cage was pretty decent in that. I was expecting it to be awful, but it was pretty good. It's not a patch on the first one, but it's good.
Because I got the first one I was telling you about earlier on. If that one turns up tomorrow, that like I've got for nothing, I'm going to have to do the video straight away. And if I do it, I'm going to send you a link and text you I've done it because I need you to see it.
Yes, I'll have a look.
I just hope to God it turns up tomorrow.
I'm not doing anything. I wonder if Newcastle are playing, because Deb was going to see Newcastle with Matthew. I don't know if it's on telly, because I'll watch it if it's on telly. I hate watching Newcastle on TV. Or? What's that, sorry?
You any of you football fans?
Yeah,
I detest it.
Newcastle.
Deal.
Yeah.
I Liverpool myself, so
hate it.
Well,
I'm Liverpool fan, John, sorry. Huh?
What? Liverpool? Oh.
Liverpool, I know. I thought you said no swearing on you.
It's to be honest, until we had that match with them, I was all for Jurgen Klopp. I thought he was a decent.
I tell you what, you talk soccer while I go for a wee.
Right, we'll do the football section.
This is where we
chat away now. I'm going to try some. Yay!
Yeah, look at that. I'm still here, you know.
So what happened there? What was you going to say, John? By Jurgen?
When he had we had that match with them, the only one that we've lost, and we felt like we're playing for forever until he scored.
I remember that one. Yeah.
He was picking off left, right, and centre, saying this, saying that, and then when they scored, he was like, "Hey, great, I'm happy now. Match finished." We should never lost that, and it's my opinion of him just went right downhill. Not Liverpool. I like Liverpool as a team, but I just don't like him at all. And I think since then he's been a bit. He's
been under pressure.
He has, but he seems to, for someone who should be able to sort of handle that and just say, "Look, we're going through a bad patch. They've done amazing so far. They're having a bit of a rough patch." But he doesn't seem to be able to handle it. Just like he cannot take the whole backlash. Then of course he blames Newcastle for like having loads of money, and you go, "Well, I think you've had a load of money as well, mate." You know.
Yeah.
So, what's your take on them at the minute, Mikey? What do you think about Liverpool at the moment? You think they're kind of?
I personally think, I think they're still mentally exhausted from last season. Not physically, I don't buy that. The professional footballers, you know, they still had. I know it was a shorter break this season because of the World Cup. It started a bit sooner.
Yeah,
I don't believe they're tired physically, but I think because Liverpool were fighting on four fronts last season, you know, if you'd have said to them, "You're going to win two of them, which ones do you want to win? You want to win the title, and you want to win Champions League." They ended up winning the lesser of the two.
Yeah,
you know, but because they got so close to getting the other ones, I mean, you know, on the last day in the Premier League, I mean, Liverpool went out and won their game. That's all they could do. You know, Aston Villa were 2-0 up against Man City. Everything looked like Liverpool were going to do it. And then Man City turned around in 6 minutes and turned the game on its head. You know, but then Liverpool had the Champions League final to get over that, if you like, the disappointment of missing out by 1 point. And I thought Liverpool were by far the better team against Real Madrid. Just couldn't put the ball in the net. They get one chance, they win the game. So my point is, I'm not trying to make excuses, John, but I just think they battled so hard and came away with the runner-up prizes, if you like. I just think mentally, they've screwed. But I think things will be fine. We need top 4, I think, otherwise, you know, it's going to scupper our plans of trying to get Jude Bellingham, which I think is not going to happen if we don't get top 4. And it might not happen even if we get top 4, because Man City won him and Real Madrid won him as well. But you know, it's a tough league. It's an exciting league. I love it. You know,
but it's hard to keep up see. We were just talking about this, the fact that, and I'll end on this, Nige. Not keeping you sort of like sitting there, but
I was going to do me knitting, but I can't find it.
Well, knit us soccer scarves.
I was trying to find something. I can't find it.
The fact is that if we've sort of got to 4th now and we stay up here, maybe if we get to like finish off in like 3rd or 2nd, I think we've come a bit too quick, too soon, and I don't think that's been for the money. I think it's just because Eddie Howe's just got this team playing like some.
Well, they haven't spent that much really up to now, have they?
Not really, but
not what people thought they were just going to go in and buy everyone. That hasn't really happened, is it?
The pressure's going to, if they do go too high, I would like to finish them just underneath the sort of championship things, about 6th or 7th. That would do me just fine. Then it can build on it, because if they get into the top 1 or 2, about 3, I think they'll be thrust into this thing, and then like if they can't keep up with that, people are going to go, "Oh, they're rubbish," and you go, "Well, we're not. We've just literally we've only been doing this for a year to have a team that's actually someone's investing in for once, as opposed to just turn the back on this for 14 years. Right. So, but I would like to. I'm pleased where we are at the minute, and I think we're just justified where we are at the minute. And I think the way that we're playing, I don't think, I know I'm a bit biased, but I don't think any other team seem to be as good a team as us.
Right.
Everyone's got each other's backs in it.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that because I get that because I'm used to that. Seeing, you know, might seem like an odd comparison, but Wales in the Euros 6 years ago.
Yes,
they had the best team in that competition. That's what got them to the semi-final, not the skill. Yeah, we have Gareth Bale, we had, you know, Aaron Ramsey and a couple of others, but we also had players in lower divisions. But Wales was so that's what, to me, made Wales better than England, was this. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
Not a more talented side than England, no chance. But teamwork. And I get that with Newcastle now.
England as a team, I think England have always been a bit of a poor team. But Newcastle are, and don't forget that obviously from living around here, the whole thing of Newcastle is everybody is just literally like wanting Newcastle to be a proper football team, united, and it's just been a mess for years.
You've always had good support, though, haven't you?
Oh yeah, the fact that we're back to where we should be. I mean, when you go to the matches, because Deborah comes back from the matches and she said the atmosphere in there is insane. Yeah, and you know, they've got the past the big flags over them. They're not sitting in the flag end, but they passed the flags around everybody, so they had to pass the flags like sitting underneath this big huge thing. So it's a great atmosphere, thankfully, and I think it's working out well. But what we'll do now is we'll bring Nige back in because he'll be asleep in about 5 minutes. And we're going to stay. Sorry, Robson says
no more football now, guys.
And that's with footballing done. We didn't lose any watches either, so that was good. Cy Robson says, "Once Upon a Time in America was Jennifer Connelly's first movie." Keep forgetting.
The gangster one.
I know the film. I've never seen it.
It's long.
No, I haven't.
I remember it being too long for me.
Actually, I'm going to have a pee break now, if that's okay. It's my turn.
You can, yes. So, Nige, what do you want to... So, football.
I was just going to say to you there, would you like to talk about soccer again now?
Yeah, we'll do football again. So, yeah, we'll talk about Middlesbrough. So...
I'll be taking
So, Bartertown says a forgotten gangster alongside a Bronx Tale. Yeah, Bronx Tale was all right, actually, if I remember.
Yeah, I've seen that once before. It was a really good film.
Dawn of the Discoholic 66. Okay, then. We now get the man with the golden ferox. Oh, this means the James Bond. Never say ferox
again. God almighty, we're back to... Is that far behind? I don't know what you was talking about when you mentioned golf.
That was 8 minutes past 8. And now it's coming up 10 o'clock. Actually, I thought we're closer there. St. John says, I was wondering what you were talking about when you mentioned Goldfinger.
I wonder why you went quiet and straight faced and thinking, what the hell is he going on about?
So Cindy Phil says, took me a bottle of scotch and about 3 hours to watch a Serbian film. The most disturbing thing is that it's based on the events that happened in the conflict in the 90s. I don't know what the conflict would be. Would it be to do with
I was just going to say what
Serbia?
conflict there.
I'm going to guess it's Serbia.
Yeah, it must be. I didn't think it was a true story, like.
Lewis says, I know Mondo has a 4K of RoboCop from Arrow Video. Does anyone of you two have it? Do you have the 4K RoboCop?
No, but I do have the box set Blu-ray.
It's really
Arrow
nice.
one.
It's really nice, the Arrow one.
Is it a big upgrade?
I haven't got the Blu-ray of it. I didn't get the Bluray, the box set. And to me,
I got the Blu-ray really cheap. It was, I think I seen it in HMV. I had a sticker on saying $14.99 for the one with the poster. Right, I'm having that. I hadn't seen it for years, but I know when I watched it, I enjoyed it. When I watched it, I swear to God, I couldn't believe how much I actually did enjoy it because I watched the director's cut first. I enjoyed it that much. I watched the other one so I could compare them, and I thought, yeah, be director's cut from now on. Like,
yeah, there's no comparison. But I've got to admit, so Mikey, have you got the 4K of RoboCop?
No, I bought the Blu-ray box set and I just stuck with that one.
Well, I never got that one, and I was
cracking film. It is though.
There's going to be a 4K coming out with this, and it did. So I got it, and I've got to say, some of the bits is quite, to start off the film, seems to be quite low quality, and I thought, oh, this doesn't look too good. But then when it starts to get in, when he goes out from that, he goes to like, how to put it, when he becomes like RoboCop and he's more like going out into the things. Honestly, the picture quality, especially towards the end when he's chasing the bad guys, it's probably one of the best 4Ks I've seen, you know, from Arrow. So it's and I've got to agree with Nige here that when I watched it, I've always liked the film, but when I put it on this time around, I thought it was one of the best things I've ever seen. I couldn't wait to watch it again.
Yeah, I was the same. I thought I couldn't even wait till next. So I put like the cinema version on. I watched them back to back.
Yeah,
I thought at least then as well I can compare. I enjoyed it that much. But I think even the beginning, like the beginning titles on it, the grainy as hell. Yeah, so that's not just the 4K. I think it's just the way it was shot.
Yeah. Did you ever hear that there was a Judge Dredd movie sort of in early stages back then, and when RoboCop came out, the people who was sort of writing or planning Judge Dredd seen RoboCop and thought, Jesus Christ, someone was literally made Judge Dredd, but with a robot. So they canned it.
I didn't know that, but I could see that. I can see when you're saying that. I could see that being the thing.
Yeah. That actually made the decision to sort of not bother going ahead with Judge Dredd because they didn't think it could compete because they felt like somebody had already done it, and you know.
Wow,
different stand.
I could see that actually.
Obviously, we got Judge Dredd eventually, but
I quite like that. What did you think of that Judge Dredd?
The new one? Stallone one?
The Stallone one?
I hated it when I first seen it, but it's grown on me. I think the sets are fantastic. I think Judge Dredd's costume is fantastic. The sets are fantastic.
Is that the one that was made in 3D?
No, that's the later one.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's good as well.
That's just Dredd, isn't it? That's really good. I love Dredd.
Yeah.
Stallone one, I appreciate it now. I think it's a really good movie, just not a particularly good Judge Dredd movie.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's kind of in the same vein as RoboCop, isn't it? When you think about it.
Yeah. It is. But the new Dread, I mean, it's got to be 10 years plus old, hasn't it now?
Yeah.
That's a proper movie. I love that.
Well, I'd never seen that, but when I went to get me tattoos done, he put it on while he was tattooing me. So that's when I seen it. I said, do you know, I really enjoyed that.
It's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
good 3D as well.
I've not seen it in 3D, but I know my mate's got it in 3D. He said it's like pretty outstanding in 3D.
You know, when you're watching it, you say, this would look good in 3D. You know, there's things that are like trying to overcome. Richard Vousen says, just seen Terrifier 2, reminded me of a Video Nasty in a lot of ways. Gory moments, but not a lot else to write home about.
That's fair.
Sounds like the first one.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's
Is the acting any better?
Probably not.
Oh, in the first one, it is terrible.
It's good. It's good. Just don't expect anything more than, you know, a gory treat.
So Lewis says, favorite RoboCop villain?
I don't know their names. That guy.
I hate them all, but when you say favorite, if you mean like the favorite one who you like to watch get it, was the one with the beard and the bit of hair and the bald head who got dunked in all the crap.
Yeah.
And then the car. He deserved that.
That was great
because he was horrible.
I'll tell you what one I've always liked. No one likes RoboCop 3, but
it's all right. I thought,
I've never seen 2 or 3.
Well, do you know the sort of the villains, the robotic sort of samurai people in that? And the fella gets his jaw broken with a thing when a pipe smashes his jaw out and he picks the jaw up and puts it back into his face. It's an amazing effect.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't say it's my favorite villain, but I just love that scene.
Yeah. I'd love to see how get the other two and make box sets a match with this first one. Why not? I mean, I think they'd sell well enough.
Probably rights.
Yeah.
Oh, check this one out. Monk from the Shelves, GBH is on YouTube right now, fellas.
There you go.
No way. I'm sure I looked for it and couldn't find it.
I'm going to have a little look. The Sinjin says, I thought Pennywise was bad, but Art the Clown makes him look very tame. Yeah, well, you could see there's a lot of...
Art the Clown is like ultra-violent.
Yeah.
Pennywise is more like, he'll scare the crap out of you more, like just being there.
Yeah.
Because he's more like sort of ghosty type of thing. Whereas Art the Clown will just like...
He's more sadistic.
Beat you to a pulp. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And I mean, when I seen the first one, I looked at him and I was like, whoa, I was dying to see it. And I watched, I was like, what a pile of garbage. I was so disappointed. So it's kind of put me off the second one, but then I want to see it.
Oh,
look at that.
And there. Nice. There we are.
Wow, I'll have to watch it then.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I've never ever seen it.
So thanks, Monk from the Shelves. Well, I tell you what, I'll be watching.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
And the running time is 1 hour 14 minutes, so it's an easy watch.
Oh, it's only a short one, isn't it? That's what she said.
Yes, section 3 Video Nasty. I was always thought that was higher up.
Yeah,
that's great. I mean, would you have thought that you could?
I thought it was 2 actually, but the thing is, though, the section 3 list is that vast.
Yeah,
the kind of 2 and 3 kind of intermingle a little bit. You forget which one's on which.
You're right there. So Bar Lieutenant says, got to be Clarence Bodiger. Yes, Clarence, he is good, like, isn't he?
That's the main one, isn't it, with the glasses? Yeah, he is.
Right.
No. Turn the Blue Iris says, Monk from the Shelves. Yep, GBH is on here, there. Also, I think the sequel with Cliff Twemlow saying that after 20 points. Where's me Ferox? It's on YouTube.
Quiff.
Actually, I used to work with a lad called
that tickled me.
And I couldn't believe, I thought, when people say, if you go looking for Mala Twemlow, and I thought, Is it Tremolo? Because I didn't think anyone would go Twemlow, but yes, Twemlow. It's South African, actually. Want a better,
Right.
you know, that's the, because he told us that anyway. Mallet Twemlow told us that. Wow.
Quiff.
But I tell you what, look at
Oh dear.
we'll have a look at this. We'll have to go in there. Look
Our
at
name, isn't it? Quiff Tremolo.
Double Mill Movies says, going on the GBH chat, I think the 4Ks should have the pristine 4K version, the Grindhouse, or going off the GBH chat. I think the 4K should have the pristine 4K version, the Grindhouse 35mm unrestored version, and a VHS version. Exactly like the Hour exclusive Don't Go in the House release. Yeah. I think you could get, like, I know that Burial Ground as well on 88. They do that. They've got the nice version. They've also got like an awful version as well. The scratches all over the place. If you want to see it.
Of what?
Version. No, Burial Ground.
Oh, do they?
The one with Peter Bark.
Hey, I found it. Mine is the Severin one, and it does have the poster.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I thought you had the 88 one. Yeah, the poster.
No, because when you said Brett, I said I'm sure I've got that. Got it for Christmas years ago. I've only ever watched it once, and I can't remember a thing about it.
Oh, it's so good. Have you seen Burial Ground, Mikey?
Didn't you say that was the one when that guy who's playing a kid is obviously not a kid?
No,
It's a woman? Yeah, I have, but a long time ago. I remember that scene, so I have seen it. I can't remember much more about it, though. I certainly, I can picture that kid clear as day. I'll say kid, looks about 30, but
an odd-looking kid, man.
But yeah, so I have seen it, but I can't remember much about it.
It's great. I thought it was great. Dawn the Discoholic 66 says, yeah, I've seen the VHS of GBH. Don't think they released it because allegedly the guy who made it film sold 100% of the rights to about 6 different people. It's a good, really bad movie. Yeah, you know, that kind of, was he not a bit of a chancer, this fella? And I think he might have done that. Did he not, like, actually, did he do something where he got people to, like, give him loads of money off different people, and they didn't pay them back or something stupid like that? That seems to ring a bell.
Yeah, maybe.
He did a bit of ducking and a diving, wheeling and a dealing, that type of thing.
That type of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Turn the blue eyes.
He tried to sell the rights to Quiff.
I know. Maybe Quiff done it. I was his twin. I remember the Friday Night Horror double bills on BBC Two, I think. Yeah.
Oh, they were legendary.
They were brilliant.
Yeah.
You used to always go to school on the Monday and talk about them. Well, the bits that you dare look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I used to be frightened out of my wits. I tell you one that really got us. I was looking at it on the shelves today. The Tingler. When I saw the Tingler back in the day, I was petrified.
I've never seen that. I've always wanted to see it since I knew it of his existence a few years ago.
Well, it's a good movie. It's got a really sort of like, it's one of those movies that's got a bit like Night the Scarecrow, where it's got that kind of bit in it where you think, oh, it's cruel. So it's got that element to it, and also it's got the. Have you seen it, Mikey?
I haven't seen it, no.
Because it's got this section, because I thought, will it be frighten us now? Or it'll just be like laughable. But it's got this. It's a black and white movie, but it's got a color section in it. For whatever reason, I don't understand. But that whole color section, when I saw it.
Is it a black and white film, and is there something in it red?
Yeah. There's a red scene in it, but I tell you what, that whole section, it was really, now it's pretty scary now. And I can imagine when I looked at it when I was a kid. Now I know why I was petrified of it. It's a brilliant movie, mind. It's one of the best ones. You know, when you look at it now and you go back to it, you say, "Oh, it was a load of rubbish," but you get it and you think that was so good. And actually, there was loads of bit of it I didn't really remember about the fact of that Vincent Price is like the hero, but he's awful. He's like a nasty bloke, and you think, I can't remember him being like a bad guy, but he's a good guy as well. But he turns like bad. It's got a lot of stuff. It's really good. Plus, the Indicator one is it's in the sale, I think, now. So you know, you can get it cheap.
I bought a load of Indicator films the other day. I think I bought 10. I haven't had them yet in the sale.
Who did the Mad Magician? Was that Indicator?
I think so.
That's Vincent Price. I got that. It's black and white, but it's 3D.
Yeah, right.
3D, and that's pretty good as well.
All right.
And I think it was a really good film. I enjoyed it.
What's really good in 3D is House of Wax.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Spot
It's
on, isn't it?
amazing.
Yeah. You got that one blatant bit when the guy's got the bouncy
Yeah.
ball. Isn't it?
The ping pong.
Yeah. But yeah, it's cracking 3D for the whole film on
Yeah,
that.
it is.
You know. Yeah.
So Cy Robson says, I remember watching GBH back in the day, or I remember was someone gets glassed in the face. Yeah, I think that was part of it, wasn't
Sounds
it?
very pleasant.
Mm.
Lewis says, I also need Arrow to release Rambo First Blood and RoboCop 2. Well, I think with Rambo coming out with someone else, I don't think Arrow will touch
Yeah,
that. But
Studio Canal, they're not going to let that go, are they?
I could see
They
them
own
going
that.
for RoboCop 2. I'm really amazed
Yeah.
that they didn't. It's got to
Yeah.
be a right battle somewhere.
If
'Cause
they
you can't
release
let them know.
RoboCop 2 in one of their snazzy box sets, I would get that on the strength
yeah.
of the first one.
For sure, yeah.
It's not a bad
Funny.
film, RoboCop 2. It's all
I like
right.
RoboCop 2. It's directed by the same guy who directed Empire Strikes Back, wasn't it?
Was it? Oh, well, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Irvin Kershner.
Oh, right. Wow.
It's quite mad. Yeah.
It's not a bad film. You got...
And one thing I actually learned when I was in America in '99, and The Return of the Jedi was directed by Richard Marquand, who was from Cardiff, which is just down the road from me. I don't know, it's just a weird fact, you know. It's like
I thought George Lucas did all three.
Didn't direct them, they directed the first one, but he only produced. He's probably hands-on, wasn't he? But yeah, it was Irvin Kershner that directed Empire, and Richard Marquand that directed Return of the Jedi. But I was just quite mad to think, guy from South Wales directed Return of the Jedi. What the hell? I mean, it's like, you know, just weird.
Crazy, actually, when you find...
Well,
these
Ridley
things
Scott's
out
from up here, isn't he? Stockton.
Is he? Oh yeah, yeah. And you got that guy from Cardiff who directed the Raid films as well. I knew. You see?
Yes,
You seen the Raid?
Yeah. Aye.
The Raid
That was
1 and 2.
strange to think that... Yeah, I've seen them both, and I think they were
Gareth
excellent.
Evans. You've never seen the Raid 1 and 2, have you, Nige?
No?
Oh, missing out there.
Actually, you know the Raid. It's a bit like Dread, isn't it? You know,
Dread,
the fact that
yeah.
going in that in
Yeah.
Like what?
You know, Dread, the
story.
movie.
The story, the
Oh.
plot is almost identical to Dread. The Raid
Right.
is basically bad guy top of the building. You know,
Aye.
the police got to get to the top, and the Raid.
I
I
may
think
actually enjoy that then.
the,
Oh,
I
the
did
Raid
enjoy
is
Dread when I watched that. I wasn't expecting to.
action. Yeah.
You know the...
That was directed, even though it's the Raid films are. Oh, what country are they from now? It's
something like Korea or something like that, isn't it?
yeah, something like
Yeah.
that. It's I can't remember now, but the guy who directed it, Gareth Evans, he's from Cardiff, and he married a woman who was from that nationality, and he done apparently he made a documentary about their martial arts, and then he wrote the Raid and Raid 2. Like, so I always remember it's a proper Asian action movie, subtitled and everything. And it's like he talked to the director, and it's like, what? You know, it's like, what the hell's going on there? Like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, you know, but because he was responsible as well for that Gangs of London TV series. I don't know if you've seen that, did you?
No, I haven't seen
Which
that
is
one, but
very
I know that he's done that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That made me think, if it's anything like the Raid. But the Raid itself, the first one, I mean, the second one's good, but the first one is like basically like just Dread.
yeah,
But you know that the sort of action, it's like pretty much like Full Contact, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
hitting each other all over the place, and the stunts that they're doing, people fall. There's
crazy.
one that this fella falls. I think he falls through like off one of the balconies and lands on somewhere, but he lands like with his legs in a place where you think they've got to snap them.
Yeah,
You know, like
yeah.
they're across like some balcony or something. And you think, oh my god! But it's
Yeah.
I mean, Deborah, she loves stuff like that, and she
Yeah.
was sitting there going, I can't believe what they're going to, people's arms
I know.
getting snapped and all that. But she
Crazy.
really enjoyed that, and she's watching the pair of them.
The Raid
Funny.
1 and 2, Nige, you really need to get them.
Yeah, you would love them.
The Raid.
The Raid.
The Raid.
Right.
One, and you can. I've seen the double pack in CEX for about £6 for the two of them.
yeah.
Like, you know, they're really cheap.
I never go in CEX again because the one in Middlesbrough is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only
The
time I
Raid,
will ever go into CEX probably is if, like, when I meet John again.
Yeah. But the action, I think, even though I think the Raid 2 is It's probably it's a better. It's got more of a story, haven't it? If you remember the second one, but it's the first one is just relentless. I mean, once it starts, it's just absolutely relentless. The second one, if I remember, the second one's quite a long film. It's like 2.5 hours long, but it's got more of a plot. But some of the fight scenes in the second one are just absolutely breathtaking. It's a 3-way fight inside a moving car, you know. And
that one.
I'm doing.
And did you see the special features where they said that's because they've got like a bit like Sam Raimi's camera work going all the way through the car and that, and you think, well, you don't really think much about it until they show you how they did it. And what they've got is they've got like a sort of a handheld camera, and
they passing it around and stuff.
What's that?
And they passing it around or something.
That's right.
In the car.
The people are, the seats.
Yeah.
The people are actually in the seats.
Right.
And they're they are the seats. They've like sat in the seats and they're like hiding in the seats.
They're scrapping in the middle of them.
No, they're like say like the cameramen. They're hanging on the other side of the car. They're on little sort of trellises on this car,
right?
And they're all in this like section. And then we've got people, the seats. They've taken the seats out, and they've covered the people, the cameramen, with the seats. So when they're sitting in the seats, the cameramen have got the arms that can come up, and they're passing this camera around between them, and it's seamless. Like, but when you look at it, you think the fact that the thing going all the way through the car and then out of the car and in the car. Now, but it's one of the best car chases I've ever seen.
Well, I tell you what, I bet that took some planning.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, you can see on YouTube. They'll show you how you do it. It's only about 3 minutes long, but it's
I can't remember the country now. It's going to bug me. That the films were made. Jakarta? Where's Jakarta? I'm sure it's in Jakarta.
I'll have to ask Google.
Yeah. I don't know. I know it doesn't matter, but it's one
Google is your friend.
Yeah, it's going to bug me if I don't know.
Ebola syndrome.
I have to tell you what, that's a hell of a movie. That the category 3, Cat 3, nasty Ebola syndrome's coming out in UK.
And it's coming out in November.
Cool.
Yeah, it's
who's releasing that?
I'm going to say 88, I think.
Right.
Oh, get it.
Indonesia. Indonesia is the
Indonesia.
Yeah. But Ebola syndrome is a good movie. It's about people who get Ebola and they just go like rabid a bit, but it's pretty over the top. Have you seen it? Has anyone seen it?
I haven't seen it. I've heard of it.
No.
Sort of a long time ago, and it's really bad. Like, well, not bad, but like good. A bit like the story of Ricky. It's like a bit over the top.
Right. Did any of you see The Sadness? That come out 6 months ago, something like that.
No, I haven't. What? A lot of people are talking about
The Sadness.
The Sadness, yeah.
No.
That's pretty impressive. It's a zombie, sort of zombie flick, but that's Hong Kong and Korean or something.
Yeah.
It's pretty nasty. It's on Shudder.
To be honest, subtitles get on my wick. They go too fast.
I gotta be in the mood for it, but yeah.
The only one film with subtitles I can think of that's got subtitles all the way through that doesn't bug me, and what a cracking film it is. We were about this before, John. Last Matinee.
Oh yeah, really good.
What a film that is!
I got it, but I haven't watched it yet.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
really good.
It's a modern film, isn't it? But made to look like a 80s giallo. Is that right?
It's like a cross between Demons,
right?
Suspiria,
and
possibly Friday the 13th.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you can combine them three together,
it ticks all the boxes for me.
Yeah, does get you like that from the beginning, but it does have subtitles. But because there's that much sort of going on in it, there's not really massive amounts to read. Because when you get all these things going, they're talking. I'm trying to watch them at the same time, then I either miss a subtitle or I miss what's happening.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I would say that
it's no strain at all, is it?
Yeah, you watch the first Raid film. There's, it's all action, so it doesn't matter.
So there's not many subtitles.
Not really.
Well, I should be all right with that.
Second one's got more of a plot, but you need to watch them.
So by Lieutenant Reed, Johnny Hanley, Mick Robertson was the Mark Bolan, Brian
I remember him.
And Magpie, and Susan Strang, Reddy Ward Barra, apparently.
Not that he was looking, of course.
So Joe says GBH and GBH2 released on VHS by World of Vision 2000.
I didn't know it had a sequel.
I didn't at all. But it'd be, I bet you that's a hard one to get, GBH2, unless it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, the first one's bad enough, isn't it? Get hold of.
It is. So John Duffy, yep, full film. I watched it after you talked about it. Wow. So can't believe it. It's funny, because getting back to like YouTube, sometimes you're amazed at what they put on here and amazed at what they sort of say they don't like. And you think, what happened if you don't like that? How have you got Cannibal Holocaust on here?
I think YouTube in general is very self-contradictory.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
And you've got no right
with everything, really.
Yeah, I know. Turn the Blue Iris is GBH the Ibiza collection. That's a fun film.
I eat pizza. I sit and eat pizza with Quiff. I'm never going to let you forget this,
I know. And I put my teeth in. I had them.
Quiff Widget.
Willis Wadwick. Lewis says favorite sequel ever.
Ooh.
Oh, what a question!
I know mine. Easy. Evil Dead 2 for me. I know, but I'm not just saying it because it's Evil Dead. It is a fantastic movie.
I've got a few. And a lot of people are going to think I'm saying this because of the first one, but I'm not. I do think it's one of the greatest sequels. Jaws 2.
Right.
I was thinking
but
Jaws
I also love... what was the other one I was going to say? Friday the 13th Part 2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually.
Terminator 2. Better than the original, I think.
What Part 2? Friday the 13th Part 2?
Terminator. Terminator 2, I think, is better than the first one.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I agree with that one.
Aliens is better than Alien. Even though I love Alien, Aliens, I think, is better than Alien.
I prefer Alien, if I'm honest. But I do think Aliens is a great movie.
Yeah.
I just don't comment on them anymore. They don't apply to me.
But even though Evil Dead is my favorite film of all time, I do actually think Evil Dead 2 is a better film. If that makes sense. I don't. Yeah.
I think the original Evil Dead blows any of the sequels out the water by miles.
It's my favorite, but because the tone, I miss that. I mean, I love Army of Darkness as well, but you can when you compare Army of Darkness to Evil Dead, they're not even similar, are they? It's just a completely different tone.
But Evil Dead critics say that. Have you seen the Evil Dead? It's meant to be funny. No, it really isn't. It's the 2 and Arm and Darkness. It's supposed to be funny.
Yeah. I don't understand why people say the first one's got humor in it, because I don't see it.
Absolutely not. The funniest bit in that is when you see Sam Raimi waving as the hitchhiker. Oh, go to hell, we weren't honking at you.
Yeah.
That is probably the funniest bit in it.
Yeah, and did you know, you might know this, that obviously, like you said, that's Sam Raimi and it's Rob Tappert next to him. And did you know when Bruce playing the tape recorder, you listen to the words, it actually says, Rob and Sam, the hitchhikers on the side of the road. Says it on a tape recorder.
No.
Yeah, listen to it. Yeah.
Well,
can you actually hear it?
You can hear it, yeah. But they sort of said in a funny way, so it's sort of like Rob and Sam is hitchhikers on the side of the road. Yeah, seriously. When Bruce is sat there and he got the headphones in and he's playing the tape recorder and it's on his lap. Have a watch.
So that's just really supposed to sound like mumbling to you because you can't hear what it's been said. Yeah. And that's what it says.
So then when you hear it, you can't not hear it,
I'm gonna immediately after this. I'm gonna immediately get out and watch it.
It's really good, yeah. It is, yeah.
Wow, I'll tell you what. That's something. You think. Well, you don't know everything about a movie, but you think you know pretty much everything you need to know about that movie. Yeah. And there's always stuff that you don't. But that's mind blowing. That one.
I'll tell you what else. Another sequel I absolutely love, and a lot of people don't like it. It seems to get more appreciation now. But I absolutely love Nightmare on Elm Street too.
Yeah, I loved it the first time I watched it. Yeah,
I think it's amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the
My
third one
ranking
especially.
of them used to be the original, then 3,
Yeah.
then 2.
Right.
Now I like 2 better than 3. You watch 3
actually
now, and I think
love-
it's a bit cheesy. Dream Warriors, but like people like go all over it.
Like, I love New Nightmares because I thought they made
That's
Freddy
a great film,
evil again because he became such a parody.
Yeah,
and it was
right.
so different, wasn't it? Though.
When it came back to New Nightmares, he was pretty nasty again.
Yeah,
You know,
and the fact that everybody was like playing themselves in it as well.
Yeah,
I thought,
yeah.
what a
Thought that was
clever
a very
idea
good
that
movie.
was.
But I don't dislike any of the films. It's, you know, as silly and campy as they get. I think it's a pretty strong series.
I think
You
4
know,
and 5
yeah.
are a bit naff.
They're not great, but I didn't hate them. You know, considering there's like so many films for me.
When
none
Alice
of them
goes
were-
like mind over matter, I'm thinking, oh God's sake.
yeah,
So Trev says, just added Fight for Life to watch on YouTube. Thanks, Napoleon, for the heads up. Yeah. I've got to say, if anybody watches it, try to come back with saying that was a bad film. I can't imagine anybody saying that film was awful at all, because it's a really good film. And I think
Yeah.
with
I
the
honestly, Trev, I think you're
strong
going to love it.
language needs
It's
to
a
be
brilliant
there
film.
to make the film what it is, because I think when I was watching the commentary on it, it said that, you know, like, I think Bill Lustig had said to the producer, because the director didn't want anything to do with this movie. He said to him, do you think you went over the top with it? And he says, well, actually, he says, we just had to do that because you had to be really rooting for the black family as opposed to the other one. He says we just went for everything. You know, all it would put all the things in that we thought was the most offensive things we could put in.
Yeah,
The view of that.
But
And
it
they
also
did,
makes
really.
it more realistic.
When
Yeah.
it does, it makes it ultra
And I
realistic.
totally get it, because there's no point sugarcoating it. Is it like, at the end of the day, what do you want to do? Make it look like that's a bit of an overreaction? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not going to get some scumbag like that, some murdering scumbag, break out of jail and go, oh, you black chap. It's not going to happen.
Exactly. You know,
Yeah, it was,
I haven't seen the film, but just
what he says is what that type of person would come out with.
Yeah.
But the best thing about it is that maybe people don't get to it or even think about it, is the fact that when it comes full circle, you do find out a bit about the main guy's background, and then you understand why he's saying them things, because it's not just he's coming in and just saying, oh, this is a family I'm going to like make every racist slur I can think of. There's a reason behind it.
Right.
But when
Okay.
you watch the full movie, you'll find it out. Now,
Yeah.
and I couldn't remember that actually the first time around. When I watched it this time, I thought, oh yeah, that was the whole. So it's clever.
But the thing that shuts him up more than anything, it's the grandmother. I love her. He's virtually going to her. Stop it! Because when she starts,
I think what he does is he tries to.
She's not frightened of him at all, is she?
He tries to make everyone frightened. I mean, they all do, don't they?
Yeah, and she's not having none of it.
She's just sitting there. She's like, doesn't bother me, and she's saying everything she wants to say as well. So and then, well, I'm not going to give anything away. I'm doing it to say, but you know, when she comes out with her classic line in that movie. Well, I watched it with a commentary on, and Bill Lustig and the whole lot are cheering at that point. Way, and because I was cheering as well. I was off my seat, even though I've seen it before. So you're gonna. I do think anyone checking it out will love it. I can't see why anyone wouldn't love it. Yeah, brilliant movie. Unfortunately, it's kind of very much in the UK. It's kind of
boom. Totally agree.
That's a cracking one. That
Death Wish 2 is my favourite Death Wish film. Love it.
Right.
And Balotan also said Jenny Hanley also appeared on Emergency Secret Service with George Lazenby and Telly Savalas.
Oh.
I didn't know that. In fact, I didn't know really what she actually did apart from Magpie and Scars of Dracula. I reckon when she was in it, she probably thought, what am I doing?
That pretty much wraps it up for me as well, actually.
John Doe says, in Kill List, the arguments between the husband and wife are the most realistic part. Yeah, it does have a lot of, it's like a real life drama for the first part of it. It's just them arguing a bit, isn't it?
I tell you what, I'm being deadly serious here. Every time we do a live stream, I always watch it back. If it's a long one, it takes me a couple of goes, but I watch it just to see like if there's anything I've missed. And I just like to watch it myself. I'm going to get my pen and paper because the films that have been mentioned tonight, I need to write them down. Because like when you were going on about was it the Rages as they call it?
The Raid.
Raid, yeah.
Yeah.
I've totally forgot about that one, Kill List. That had gone, so I was like, oh, forgot about that one. So yeah, I'll be going with my pen and paper and write them down.
Yeah, and the best thing about them is Kill List, you can get it for like next to note and see it's in there for a couple of quid, if that, maybe £1.
Yeah.
So there's a few you can pick up. It's not as if it's like we're saying things like, oh, such and such, and you can't get it. Like we're saying about some of the movies. These are ones you've got like
they're still pretty easy to get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really easy to get. In fact, I'll look in CX now and see how much Kill List is, because it can't be that much.
If there's a picture of the front artwork, let's have a look at it, John, as well, because I don't think I've ever seen it.
£3.
Lords of Chaos, that was another one.
Oh yeah, Lords of Chaos, yeah.
That doesn't even look vaguely familiar to me.
It's it's one of those movies you've probably seen 1,000 times. It just walks straight by.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like anything, because it's nothing like what you would think. I thought it was one of these. I thought it was a bit of like a sort of, these daft ones you get where some bloke goes around. He's like some kind of gun-toting hard man, and he's
right.
Like an adventure cop type thing. But it's nothing like that at all.
No.
In fact, it's a bit like the Wicker Man, if anything.
Element. You had that comparison before, yeah.
What to what?
The Wicker Man.
The Wicker Man.
Yeah.
I can, and it's in a strange way.
I love that film.
I can put in the same ballpark as the Wicker Man. When you see the movie, you would understand what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't think
if it's anything like the Wicker Man, or like sort of, if it reminds you of it, I'll probably like, because I really like that film.
Yeah. There's elements of the Wicker Man in there, I've got to say.
Got a gorgeous soundtrack to that as well.
Yeah, I think it has, isn't it?
I'll save that for another bit.
So Lewis says, my favorite top 10 1980s: 1 RoboCop, 2 Predator, 3 Rambo, 4 Ghostbusters, 5 Die Hard, 6 The Karate Kid, 2 E.T., 8 Cobra, 9 Terminator, and 10 The Breakfast Club. Yeah,
I love The Karate Kid.
Yeah,
I got the when I left work, they had a collection for me, and they said like, just get yourself something. So I got the Karate Kid 4K Blu-ray set, 4K set from America. It was cheaper to get the American version sent over than it was to buy the English one.
You find that, and usually get a better version of it over there than you do over here.
Yeah. And I'd never seen them for years, and my God, did I enjoy them.
Yeah.
Every one, all 3 of them, they were absolutely fantastic. I'm not a martial arts fan at all, but there's just something about them films. I loved them.
The first one was directed by, is it John G. Avildsen, who directed Rocky 1? Right.
Really?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
So
Stallone directed Rocky 2, Rocky 3, and Rocky 4.
Because I thought
John G. Avildsen directed Rocky 1 and Rocky 5.
I think I'd like to watch the Rockies again,
Yeah, the more you're talking about, the more you think. I'm just, like I say, my son's got all the Blu-rays, so I think I'll just go and borrow them off him.
I've only ever seen them once, and I haven't seen them for donkey's years. I might have seen Rocky 2, possibly twice. Because I know that's the one I liked.
I've definitely seen Rocky 3 more than any of the other ones, if I'm honest.
Right.
But I think I need
for me, that was the one. That was probably the poorest one, because it was that overhyped.
My favourite.
I actually liked the Dolph Lundgren one better than that.
Maybe it was just the one that I saw and thought. I mean, I'd seen the other ones first. I knew it wasn't as if that was the first one I'd seen. I just liked it. There was just something about it. Just hit them. Just sometimes when you hit lucky with a movie and you just connect with it. It was just one of them ones,
I mean, that's a solid top 10, isn't it? I mean, I would probably
It is, isn't
change. I'd probably change. I like the Breakfast Club, but I would. If I'm going to go with the same sort of theme, like John Hughes movie, then I would change that to Weird Science.
Yeah, Weird Science is
I
classic.
absolutely
do like
love
that.
Weird Science.
I think my favourite John Hughes one, though, that I can think of is probably Planes, Trains and Automobiles.
Right, yeah, it's a good movie. I'm seeing it.
I'm not a big
I like
Steve Martin fan, but God, he's brilliant in that. I love that film.
Yeah.
I liked him in
Ferris
The Man with Two Brains, I think. Which was the one when he was adopted by that black family and he didn't
Is
understand.
that the jerk?
Is that the jerk?
Yeah.
Steve Martin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that one. Then
I
he
think I
goes,
watched it. I
didn't
seen some of it,
realise
I thought it was too bloody daft to laugh at.
he didn't realise till he was about 20 that he was adopted, wasn't he? And he was the only white one in it.
Yeah, but doesn't he think he's black like the rest of the family or something? He doesn't realise or something.
Remember.
Well, at the
It's
start,
just
he's like telling his story. And he
stupid.
goes, I was brought up a humble black child. And he's sitting on the
Yeah.
table and he's just
Yeah.
white. And they're all, doing this with the music, and he's going, and he can't get no rhythm whatsoever.
No rhythm.
God, surely that must have been his first film.
I don't know.
1980.
I always remember the clip
Wow.
when don't he go to thumb a lift at the end of the garden and the guy says, his guy pulls up and he says, "Where you going?" He says, "End of the garden" or something. He's like, "Yeah." She jumps in a car, goes about 3 yards and drops him off. And he's still like,
I know. Where you going? He says, "End of the fence." And he goes, "Oh," and he goes, something like he gets.
that's right, end of the fence. That's the one.
And he says, "What do you say?" He says, "Oh, you had a good day?" And he goes, "Right, that's it. That's all I'm going." He goes, "Oh, thanks." And just gets out his hands. And then he goes like that again, doesn't he?
Something like that.
And then they go out in the morning. Don't they go? The curtains go. Oh, Nathan's still standing there. He's like,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a great movie. Actually, was that? No, that might have been the one. Yeah, I think it was when he's singing that song with Bernadette Peters, and she's playing the trombone.
Okay.
And I'm sure it's that one. I'm not going to sing the song, but it's a really it's a good little song that they do. And and he says he said to me, he says, "Look," he says, when you were playing that trombone, a trumpet, he says, "I had this little feeling I just wanted to get into the trumpet and just go around and just go up to your lips that way." And she says, "Well, why didn't you?" So I didn't want to get spit all over us. And that's the one as well. When they were sitting there, he went to work in a circus, didn't he? And he was eating a cup of pizza.
Right,
So
cup of pizza.
A cup of pizza, cup of pizza.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that again.
Yeah.
What's that in?
The Jerk.
The Jerk,
But
that is.
I can't have seen it all the way through. If it was that long, I can't remember that much about
The
it.
Blu-ray is not very good, mate. It's pretty poor.
Right.
Yeah.
I tell you what, there is a good Steve Martin one as well. Roxanne.
Daryl Hannah, wasn't it? Yeah.
The bit when he's in the pub and he just reels up, the restaurant, he reels off all, "Hey, I've heard all the jokes before.
Yeah.
Keep that man away from my cocaine," and all that. That was probably one of the funniest bits in the film.
Yeah.
It must be good to be able to wake up and smell the coffee in Brazil.
Yeah. Excellent.
I'll just put this one. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to nip the toilet, if you don't mind. I'll leave it with Andy says, forgotten what the movie says, "I had a fun double bill featured in the night with The Burning and Sleepaway Camp."
Oh,
never seen Sleepaway Camp movies. I want to. But
wow.
First one is. I
The
get the
first
first one.
one. Don't say what it is, but do you know what the twist is?
I know the end. Yeah, I do. I've seen the
What?
still.
Fancy spoiling it for you.
I know.
I didn't know when I first watched it. And when that happens at the end, my jaw.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's funny though, because the second.
Oh God, that looks horrendous.
The second and third one, I think, are on EE Films, but I don't think they released the first one. I don't know why. It must be legal reasons then, or something. Is it? Sure, the first one's not available over here.
It's not. I was talking to Pete from Pete. Trevor from Double Bill Movies about this. I think he'd messaged me or something, and he'd done a video of his. He was doing the slasher collection, and I commented. I'd said that's the reason I stopped getting the slasher collection, because they released Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3, but not 1.
Yeah, what is that? No, it's strange.
I think it was a rights issue.
It's
so
been a rights issue, yeah.
I was lucky enough to get all 3 Scream Factory with the slip covers.
Right.
Cool. The first one I got dirt cheap.
Yeah.
2 and 3 might sound a bit expensive for what they are, but it was a bargain compared to what they go for now.
Right.
I think I paid about 70 quid for 2 and 3 together. So that was like 35 each.
Yeah.
You see people selling all 3 of them now for 200 and 300 quid.
Really? Yeah. Because I think the first one might have been on DVD in an Anchor Bay box set, if I remember, but not on Blu-ray. I can remember like a white box.
I think there was an Anchor Bay box set, and it had all 3 in, and then there was a 4th one.
Right.
Return to Sleepaway Camp, and I think it's the only way you can get that film over here. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I know that
2 and 3 are daft, but they're good. They're enjoyable.
Right.
But not a patch on the original.
No.
2 and 3 were quite good. They were quite sort of humorous.
Yeah.
Comedies.
Yeah.
Dawn the Disc, Aholic 66 says the new edit of Rocky 4 was surprisingly good.
I didn't enjoy it much. I saw it.
I didn't know there was a new edit. Why would they do that?
Stallone worked on it for about a year, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's a director's cut. I don't know. I thought the movie, the tone of the movie felt a bit different. Not for good. Not for good.
Right.
What did they do? Like re-add a load of.
There's a lot of alternate takes. So apparently, altogether, it was. I think it was something like close to half of the movie was different, but some of it was just alternate takes rather than completely different scenes. You know, the robot that the Rocky bought for Paulie was taken out completely. Remember the robot? I don't remember. Remember that scene?
Yeah, they remember.
Yeah, that was completely gone. So there's no robot in it. I think
you have to take things out. You'd think you'd just want to add to it and make it longer.
Yeah, I think it's just Stallone tinkering with it, and I don't know. Maybe because I'm just so used to watching the other one. You know, I know every heartbeat of the original one. It felt a bit odd to me. Didn't feel better for it, but it's an alter. If they bring it out again as a 4K, I'd still like to have both versions on there. You know, just. Because I don't think it's ever got a physical release, this new director's cut. It got a theatrical release, I saw it in the cinema. And it had a digital release, but not a physical release, you know? But yeah, I hope it's...
Surely if they would give that a 4K release, you'd get the 4th one with it.
Well, I hope so, yeah. I hope so.
Yeah. So this comment here is from 837. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to sort of go through a few of them. But I'll put some up here, but I know that this one, the kill list, the most realistic death I've ever seen on film was a fire extinguisher death in Irreversible. Has anybody ever seen that?
That's the one you were telling me about.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Totally agree. Disturbed me genuinely.
You said they're exactly the same, John.
Yeah. You know when
you said it's really disturbing. That's made me think, oh, hang on.
You've seen it all, and then that come along, and I saw it's on YouTube. So I thought, right, well, fair enough, I'll watch it. Because someone had said it was to watch it. So I put it on, I thought, wow, that's really hard to sort of take. Yeah.
I think when you normally, you know, with most films, when you see somebody being beaten and you can physically see like the brutality, you know, bits of their face getting crushed and whatever, normally there's the faces are dead still because you know it's a dummy.
Right.
But in that, you can see him grimacing and things like that, and it just looks so real.
Oh,
it's so difficult. So I had to explain, but I
don't know how
it actually looks like he's really doing it.
Oh, I can only imagine if you were seeing it for real, it would look like it does in that film. And you know,
God,
I watched horror films all my life and violence and kind of Holocaust, this, that, and the other. I can remember when that film first came out on DVD, and I bought it, and my mate came over, and we watched it both at the same time. And we saw that scene, and I just paused it, and I looked at him, and I went, do we just see a real killing there? You know, obviously it wasn't because it's in a mainstream sort of film.
Wow.
But we just looked at each other and went, "What the hell have we just seen?" It was that real.
You could imagine if someone had turned around and said what we did was what actually did that for real, you would think, well, yeah, I believe it. It was so believable. If someone gets a head beaten in by a fire extinguisher, it would happen exactly like that.
I think so, yeah.
Not your sort of like Arnie getting hit with one. He's like, ooh, and this is like, well,
it's quite grotesque, isn't it? It's really
because normally if you've seen something like that in a film, you'd see it go down and the head would just go. So I'm assuming this is a lot more.
Even if you see sort of,
it goes on forever. It's a long scene, isn't it? Yeah,
you have to see it.
Two whacks. It's I don't know how many times he hits it. What? Yeah, 10, 15.
Is it the main actor who does it?
I don't know because I've only seen the clip of it on YouTube. I don't know anything about in context.
Oh, you've never seen the film?
No.
I think it's the main actor.
But you have seen it.
I'm not sure. I know it starts with. Don't it starts quite near the beginning of the film, isn't it? Because it's played in reverse.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of effects of what happened earlier.
We've swapped. How did that happen?
And now looking down.
Has that scene put you off watching the film, John, altogether?
I didn't really want to watch it anyway. If I'm honest, it's a bit too, it's a bit too, bleak for me. But I don't want to watch it. It's not my thing. I mean, I've seen that because someone said you got to see it, and I saw it, and I thought, wow.
And it's on YouTube. That clip.
Yeah, that's how I saw it. You see, it's and the noise. The noise.
I don't think I want to see that.
Sounds like what the noise would sound like.
What you would think, honestly, I'd say as a single moment of violence, I would say it's very possibly the one most realistic thing I've ever seen. For that single moment of violence, not the goriest film you've ever seen, or or the most violent film even overall as you've ever seen. But for that one killing, I don't think there's anything out there that's looked as real as that in a movie for me. I can't think of anything offhand anyway. I can't.
No, I'd have to agree with you. I can't think there's anything that's
seen heads getting blown off and this, that, and the other and stuff. But there's something about that just looks so real. I think, like I said, it's because things like with scanners where the head explodes. That's incredible. I actually love the head explosion of scanners. Yeah. But it's like that, isn't it? It's like boom, and his head's blown off.
Yeah.
The fact you're seeing his face being caved in, but he's still breathing and start looking in his eyes, it's just something else. You just got, like I say, you've got to see it. But you've got to see it to understand. I think.
Yeah, I don't think I want to.
Yeah.
I think. You'll agree with us when you say that.
I'm sure you will. It's an incredible effect. I mean,
how they
did it. I can only assume it must be CGI. It must be.
I'll tell you one that's a little bit like it, but not as graphic or as long. Is Martyrs? Have you seen Martyrs?
I have. Yeah.
No. Yeah, the bit where it's like the first half is like the home invasion half before the second other bit.
Yeah.
The fact is, they go in the house and that girl picks someone up and caves that woman's head in. That looks pretty realistic.
Right.
As well,
okay. I can't remember that scene particularly, but I have seen the film. I know it was a brutal film.
Just caves her head in basically, but it's got a bit of a feel of that irreversible, but not as bad.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So, St. John says that the ending at Sleepaway Camp is really creepy. I only found out.
It is.
I only found out a week ago. There are 6 of those movies. Yeah, I knew there was quite a few.
6? I only thought it was 4.
And Trev says that sounds like a brilliant double bill. Sleepaway Camp.
That was The Burning and Sleepaway Camp.
Discoholic 66 says
no.
I don't know what he says because my comments just went wee and just vanished. There you go. Honestly, it's strange when this happens. You just go like white and you think where I'm up to. There you go. Where am I? So it has a improved fight scene with Drago because I thought it was a perfect as it was. And
me personally, I don't
know what he's talking about.
I know what he means. The
Rocky
fight
IV.
scene, but
Rocky
I
IV.
don't. Yeah, Rocky IV. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Doing the Discoholic 66. Wow, Kill List and Irreversible double bill. That'd be a really hard watch. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. I know.
Actually, because not saying it's the violence in Kill List is the fact is when like I say when he goes to that fella and he gets his hand and you think he hits it with a hammer and you think right, okay, he's going to just clout it, but he goes for it, doesn't he? It's like relentless, and you just think, what? It looks really real, but like how it would be in real life, you know, smashing his hand up.
Yeah.
And so it's got some memorable violence in it for that. I was quite shocked at when that happened. I thought, oof, that's a bit near the knuckle. But it's a good film actually, but it's very slow to start off with. There's a lot of chit chat for about half an hour before anything really happens.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't remember everything about it, but I do remember enjoying it.
It's quite low budget as well. But Ben Wheatley's movies are quite enjoyable, actually, I find.
Yeah. Didn't he make A Field in England? Is that one of his?
Yeah. Field in England.
I got it, but I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, you haven't got it? You haven't watched it?
I have got it, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah.
It's brilliant. The fact is they have, well, it's meant to be the people in, I'm going to say, sort of like 1600s or 1700s, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they go in there and obviously they're in the war and they go and eat the mushrooms.
Right.
And the film is like then changes in black and white as well. And it changes for the fact is basically seeing it from their point of view when they're on the mushrooms. They don't know they've eaten magic mushrooms, but
right, yeah.
That's a movie. That's a great film.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I tend to say strange film as it starts off at the end of the story, the retribution, and works its way back to the beginning, the assault. There's another version where they've got Irreversible, but they've made a version of it where it plays the other way around, like probably.
I got it. I haven't watched the other way around, but I have got it. Yeah,
because Napoleon 88 says Rocky and Video Nasty link. Joe Spinelli, who played the killer in Maniac, also plays Rocky's boss.
God, yeah. So he did.
Yeah.
I knew when I watched Maniac for the first time, I'd seen him in something, and could I think what it was?
He's been in loads of stuff, Joe Spinell.
Yeah, he has.
He really has. Been everywhere. He's a great actor.
That's what a film, wasn't it?
Trev says, Mike, I've just noticed your reel-to-reel.
Oh.
That was its 20. That was 842.
2042.
Do you use it?
No, it doesn't work. It turns, but there's something wrong with the speakers. So, yeah, so I don't. It's more for show, really.
Yeah, but it's you were saying it's
and that's just the tip of the Evil Dead iceberg.
It's
the same one, kind of. You were saying,
it's the same make model. Yeah, it's not the actual one from the film. It was actually Bruce Campbell's dad's, but it's the same make and model. So, and the reels as well are the correct reels. Like, there's me pointing. On the left, like in Evil Dead 2. That if you notice in Evil Dead 2, it's the same size reels. When Evil Dead 1, the left reel is a smaller one and the right one is a bigger reel.
I've never noticed that.
It's the correct.
I noticed it.
It's not just the size as well; it's the correct make reels, which is harder to find than the actual tape recorders themselves. You know, so yeah,
bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's great.
The detail. He's like paying attention to.
I just would never know that. Going to Discoholic 66, Night of the Bloody Apes is uncut. I can't do it. So you will have to read this one out, Nige.
Say that again, sorry.
You have to read this one out, Nige. You're the man for this.
Night of the Bloody Apes is uncut. I sent you the picture on Instagram.
Great. Tell you what, I'll have a look at that.
I want to know if anybody has watched the trailer for that after we were on about it last time.
No, I don't.
You need to watch the trailer and you'll hear it.
Yeah, I shall.
So that's the Shameless one.
Shameless, is it?
That's a Shameless DVD. That says it's uncut for the first time. You know, one of the original band video nasties. I think that's a Shameless one. I'm just saying that because it's got
I think it is
yellow stuff. Yeah. It looks like it.
Yeah.
So that was at 8:48. I don't know if the Discoholic 66 is still on, but I'll reply to that when I get back that one.
Yeah.
Night.
Anticipation.
Right. I just saw this one actually. Walter Joning's movie for movies just pre-ordered the Dunwich Horror from Arrow. Have you guys seen it?
Today, wasn't it?
No, but I've always been curious about that one. That was out with the. I don't think it was a nasty, but it was out around that area, wasn't it? It was out for rental.
Right.
Well, funny enough, when I saw that being mentioned, I thought, is that like an alternative title for City of the Living Dead? Because I'm sure where they is it not Dunwich where they are actually in, are supposed to be in, when they go to the graveyard. I'm sure it's in Dunwich or something like that. I think.
It's an H.P. Lovecraft story, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not that thing. It's a 1970 movie, I believe.
I was going to say it can't be City of the Living Dead, is it? Because they've already released that Arrow, and if they're doing that, they're not going to release the same one. I've definitely heard of it, but I've never seen it.
It's not the same film, but I haven't. But I'm intrigued in that one. I think we all are actually.
Yeah, I didn't even know that they were releasing it. And I need to go on Arrow and have a look at the new ones coming out.
I think it was only announced today.
Yeah,
either today or yesterday.
Oh, was it?
I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Friday. It'll be today, wouldn't it? Because it's the do that.
Yeah, time they got Mardi Gras Massacre sorted out, then, isn't it?
When new releases, I'm sure it was today then. Yeah.
And Barley 10 says Nige got the director's cut of Dr. Sleep ordered on Blu-ray. Thanks for the recommendation.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Yeah, I haven't seen the director's cut, but I've seen Dr. Sleep.
Brilliant. And, I won't watch the cinema one because I watched the director's cut first. I thought, right, I'll watch the cinema one another time. And there's a bit. There's where the little girl goes picking flowers, and the woman's in the woods with a hat.
Yeah.
That lasted like less than a minute, if I remember rightly. The director's cut, it goes on, and it's blew me away. I was like, that's awful.
Right.
Yeah.
You've got to watch the director's cut. I don't know if there's anything else because I turned the theatrical one. I'm not watching that. That much is missing. I suppose it's like when you compare the two Shinings, there's quite a lot in the extended cut, wasn't there?
You're right. You're right, actually, because I'd watched. The only reason I watched the theatrical cut was that was on the 4K.
4K, exactly.
The other one was on Blu-ray.
How stupid can you get?
I know. Of course, I think it's going to come out again properly, but it hasn't yet, which is strange.
Right. If they released the director's cut on 4K, I'd snap it up.
Oh yeah, definitely. So that it's great.
It's absolutely there's another sequel, Dr. Sleep. Yeah. That's another cracking sequel.
That's one I thought this is going to be awful, but I was so wrong.
Yeah. Snap.
I've not seen it yet. I have it.
I got that. Oh.
Hello. Hey.
I got the Blu-ray. We're back. We swapped again. I think he's pressing buttons.
I start moving you about and all that. I think you can do that, Watch us do that and like completely knock the stream off or something.
Watch him cut us off. Oh, good God, look at that.
That's better, isn't it? All right, down there.
I got the Dr. Sleep Blu-ray sort of relatively cheap, really.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put it off watching it. Put it off.
Yeah.
I'll get it with a slipcase because I'm going to have to get it anyway. I want to see it because it's a Shining sequel. Then when I watched it, I was like, geez, I wanted to watch it again.
Yeah. Everybody said I need to watch it.
Yeah.
Director's
honestly,
cut is unreal. I can't believe they didn't put it on a 4K.
I know.
Right.
But the not with the giving any spoilers, the end bit, you know, when they go into the hotel, that's unreal.
Isn't it? How well have they recreated that?
It's amazing.
Well, I thought they recreated the inside of the hotel perfectly in Ready Player One. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I absolutely love that film. My favorite Spielberg film for years. Ready Player One, Steven Spielberg film.
Oh, great.
Don't think I've ever seen it.
No.
The Shining bit was I couldn't believe what I was looking at.
Yeah. It's a cracking movie as well. I absolutely love it.
And you know how they have this like you know, have rights issues where they have like Godzilla can't be shown in Summit with King Kong, all that type of nonsense.
Yeah.
How many callbacks do they have to movies? Like every single movie you can think of is in that film. You've got
they must have spent so long just clearing all the copyrights or whatever, because there must be hundreds.
Well, I think maybe with it being Spielberg, they might have given him a bit of free rein on just said, look, just do
maybe.
Because you'd look at
Freddy Krueger, Chucky.
Yeah.
I mean,
no way.
Yeah. You know, the DeLorean. You've got that coming through scenes.
Yeah.
You've got King Kong. You've got Godzilla. You've got Mechagodzilla.
Even Akiva's bike's in it as well.
I've only ever seen the title of that film, and the title put me off. I didn't know anything about it. Ready Player One. I don't want to know.
Oh, so good. So good.
The amount
it's even there's one part when there's a crashed War of the Worlds, because that's one of my favorite films as well, War of the Worlds. Well, the story is my favorite book of all time, The War of the Worlds. I love everything to do with War of the Worlds. But if you remember the 1953 when the George Pell one with the swan-like things, there's one scene in it I don't even remember, but there's one of those crashed, and the thing is there, like, you know. So it's just so full of homages.
Oh, I know.
How bizarre! You got me when you said Freddy Krueger's in it. I thought, right, I need to see this.
Yeah. Only but bear in mind everything is very brief, isn't it? I mean, The Shining is quite a big part, isn't it? But
the Shining's the best part.
Yeah,
for me, when it goes
it's a big part of it as well. But yeah, the homages are crazy. You could watch that film 10 times.
I'll be going down on me righty list when I go through this.
And the 4K is unbelievable as well. It's got
is it?
4K.
I got it, but I haven't seen it in 4K. I only seen it before in my 4K player.
It's stunning.
Yeah.
I bet you can't get out with a slip now.
That's one regret not seeing that in the cinema. I don't know why I didn't. I just didn't get around to it. And then when I saw it, you know, when it came out, then I was like, oh, I really missed a treat seeing this in the theater. Like,
yeah,
you know,
because it's got that. It's got like sort of like rubber on it as well. The slipcover for the 4K. You know, the writing's in rubber. Like sticks out a bit.
I got the Titans Occult one. Do you know?
Oh yes.
Do you know what they are? Yeah, with like the transparent cover sort of thing.
Sort of, like plastic box.
Yeah. So, yeah, love the movie. Absolutely. Oh, no, you sort yourself out, mate. There's too many.
I need to get to see this now. Definitely.
So Grayson says Queen Kong was in copyright limbo for years, wasn't it?
I don't know that, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
Dawn of Discoholic 66 says the nostril pick was originally called the Changer. Mike Lee from Vipco changed the title. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that somebody.
Why would you want to change it to that?
To do it just to get people to say, "I'm going to watch that." A bit like, you know, like Snuff. They change the title and I'm going to watch that, and they think, well, if they just called it the Slaughter, you would have just passed it by.
Yeah.
Well, what's the sequel? The Ring Piece Wiper.
Yeah.
Cy Robson says Queen Kong is on YouTube, and it stars
Robin Asquith. Good God!
We don't need to get any more movies. We just need to go to YouTube and watch all these.
Yeah,
that's
it. You can become rich again. Well, again. I mean,
Yeah, I'll tell you what I did watch. You know that what's it called? That you know that bye. You know that's Blackenstein.
right.
That was on you know there's a thing that I can get on my TV. It's called what's it called? You can get on like an app on it actually. And you can
Is that
watch
the same
these
people who made Blackula?
Yeah.
I think it is, isn't it? Yeah.
I've got the Screen Factory and the two Blackula films. I
Oh,
loved it.
Plex. Okay.
Yeah, there. So I've got it there. Continue watching.
Right.
Oh
So
God, I'd
yeah.
love to see that.
well, it's on there. It's on this. It's on Plex. It's called Plex. Oh, I did come up. I'm trying to get the. Well, there's this sort of thing for it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
What's Plex? I've never heard of it.
Just get free movies, but the only thing is you get like 3 minutes of adverts in them every now and again, which gets on your nerves.
Yeah.
But
So
But
they make the money,
I
I
thought-
guess.
I've got to finish it off. But it's pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Is that on Play
it's gonna-
Store?
Yes. Yeah, Plex, and you get loads of movies on there. I was
Wow.
watching Saturday the 14th. Remember Saturday the 14th? I was watching.
I remember the
love
VHS
that.
for that. Yeah. Yeah.
I used to have the VHS to that as well. I
Did you?
want the Screen Factory Blu-ray.
Right.
Well, it's just as good as watching the Blu-ray when you put it on
Yeah.
here. Plus, it saves you a lot of money. These Blackenstein and
It's so
Saturday the 14th,
cheesy, that film, but
the way that
It was
you
just
know,
like-
the fella-
it wasn't even like hilariously funny. It was just like a good fun thing to watch.
well,
Yeah.
you know how he's I forgot what his name is, but he plays this like innocent sort of dad, and anything that's going on, he doesn't get any of it, does he? He just
No.
like, hey,
Right.
all this stuff, this manic stuff going on around him. I think it's dead funny for that reason.
Yeah.
So we'll get through some comments here. I'm still miles behind, but we're 9 o'clock at the minute. So wow. So Brian Lovell says, "What's your opinion on 88 Films upgrading Zombie Creeping Flesh to 4K? And heard that Zombie Holocaust and Burial Ground are also coming to 4K. I've heard about Zombie Holocaust and Burial Ground, which is great.
I told you about them too. I can't
Did
remember
you?
where I read it.
But Zombie Creeping Flesh is another one I think is great. Yeah, or more the merrier for me.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be upgrading any of them.
Wasn't
I
Zombie
think I'll
Holocaust?
be alright with the Blu-rays with them.
Wasn't Zombie Holocaust Dr. Butcher MD? Same
that's-
film, isn't it?
Yes,
Same film, yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
Mm.
Zombie Creeping Flesh is a good film. Actually, it's just a complete
Yeah,
rip-off of Film
Got the
Dead.
88 than that, yeah.
It's got the same. Apparently, John Hall was telling us that what they did was when they were doing it somewhere, when they've like cut the film or they've put it on the disc or some whatever they've done.
Mm-hmm.
Something's happened to like every cut when they cut like the movie, like some scene of somebody looks to somebody, then the cuts another scene looking back and then moving.
Right.
Apparently, they
Yes.
were saying that it's every single thing he was saying was they had like a tiny, we're talking fractions cut out of the movie. I don't know why it happened, but it did. They cut the whole, so the movie's shorter because of that. And it's not
Right.
like gore or anything. It's just like slight reaction shot. I mean, talking
Yeah, yeah.
minuscule things. But he'd said that it was on the American one and the UK one has got the same thing. So maybe if they can do that, I know you're talking like literally blink and miss it, but you'll
Yeah.
get the full version again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Possibly. I like it, mate. I like Zombie Creeping Flesh. I think it's a very good laugh.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Which
would,
is the one you got, John? That I think you got it on an American import and had a bath bag with it.
Oh, that was Zombie Holocaust. I had a sick bag.
That was Zombie Holocaust.
Zombie Holocaust, but it was Dr. Butcher MD.
So
it
that's
was
the one
on-
we're on about, yeah. Because
Yeah.
I've got I think I got the 88 one of that. So you didn't get that luxury.
Right.
I want a free
That's the one
bath
with
bag.
the,
I know. You
I
must
love
have
that-
stupid little things like that.
another film when the one zombie gets killed by propeller from a speedboat propeller or something. Isn't
Yes,
that?
in
Isn't
his
that?
head.
the- Yeah.
Yeah.
Like.
in his face and
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Zombie Holocaust?
It's either
Yes.
Zombie Holocaust or yeah, it is Zombie
I
Holocaust.
think it
actually.
is. I think
On
it's
the
Zombie
board.
Holocaust. Yeah.
I think it's
It is.
pronounced Egvig Fennec.
Fennec.
Oh God, we are behind.
We are. That's 7 minutes past 9. Sinjin says Terrifier 2 has just made 5 million on a 200k budget, expecting the third one. Well,
Oh, God.
that would definitely happen, wouldn't it?
Nah.
Gary North said Barbara Boucher was in some great giallo. Yeah, she was great, actually. I don't know if she's still alive, but she was in a few, actually.
Mm-hmm.
John Duffy says David Howard Thornton, who plays Art the Clown in Terrifier, is fantastic. So it's the same bloke in both movies who plays the clown.
I don't think if I remember correctly, he doesn't say a word either, so it's all very expression-like. And
All right.
yeah,
I don't remember him speaking in the
I
original.
don't think
Like,
he says anything.
he's just smiling them teeth.
Yeah.
Our lieutenant says Hostel 3 was awful. The first two were brilliant, though. Preferred overall. Prefer two overall. I think I prefer the first one. Turn the Blue Iris climax on the cinema sound amazing. Yeah, I can imagine that.
I think so.
And I know full well somewhere I've got the quad poster for Hostel.
Right.
Okay. Wow.
And not that I wanted it, but the one that I wanted, I think I got a Friday the 13th one or something when it turned up. But shot a Hostel one in as well.
Right.
It's all right, isn't it?
I think I might have a look on eBay, see what it goes for, and if it's fetching a bit of cash, I think I might stick it on.
Yeah, no.
Paul Conway says the bloodbath scene was great in Hostel 2. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't know whether it's Hostel or Hostel 2, but the poster's like red. I don't know which it is.
I think it's Hostel.
First one, I think.
Yeah.
I remember the first one being red. I can't remember the second poster, so maybe I think it'd probably be the first one.
So Gary North says, is it corny and I Stand Alone or some of Caspar Noé's?
I've seen them.
Have you seen them?
No, I haven't seen any of those.
I
No.
haven't heard of them, actually. And Turn the Blue Iris says Climax is possibly the accessible face of Caspar Noé. Yeah, I would say it's the one you could probably get into most. Although the second half isn't the same as the first half.
No.
Our lieutenant says, did you know Ruggero Deodato made a brief appearance in 2? Right. He was the cannibal eating a leg off his victim.
Must be Hostel still then, is it?
Yeah, I don't know who that was.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm going to go through a few more because we're definitely not going to be able to answer all the questions, but we'll try and answer as many as we can from now on. So Gary Noah says people walked out of the cinema when I saw Irreversible long before the tunnel scene in the sound in the first 20 minutes is difficult to handle, especially loud. I've heard that they put that.
It was that one then, because I was asking you if it was that one.
Yeah, right. It's meant to make you feel sick when you're listening to some kind of noise in it.
Yeah, yeah.
So do you feel that, Mikey? Do you feel that you get like kind of a sickening feeling in it?
I can't remember precisely. I remember the film having quite a weird feeling about it and stuff, but I can't remember precisely whether the sound did anything or. But yeah.
So Jesus, I was that close to buying that film as well. I'm so glad I didn't. Irreversible.
I don't really want to watch it, if I'm honest. Napoleon 88 says loads of chaos is a true story, but the movie does embellish the truth. We've all seen films with stabbings in, so you get immune to them, but for some reason the stabbing and loads of chaos is so brutal. Is it not? Would you agree with that, Mikey?
Yeah.
It's pretty it's full on, but to be honest, it's such a good movie.
It's just a great movie. Yeah,
it is. And I don't know what it is about sort of death metal. It does make it seem like it's sort of it's like a band starting out. It's as if they do really capture the fact of them just starting out. They can't play the instruments.
Yeah.
And then they do sort of like get into it. You know, the fact is, and they're actually playing their instruments as well, aren't they?
Right.
So
yes. Yeah.
More believable. So, yeah. I think
Yeah.
Nigel will enjoy that movie. Really,
Yeah, I
really
wished
enjoy it.
I'd known that that's what that was about. You know, I could have had that
Such a great
watched.
film. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I didn't know for a while when I used to go past it loads of times. Thought loads of chaos. It didn't speak to us at all. But as soon as I found out it was about mayhem, I thought.
You see certain titles, don't you? And you think,
Yeah.
I just walk past this.
Yeah.
I know. That's a problem in it. Yeah, I probably missed so many good films because you look at the title and if it doesn't draw you in or you don't know what it means,
Yeah.
you know.
Exactly. Brian says Terrifier 2 has had people walking out the cinema feeling sick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
And
It's very bloody.
Gary North says the sickness has some great practical effects. Yeah, I don't want to
Sadness.
see that actually.
It's very good. Yeah.
Vernon Wells,
Vernon Wells.
engine, that'll be that's him
The
off
Mad Max guy, wasn't it?
Mad Max 2.
Yeah.
He's a good actually
Commando.
that Commando was a lot better than I remember. I hadn't seen it since it came out. And I thought it was all right. But when I watched it, I thought the Commando didn't have any form of a plot. It was quite a good plot now, actually.
Right.
But not one I would even remembered at all. I didn't remember any of the film, apart from his log.
I'm sure there's a famous massive sort of continuity error in Commando, and the bit when the car practically gets smashed up, and then the next thing you see is going down a road and there's not a scratch on it or something.
I think
I've seen that on one of these mistake videos.
Yeah, it might be the one where because it's bits where he does smash the car up. No, it smashes 2 cars up actually.
Right.
But it's so funny because it's like when the cars gets totaled, and the lassie's with said, "Well, we haven't got any wheels now. What we're going to do?" And there's actually somebody's car's turned over that they've picked this bloke out of.
Right.
She goes, "Really?" He just goes over this car and just pushes it over on the road. And he goes, there's your car now, and you just get in, you know, as if you can do that. But I don't know. I thought it was an amazing film.
Yeah.
And actually, Paul Conway says Cobra needs a director's cut. I always thought it was too short. Yeah, it was a short movie. I remember that.
Yeah. Don't know if anything else exists, but
Haven't seen that for a long time, actually.
yeah. Once again, I believe the same director that done Rambo First Blood Part 2. Sure it was.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
See, I'm very bad with directors on certain movies.
Yeah.
Action movie directors. I haven't got a clue. Though.
Yeah. Because I know part of the script for Rambo First Blood Part 2 was written by James Cameron. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
No.
Yeah. And I'm sure it was, I can't think of his name. Something George Cosmatos or something. It's a strange name anyway, but I'm sure he directed, like I say, Rambo, not First Blood, Rambo and Cobra. You know, so.
I keep wanting to get Cobra, but you got to buy the box set to get it, and I would like to get it just separately, you know, because I've got the other one.
I did, yeah.
I'm hoping.
Is that the one with the red cover where it's got a paint of him with a gun?
Yeah, yeah.
And his
Screen Factory released that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that all of his movies are starting to come out in 4K.
Right.
Well,
so you want to hang fire a bit.
And I'm thinking that this, you know, like Lockups come out in 4K, and I'm thinking it's definitely the things, Cliffhanger, they're definitely going to start to do these things. And I would love to get them all in 4K, the good ones, you know, from
that
period.
I got Lockup on Blu-ray, and then I also got the Tom Selleck prison film, An Innocent Man.
Right.
If I'd get that on 4K, that's another cracking film, that.
Right.
I remember it, actually.
Not seen it.
So about
An Innocent Man?
Yeah, I've not seen it, no.
Yeah.
It's have you seen it, John?
Yeah, way back in the day, but I've seen it, yeah.
It's such a good film.
Right.
So Barley 10 says Robert Zadar was also in the So Bad It's Good Lethal Weapon ripoff Samurai Cop. Well worth a watch. I remember, I haven't seen it, but I know that it talks about, they say it's like awful, and it looks awful. So it's one of them ones that you definitely want to get. So Turn the Blue Rise says, John, you've got a full sea bat behind you.
Oh.
Well, that's actually one of them Lego
wing, isn't it?
bat wings. Yeah, it's my son's. It's
Yeah.
thicker dust. It's just been there since he's done it. And there's a Batmobile over there, and you think, well, this is very nice, but can they not live in your room and not our dining room? So every time you get people around, you've got to say, mind the Batwing. You know, don't bash your Ferox on the back wing.
It's a bit pointy. Yeah.
It is. Tell you what, once it gets on your Ferox, you know about it. Yes, Ferox. So I'm going to go. So Brian says, Nighthawks is still cut, and at end you only get one shot, but you should hear 6, as Rutger has 6 bullet holes in him. Both DVD and Blu-rays are still cut. Oh. I've never known that, if I'm honest. I would have thought these days you would get them all out.
Yeah.
Is that on the UK release, does he mean?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah.
Tom says, I saw Def Leppard at Newcastle Mayfair back in the day, warm up for AC/DC, drummer for Def. Actually had both arms. Just shows you how long it was.
Back then.
So Brian says, John, have you got any horror masks or figures? Nah, got none. Got none. I like the look of them. I love looking at them on other people's channels and other things like that, and statues and all that, but I haven't got the space for it, and I haven't got any. I've got a few. I mean, I've got one Misfits, you know, the Misfits, Jerry Only sort of action man. I've got that. But no, apart from that, I haven't got any. But I do like looking at them. So have you got any horror masks or figures? I bet you have.
Me?
Well, we'll start with you, Nigel. Have you got any?
Figures. I've got some figures, not many, but what have I got? Got a canny few pop figures as well. I'm looking at them. The pop figures. I've got like 2 Jasons, 2 Freddys. I've got 4 Iron Maiden or more.
Yeah.
And I've got all barring one of the Jaws Funko Pops. There's one come out where the sharks jumped on the boat and eaten Quint. I thought I had it and I don't, but I've got all the others.
All right.
The only mask I've got that I can think of is a Piece of Mind Eddie.
Oh, yeah, I think I got that one actually somewhere.
It was like the one that came out about 10 years ago-ish, 10, 11 years.
Maybe. Yeah. I think it might
It's got like, it's sort of a greenish tinge to it.
Right.
But the Eddie actually looks like the face on the Piece of Mind album.
Yeah.
Like the ones that come out now and like really extortionate.
Yeah.
They don't even look like it, I don't think.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, Mikey, you've got a lot of Evil Dead stuff.
Well, yeah. I don't think we got long enough. I got a couple of masks. I haven't got loads. I mean, I'll show you a quick close up. I got this one up here, which is the let me see, which is Evil Ash.
That's good. That's nice.
Yeah, like that one. And then I've got Dark Man here.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, I really like that Dark Man one.
Yeah.
That's the only mask. I mean, I've got a couple more masks. I've got up in the loft. I've got Evil Ash and I've got a Winged Deadite. They're up in the loft.
Yeah.
I do have a Leatherface still sealed and it's got Gunnar Hansen's autograph on.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
It's a McFarlane one of the small like ones up that big.
Yeah.
Like in the bubble pack thing, and it's got a Hansen sign. I've got that, and I've got a big Freddy Krueger with sound.
Oh, cool.
Right.
I kind of I've got some Evil Dead figures, but I sort of not stopped buying them, but I got a little bit fed up of them releasing Ash all the time. I felt like there's so many monsters and characters throughout the trilogy.
Oh, I've got this Gibbon as well.
You know, and I'd be like, here's another Ash figure, and it's like, nice. It's
yeah. So you got like 1,000 actions.
A little bit because there's so much more could be done, but so I sort of stopped buying them. I mean, but well, not stopped, but that's nice.
That's yeah. I like that.
I think that's from the same. This is nice. You might appreciate this one because it's
Nika. I got that
Yeah.
given.
oh excellent.
Oh,
Now this is based on Evil Dead 1 Ash.
Oh, nice.
that's good. I like
So
that.
I can never get this lined up. But yeah, so it's got the tape recorder there at the bottom. My light is terrible in here, sorry. Tape recorder at the
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
I can see it.
So yeah, it's quite nice. This is quite recent. This only came out very less than a year ago.
well,
That's quite nice.
The bit you get in these, like, that's got Pamela's headstone, his mum.
Right. Oh yeah.
Axe, machete and knife, and then he's got a mask on. There's another one after he's had the
hi.
Yeah.
axe through the napper. The saw where he cuts Bruce. Is it Bruce Mailer? They call him out of Police Academy. Cuts his head off.
Right.
Who plays Axel?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And there's Jason getting his chopper out. Some of the detail on some of these are unreal.
No, they're really
I've
good.
got a couple of Pennywises as well.
Is one by
I
there.
forgot about them. They're still boxed as well.
Wait, if I can line it up properly. You see that one?
Yeah.
That was expensive. That was about £300. That one.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it was a very limited figure. And it's proper cloth material. You know, the clothes are cloth and it's all like articulated and all that sort of stuff. So
Zavi run a
yeah.
competition a couple of years ago. I think it was on Instagram. And Laura entered it. Just a comment or whatever it was. And it was to win a steelbook of it. I can't remember if it was chapter 1 or chapter 2.
yeah.
But you got this big, heavy, I don't know what they're made of. It's like pot, porcelain, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like about 200 quid's worth, 200 to 300 quid's worth. She only won it.
Oh no.
It is nice, like, but we just got nowhere to put it. It's still boxed.
Yeah.
I said, you won't win that. When I was like, Jesus.
Just shows you, like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I never win out, me.
No, I don't. I can't even win an argument.
So mine for movies with Alexander Wayne says, hiya lads. Got here late. Any new pickups for you three this week?
Yes. In fact, I got one today. I can't remember where I put the bugger. What have I done with it? I've only just got it. I put it there. Do you know, I swear to God, I'd lose my head if it wasn't screwed on.
Obviously, I got that this week, which is what you got, yeah. So which is,
that man's coming either tomorrow or Sunday. That.
and I got
Lovely
that as
cover.
well.
Top Gun Maverick. Is that
Yeah.
Maverick, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I absolutely adore that film. I don't know if you've seen it, have you?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. It's unreal.
Steelbook. It's nice.
Oh, there it is. I found it.
The Steelbook.
Absolutely that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got that from HMV today.
What a film. Ah, yes, I.
That's not the remake.
Yeah,
Yeah. Not seen it yet.
I have. I've seen it. That's why I got it. It's actually good.
Yeah.
It's not a patch on the original. There's more in the original.
Right.
But this says 40 minutes of special features and includes alternate ending and deleted scenes. I thought, reduce from 15 quid to a tenner. It's still a relatively new film, and it's got the slip.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I don't think it's got a 4K release, so I thought, well, I'll have that.
Yeah.
And then I ordered two off Arrow a couple of days ago, and there's only one of them turned up. And it's, you've got this, John, but this is the store exclusive Slip Deadly Games.
Oh, yes, I.
Right.
Nice slip.
It was only a tenner.
That's good.
That's that.
And then the other one I ordered, and it hasn't turned up because I had it in my basket. And then when my money went in, I went to get it, and it said sold out. but it still let me order it. Now, we did that before with the bird with the crystal plumage.
Yes, I remember that.
And sorry, not the bird with crystal plumage, the cat of nine tails. And then it let me check out with it, but they've only sent that. So I've gone and checked, and it was Shock.
Our shop,
Right.
yes.
On Blu-ray with a slipcover. Tenner.
Excellent.
That's not bad.
Now, I've not watched it yet anyway, but I thought if for a tenner with a slipcover, I'm going to get it now. And it doesn't say they've cancelled. They haven't refunded it, but it just said awaiting. What do you call it when they send it?
Waiting dispatch.
Awaiting dispatch.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm getting it or not yet.
Yeah.
I think that's I've seen it, when you're watching around on the shelves, I've seen it in the shelves for a tenner. Great price. I mean, I pay a full price for it, but it just shows you these ones. I mean, we did get 2 Witches straight away, and I think that you were saying that sold out, but most of the ones nowadays don't seem to sell out that much.
Yeah. No.
You can get them for, $9.99.
I wonder if that's sold out so fast because they've showed that trailer and it's a relatively new film.
Possibly. Yeah.
I mean, that trailer blew me away. I'm hoping that when I watch it, I don't think, well, that was a load of bilge. I hate it when they show you all the best stuff in the trailer and the rest of the film.
I've never seen the trailer. I hardly ever watched the trailers for anything. In fact, I didn't even know it was a new film when I bought it. I went, 2021.
Yeah.
I thought it was like.
Well, you go on Facebook and sometimes these little videos like just start playing themselves. You don't have to press it. And that's what it was. And the first thing I saw was this woman did turn around with her face like, I thought, Jesus. And then it showed you other bits. I was like, that looks horrific. I want to see it. And then when it come on, I thought, it's on Arrow as well.
Yeah.
So I seen it in HMV today and I thought, shall I get it? Yeah, I put it back down. I thought, I'll order it off Arrow. Went on Arrow, sold out. Right. Amazon quick.
So
it looks like it's going to go fast everywhere.
Yeah.
It seems like, I mean, I think a lot of people are after it. I'm going to watch the second half of it to see what my full synopsis is on it, because I'm a bit.
Were you not keen on the first half?
I would say I was 50-50 on it. I thought, it's good. It had a load of jump scares in it, which I thought, well, do we really need all them jump scares? And I thought that the story was all right, but there was a few bits in it where I thought, I don't know. I'm not saying anything good or bad about it at this moment. I just think I need to see the full thing, because I haven't seen the full thing, to give me full thing on it. But
I'm excited to see it, mind.
There's some good bits in it, and that thing with the face was by far the best bit I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Brian Lovell says, "Hi, Nige."
All right, Bri.
This is a good one. Napoleon.
Tell you what, though, I was well impressed with that.
Yeah, I love that film.
Yeah.
That film blew me away.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Far better than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
And you got your slip. Napoleon 88 says, "Poor old man, waiting on the footage at the end. Looks like he's just listening to political debate."
Like me. That's exactly what it. In fact, I would rather watch the Tories in the House of Commons than listen to people talking about a couple of blokes kicking a ball about. It bores me rigid.
Well, I'm gonna.
What a superb first half. But what they need to do is Jesus Christ, Tiddlywinks is more exciting. It's a game, for God's sake.
Talking of football, joining me quickly, did you see that stupid move that Anthony from United done yesterday? No.
I didn't know.
Oh my God. Have a look on YouTube.
Dear.
Trying to showboat, he was spinning on the spot, and then he kicked the ball, trying to do a through ball and just kicked it straight out. Oh, what an absolute plank. Even his managers just sat there and went, oh.
I love it when they do it like that, because I think they're great
to
do anything.
Put up with people. Do you see?
Anyway, check it out. It's embarrassing.
Gary Noah says, "House on the Edge of the Park 4K announced today from 88, uncut, but still no Mardi Gras Massacre."
Announced today.
I saw something today about it as well. Yeah.
Does that mean it's gone up for pre-order?
Oh, maybe.
And I don't know what that means.
But it's if
gone
it's
for
announced
pre-order.
today, it's uncut. because they were kind of sitting and they weren't really announcing it properly uncut, although they said it was. Then when people asked it, like, can we got any proof? They kind of didn't answer anything, did they?
Yeah.
I think they will say uncut on the sleeve if it is.
Well, I think they've got to, haven't they? Because people will be like, well, I don't know if I need
If they don't, I don't think anybody will touch it with a barge pole.
Yeah.
Brian Lovers says, Vampire Circus due out in Blu-ray soon. That's a great film.
Is that a Hammer film?
Yeah.
I
I thought that was already out.
I think it's out. Is it out? But I know it's definitely. I've got the US version. It's great.
I got a DVD of it, but I don't.
I got that last week. I loved it.
Twins of
That's a
Evil.
good film. Twins of Evil.
Now that was about £6 or something.
Yeah.
That was about £15 in HMV today.
Really?
Was it?
Bargain.
I didn't realise that Network had done like some of these vampire things. I like you get put pictures of the post on the inside, then you get like booklets. Well done, really good job.
Yeah,
and like, you get them from Network. They're not expensive either.
I've seen them come down to £6.
Yeah.
That was £8 in HMV today, and I got it for I think it was $4.99.
Cool.
That's a good
$3.99 or $4.99.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to go through quite a few of these comments. A lot of people talking to themselves. Lots of people having chats and that. And I'll just put a few ones to try and get ourselves closer to where we are now. We're still miles behind, but I'll try and get a little bit closer. St. I agree with you, Rock God. Nightmare on Street 2 is a brilliant film. Yes.
Yeah.
I would think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I used to have the original, oh God, the original video rental poster.
Right.
Of Nightmare on Elm Street 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Freddy's dead.
Right.
In fact, I had 2 Elm Street 2 and the artwork. I'm sure it was him who did Evil Dead.
Graham Humphreys, I think it was.
I'm sure it was him because it's exactly the same style.
Yeah, yeah.
It was better for me, far better than the US artwork. It was brilliant.
Yeah, yeah.
I got rid of them.
I was just going to say, so what do you do with them then? Get rid of them?
They went on eBay, but I didn't get much for them. But I had the original blue Nightmare on Elm Street CBS Fox rental poster.
Yeah.
Shame, innit?
I've got one rental poster, video rental poster now, and I got it kind of a few years ago off eBay, and I got it cheap, and it's the only one I have ever seen in my life, and it's a Piranha.
Piranha.
Oh, right, yeah.
It says on it like Warner Home Video, and this is when Piranha was on rental only. It's in here somewhere. I don't know how to do it because I used to have it framed and on the wall. I think it's probably the only thing that's rarer than the VHS itself and the quad poster.
Yeah.
Wow. Brian says, in the 80s, when I saw Evil Dead 2 at the cinema, this guy and his girlfriend jumped out of the seat with shock and farted at a scary part. You should put on the picture, you know, in the cinema.
Poster,
some guy, gal, farted. Actually, I saw Evil Dead at the cinema. What experience that was! It was brilliant. Loved it.
I would love to see that happen.
That's funny.
Oh God, that's a cracking story. That I love it.
Speaking of Steve Martin, what about Mama Two Brains? Love that film.
I hated it.
So
stupid.
That's why I like it. Dr. Huffer. Remember the scene in The Jerk with Iron Balls McGinty? Yes, I do remember that one. Yeah.
I wonder if I should give that another watch.
I think he was at he was sort of like, I think he worked in the circus. I'm sure he worked in the circus, and he was like a sort of stuntman or something. I think he was, that's what was his name. Because you remember the whole thing about The Jerk was when he invented that thing, you know, when people had glasses and they pulled it off. It was like an opti grab. So they pulled it off so they didn't have to do that. So it never broke their glasses. The only problem is that people used to, because it used to stick out a bit, everyone went cross-eyed looking at this opti grab. So
Oh,
he got
no.
sued, didn't he? He made millions of it, and then he got
Yeah.
sued. Yeah.
Right.
And he said to him, he says, do you want to pick up your check for what you've got this month? When he got the Optigrab. And he went, how much is that? And he goes, $5 million or something. He's going, I'll just write the thing out or something. 5 million, he like, you can't believe what he said. And his head goes round, doesn't it?
Right.
That's brilliant. I'm going to have to watch that soon. So, talking about a reversible, everyone's talking about a reversible. Actually, I was thinking about this today, this movie. Man Bites Dog did it for me when I saw it at the cinema. That was in 1992, a showing in London. Has anyone seen Man Bites Dog?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
it's another one I've been curious. It's amazing how many I haven't seen.
Brilliant.
Is it any good?
Yes.
It is a good film, but I think when I bought it, was it on Tartan release? Remember the Tartan company?
Yeah.
And because it's a black and white film, if I remember correctly, the white subtitles were actually on the picture. Sometimes they were really difficult to read.
Yeah, they were.
Sort of spoiled the film for me because I was really struggling to read the subtitles when it was white on white.
I'll tell you what, like the early sort of martial arts films, they had really horrible subtitles you could never read. I know everybody, they had like remastered subtitles, and you thought, what? But you could actually read them properly.
Yeah, yeah.
I know what you mean about that Man Bites Dog, when you do struggle, because it's nearly the same, you're looking at something that's the same colour as what you're looking at behind.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, but I think it's a great film.
Yeah, I remember liking the film, but really struggling through it because of that.
It hasn't got a Blu-ray, has it, or anything? Unfortunately,
I got it on DVD, but I'm not aware of a Blu-ray of it. No.
Did Tartan do DVDs or was it VHS they used to release?
Oh, on DVDs they done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got
Did they do a
couple
release of Return of the Living Dead?
Yes, I think they did.
I'm sure they did. It's ringing a bell.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah. Yeah.
Because they were like sort of the like the boutique label of the day. They were always expensive, more expensive than anybody else, weren't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
Richard Vowson said that Hammer Scene is on YouTube too. I would imagine that's the one from
Kill List.
Yeah.
It's jaw dropping how much is actually on YouTube, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
And then they've got the cheek to flag people like us for saying the odd wrong word that isn't even swear words.
You're right. And the thing is, though, these old martial art movies, you can probably get every single old martial art movies. I've watched loads of really good, like stupid Bruce Lee rip-off movies on here. Some of the best ones, and they're all on there. I mean, they're not very good quality, but you can't buy them for love of the money in the real world.
Yeah.
If you did, you would have to pay a fantastic amount for them, and they're not worth it. But it's great that you can just see that. Brian here says, "I've been told Rambo 6 is in the works now."
Right. Funny enough, someone mentioned that to me at work today, and I said, "No, you got that wrong." So maybe there is some truth in that. I don't know.
What's that box set you've got, John? Is it Shaw something?
The Show Scope, Volume 1.
Did you know Volume 2's out?
Yeah, it's coming out November, isn't it?
Is that all martial arts stuff?
Yeah. So they've got like traditional martial arts, the Shaw Brothers early films in the part 1. Part 2's got them in again, but it's started like branching out a little bit more to later ones. And then 3 that's coming out, and 4, they're talking about doing ones that are more like sort of spooky ones, like not exactly all martial arts, because Shaw Brothers made ones that are like a bit like ghost stories and stuff like that. So that's coming out in 3 and 4. But I tell you what, that set's one of the best sets I've ever seen in my life.
Are you going to be getting them all?
Yeah, I am actually. I didn't think I would, but one's that good that you cannot. I mean, you're talking £100 a piece, but
I was going to say these are going to cost you a fortune.
The only good thing about that is, though, it'll be £100 probably every year, so I can take a hit on that. If it was every month, well, it would be ridiculous. But what part 1's still out, you can still buy that. from the Arrow stores, so it's not as if they're going anywhere. So you've got a fair bit of time. So I'm going to hopefully get it in a sale. You know, like I think I've got the part 1 for 70 quid, which is brilliant.
What's it supposed to be?
About 110. So
That's a good canny chunk off that, isn't it?
It is, and I tell you, it's one of those ones when you get it out and you just look at it and you think, this is definitely, you feel like you're getting all your money's worth.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't feel shortchanged anything. I mean, it's padded. It's like sort of like rubbery. The book is like plush. It's colourful. It's just amazing. Plus, you get 15 films in there, I think. So, you know, you're getting a fair whack.
It's not that bad, really, for 70 quid. Then, if you're getting 15,
no, you're getting your money's worth. The 110 is a little bit steep, but then again, if they went out of print, if they're sold out, you'd be paying hundreds.
Yeah,
and hundreds.
that's what I mean.
So that's why I'm pretty sure that they won't. You know, they won't sell out, and you can't.
Are the discs in them go in the pages like the horrible cardboard things?
They do. The only good thing about that is, so say if they didn't and they went into like a bit of an amaret thing stuck on it, and one of them got snapped, as they do when you know that they send them across, and you know, the little bits in the thing, they will just like fall out, and you just house it. That's your whole set ruined.
Yeah,
so I can see why they do that with the cardboard slips. It's not the best thing to do, but at least you know that
it wouldn't be so bad though if the cardboard slips if they lined it inside with, like, you know,
I know what you're saying,
like the inner sleeves that the Japanese put vinyl in and CDs. That it's like anti-scratch stuff. Yeah. If they line the pockets with them, it'd be all right. It would sliding in and out of the cardboard, it just knacks them.
What I did with my Godzilla set, which the Criterion ones is exactly the same. To protect the discs, I've took them all out and put them into amaret cases and just put them in the shelves, and got some little things made up, some covers, and just put them on there. So the things aren't in the box set anymore. So I'm never going to I only took them out once, so they're going to be in perfect condition. Yeah. I don't know if I'll do this for this set, but it is a great set. So I highly recommend it if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah. Talking of the you got the Rambo thing up just there. Did any of you know that the last Rambo film, was it Last Blood? In the UK and the US were the only two countries in the world to get the shorter version of the film. Like when I went to Germany back earlier this year, I picked up the 4K in Germany, and it's actually got, I think it's a 12-minute, 14-minute opening scene that's not in the US or UK version.
I've heard that, yeah. I've heard that.
Wow.
It's an entire scene when apparently he rescues. I haven't watched it yet, but it's an entire scene where he rescues some people stuck on a mountain or something, because apparently that's what he is. He's like a, volunteer or whatever, rescue mountain guy. And that entire scene is not available in the US or the UK.
Not even as like a deleted scene or anything?
Nope, not as far as I know.
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah.
It's really strange, though, that, what you'd think the US and the UK, the two countries who maybe have the longer cut, but not everywhere else. Everywhere else has got the longer version, just we had the shorter one.
It's weird, isn't it, how they do this, and you think, well, why?
Yeah.
Especially when it's not gore or anything, it's just like a little part of the story.
I know. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
I would love them to do a Warriors 4K, but add in all the TV scenes, like, so it doesn't start with the Wonder Wheel. It actually starts with them talking before they go.
Yeah.
And all the other little bits, but not the director's comic book bit.
Yeah.
Get rid of them. But I would like a full version of the actual cinema version of it, but with all the TV scenes added.
Yeah. Right.
I think it's so much better. I absolutely love that film as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a classic. It's an absolute classic. Yeah. Just looks. Actually, the fellow who goes, he's got the bottles on his hand, Warriors come out to play.
Yeah.
He's in Commando as well. I forgot all about him being in there.
Okay.
Do you know he's in loads of stuff?
He's in Twin Peaks a lot.
He's in Twin Peaks. He's in 48 Hours.
Yes.
Right.
He always plays a little weasel.
Yeah, he plays exactly the same character in Commando as well. And I think
when you're hearing him interviewed, he sounds like a really nice bloke.
Yeah, but he plays that character really well, doesn't he? I find.
Yeah.
He is the ultimate weasel.
Oh, in the Warriors, yeah.
Oh, I know.
Get
He
out.
could really. He's got that look about him. The monkey says, "Greetings, gents. Good to see you again, Mondo. Good to see you, the monkey." And also he says, "Any updates, Mondo, on if your daughter, that it's my niece actually, and her boyfriend is going to move in with you when she is studying blood splatter with the other things you mentioned? Last time you said she was still deciding." Well, actually, what she's going to do is she's going to not move in with a boyfriend because they're no longer a thing. So that's not going to happen. And she's not coming up here because she's going down to. She's got a job down. She was working in Costa Coffee because we used to get all the stuff. We should go down there and get like loads of stuff off her, like cheap. And then she used to bring loads of stuff actually from that was getting thrown out. The amount of stuff that was thrown out at Costa Coffee is unreal. So we did that, and then she's now working, weirdly enough, as a sort of a job, just to do a job. She's like home help, so she's doing that, which is apparently she loves. But then she's going to go into nursing down in Barnsley, or Leeds, should I say? So that's where she's going to be, because she was going to come up here and do criminology, but changed her mind and just went down there. And the split up anyway, that was separate. But she was going to come up here. I would like to have got up here for to stay for a little bit for a college or a university, but it's not happening. But I'm hoping she's going to come up soon, because she does like coming on the videos. I like having her on stuff on here. I don't want to get her on because she doesn't have any interest in movies, but I like to get in a live stream, because I know for a fact this would be her in a live stream just going there. Like, that's all she does. So yeah. So,
Hey, we think you play that. Put that down.
But she'll tell me where to go. That's for sure. So Liam F has put Warriors classic film, yeah, and that was at 11:46. So I've jumped quite a few there, and but I'm gonna quickly nip the toilet, and then I think we'll wrap it up, because I'm losing my voice here. I can feel it going. And but we've done more or less 5 hours, which doesn't feel like 5 hours, does it?
No, it never does.
No, I can't believe how quick it's gone.
I would say 2 hours if I had to pick a thing for what it was. So I'll quickly go to the toilet.
Finish this off.
Okie doke.
Quickly go to the toilet. iPhone.
Yeah, the lip read that bit. Do you come with subtitles?
He does that to me, you know. It's like when we finish here.
Yeah.
We carry on talking. But he did it the first time as well, when we first ready to go on. He's like, I'm gonna put my microphone. He goes like, "Can you?" All right, there. And I'm going. And then I realised that there was a couple of choice words said, because I realised what he was doing.
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
No.
I have no idea what it's about, but
no. I can't help myself when I see Arrow stuff, though. I'm always buying Arrow stuff just because it's like Arrow. And it's like, yeah, it's like, cover's good.
I know what I want. I want the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 4K from Vinegar Syndrome. It's not cheap, but
isn't it?
I got a message the other day saying if you want it, you better hurry up. It's running low on stock. There's only 1,000 of them, I think.
Oh no! I know. I always get suckered into things. They start mentioning those limited numbers, and I'm like, oh, that Rambo is 1,000 of those. You know, that First Blood. Sorry, 1,000 of those, and it's like, you know, my bank balance. Jesus Christ!
There was a triple blue vinyl release of Creatures of the Night by Kiss.
Yes, oh yeah.
I said, "Can I have for Christmas?" She said, "Yeah, it's sold out."
Really?
Right.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Wow. It wasn't cheap. You know, you get on the Kiss website. I think it was about $60. That's before you shipping.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got the album.
I'm gutted.
Was it I Love It? Is that not I Love It Loud?
Yeah, yeah, that's on it.
What is that? The song, you know, like the slow one.
I Love It Loud.
Yeah, great. One of your favorite songs of theirs.
Yeah, it's a mint song.
Want to Be the President.
You are?
Is it Rock On? Want to be the president? It's kind of yeah. Aye. I like the video for that as well, even though it's so cheesy.
Yeah, but it's mint. First time I saw that was on that Jonathan King program. Some at USA.
Yes, I remember that.
In the 80s, and he showed it, and I was absolutely mesmerized by it.
Mark Chatz is here and says, well, lads, I'm late, but as they say, better late than Ferox.
Not as late as what we are now.
Has anyone seen Barbarian, shall I say?
No. It's a new film, and it's really good.
I was just going to say no, but I've heard a lot of good stuff about it. Because people kicking off saying it's not getting a physical release, but apparently it is.
Yeah. I think it opened in the UK today, didn't it?
It's what,
Cinemas.
sorry?
Just opened in the cinema today over here in the UK.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was a streaming one.
No, well, we've had it
in America anyway.
Yeah. I think it's
because they were kicking off. I said there's not going to be a physical release because I think it was. I can't remember who it was or who's released it.
I read something about that. Yeah,
but I read somewhere else or I watched a video that said apparently it is getting one.
Yeah.
And Mark Chat said it's
cool.
Just finished the Barbarian now. Insane. And Baratan says David Patrick Kelly, Luther from the Warriors, was in a brilliant Abel Ferrara gangster film called The Funeral with Christopher Walken and Chris Penn, Isabella Rossellini and Annabelle Scorer.
Wow.
Yeah. I've seen The Funeral. It's a great film. Very brutal.
The only Abel Ferrara gangster film I knew of was Kings of New York.
Yeah.
No, The Funeral.
I've never even heard of that one.
It's really good. I think it's is it? Have you seen it, Mikey?
I haven't seen it. No.
It's. I think you know when they say they say they get somebody to say, "Oh, he's such and such." We'll have to like torture him and beat him up or something like that. And they say, "Right, cut his legs off." So we get a chainsaw out.
Right.
Wow, that's a little bit extreme because you just like break his kneecaps or something. Says, "No, cut his legs off." So, yep. But it's a good film. It's one of those ones that was quite like edgy at the time. Obviously, Abel Ferrara, and I think people didn't really realize, it's going to be a gangster film, but it was like pretty brutal. And then it's just. I don't know if you can get it these days. It just seems to have vanished.
Right.
David Patrick Kelly, isn't he in The Thing as well?
The
one with the beard, because he's in the Warriors. I think it's the one with the beard.
Yeah, I know what you mean, actually. Yeah.
I can't think of who Luther out the Warriors is.
So I just realised I think you've mixed up David Patrick Kelly and Andy Robinson.
Oh. Andy Robinson, isn't he the nutter in Dirty Harry?
Yeah, and Hellraiser, isn't he?
Yes.
He's a hell of an actor, him.
Oh, he's so creepy in Dirty Harry. Actually, I think, is he really like that in real life? Because he's got that horrible mouth on him.
He does it far too well, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's frightening, actually. I think he couldn't get a job after that for a long time. Because people
really?
Yeah, I think he'd sort of typecast himself as so much of a weirdo that people didn't want to know him.
People thought he was tapped.
Yeah, actually.
That bit with the kids on the bus as well, like, Christ.
Oh, I know. But he's got that
horrible slap.
His expression.
I'm sure he's really clouting them and all.
Yeah, great. Tom Smith said, I just watched Barbarian at the Odeon tonight, and all the people were screaming at the screen I watched.
Oh, wow. Good. Hopefully it was good.
I don't even know what it's about. I've only heard the title.
Yeah.
But that's it. Just heard Barbarian, nothing else.
Yeah.
So
I know. I don't know what it's about. I know of it. It's been creating a bit of buzz for the last couple of weeks, but I don't know anything about it, which might be a good thing.
I
like going to movies like that and just hearing literally zilch about it, and then being quite impressed in a certain way, or just thinking, "Wow, that's nothing what I expected." So
Hell's come out on Blu-ray in America now as well. I think the prequel to X.
Oh yeah.
Which one? What's it called? Pearl, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Have you seen X?
I've seen X. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really enjoyed X.
Yeah. Oh, it was
Got a
brilliant.
lovely,
Loved it.
lovely. Let me grab it. German thing. Hang on, one sec.
Oh, I've seen a couple of these German ones, pretty snazzy. Like,
Thing is, with
I'm sure they're them
A24
padded
films, they never
book
bring a
ones.
4K out.
Huh?
The thing is, with A24, they take ages to bring a 4K out in the UK or even around the world. So by the time
I
you've
was going to
seen
say,
it,
I don't even think it's out on 4K in America, to be honest.
I don't know what they do it for, but they do it.
I got the Blu-ray with the slips because it didn't have a slip over here. And I want Pearl for America for the same reason.
Yeah. Ah, that's
It's,
nice.
Yeah. Oh, have I
it's
seen?
okay.
Sure, that.
It's one of those.
I think it was
you know, one of those book things.
4K Chef.
Media books. Yes,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. Yearbooks.
So is that 4K?
4K, yeah. Because it's not got a
Oh.
4K UK release, is it?
No.
No.
It's an A24 film, so it'll probably come out like about 3 years' time.
You know your rollerball 4K, the
Yeah.
orange box one.
Yeah.
Does
I
the
don't
voice
know.
go out sync towards the end?
I haven't watched the full film, but there was talk about it having sync problems with the audio.
First and last time I will buy a German disc for that reason.
Well,
Yeah, I got
apparently,
that one as well. I emailed them and got a replacement sent.
yeah,
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they
There's a
posted it out to
replacement.
me as well.
there's a replacement.
Who did you email?
Can't remember. Have a look at
The actual German company who released it?
Yeah. Whoever it is, it Koch Media or something? Is it something like that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like
Whoever it is, I just emailed them and they sent me, because apparently there's about three discs or something like that that's faulty in there, and they sent me them all like replacements.
Right, because
So
I've flicked through it, and the only bits that I've got is they look okay, but I haven't watched the full thing, so I'll have to watch the full thing to see if I've got problems. But I was told that they corrected all the discs that were sent out after the initial problem, but maybe they're not.
Yeah.
Because even though it's a 3,000 limited edition, it seems to have been out forever, and it's not still available.
Yeah.
Great price though, only got for about 30 quid. So it was.
I don't think I paid a lot for mine, but yeah, drop them an email. It's worth it, because I got it, no problem.
I think I'll watch mine and just see what happens, because I have heard a lot of people saying it goes out of sync.
Yeah.
I was getting on nerves.
I thought it was for the full movie.
I'm sure mine was the full movie. Mine that was out of sync. As soon as I put it in and skipped the chapter because I heard about it and I obviously wanted to check. I was hoping, because I got mine quite late. You know, it'd been out for a little while, so I was hoping mine was already sorted. You know, so I chucked it in and just sort of skipped it on a chapter or two, and straight away without the sync, and I was like, oh no.
Right.
I've only had mine about a month or two.
Yeah, send them an email. They'll replace it. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard people just saying, I just want a new one.
And if you can't find the email, give me a shout and I'll look. We'll see where I got mine from.
I may be coming for Mikey for mine. I'll have to watch mine soon just to make sure it's.
I would, John, definitely.
Yeah. Because that's the last thing.
It's the only one I've watched. I didn't watch any other discs, just that, and I was like, I don't believe it.
Because you got the remake film in there as well, haven't you? And that's out of sync as well.
I've never ever seen that either.
Yeah.
Oh God,
I did years ago. Wasn't great, but you know.
No. But I don't think I think the Blu-ray is very hard to get by itself. I think
the what? The Blu-ray?
Yeah, I think the Blu-ray is hard to get of the remake.
I released that, didn't it?
Oh, the remake. Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah, the remake.
Oh, the
Blu-ray
remake.
Really difficult. Yeah.
To get on Blu-ray is a bit of a scoop.
Just on its own. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that too.
Yeah, that's right. Not that I would pay anything more than £1 for it.
Oh, is it that good?
It's so good. Well, it's not. Put it this way: it's nothing like Rollerball. Unfortunately, I thought they were going to make. You know, the fact that Rollerball sometimes is a bit slow in places. I thought they'd put that right and make it like Rollerball, like a quick Rollerball. Oh no,
shit!
You'll know as soon as you see it what the problem is with it. But I'm going to give it another shot. I've only seen it once, and I was horrified by what I saw. So anyway, what we'll do now is we've done 5 hours on the clock. We've got 25 people still watching, which is amazing. So I want to thank everybody who's tuned in to see this sort of, we'll call it like an intermediate sort of stream. like a bit of a break, and then we'll go
Yeah.
back to the video nasties. And the next one's going to be section 2, part 1.
Part 1.
Yeah. And don't know how many parts it'll be. I think it'll be more parts than section 1 was.
56.
Ah, well, so yeah, it'll be more.
And section 3, I think, will be 256.
Yeah, there's that many.
Keep us busy.
Thing is, though, to be honest, we haven't got that many in 3. Well, I know I haven't. Well, saying that, I've still got there's some massive movies in 3. In section 3.
Please. Miss you, hugs and kisses.
What is that?
Got to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that hopefully by the time I get around to 3, some of them have come out that we're hoping to, because there's a lot of talking about them, but they just don't seem to get over the line.
Yeah.
You hear about it. And then
Well, we thought by the time we got to the end of section 1, we'd have had Mardi Gras, and look what happened with that.
I know. I'm hoping next year that's going to come out and everyone's going to be happy about that. Well, actually, when I put that Plex on, I thought, right, I'm going to check out to see if it's got Mardi Gras Massacre in here. Why not? It's got not everything else.
Yeah.
It's got some really obscure movies. Put it on. There it was. However, it was, you know, when I put them things where it goes, yes, there it is, have it. Currently unavailable. Right? I went, oh, I don't believe it. But what it did was it said you can have, do you want to see a scene from it? So I says, yeah. So I put a scene on, well, it redirected to YouTube. And I had a scene from it, which was, and it was lovely quality, absolutely amazing quality, Blu-ray quality. And it was like kind of, how would I put it? It looked awful, but awful in a way that it's got blood feast all over it.
Right.
And the character in it is it's basically just, it's supposed to be a remake of Blood Feast, but the bit I saw, I thought, I'm going to really enjoy this, but it's horrendous, but in a great way. So you can see this scene. I'm sure you can see it. Well, I got redirected to it, so it'll give you a little bit of an idea what you're sort of in for, which I've never seen before. You know.
All I've ever seen is the trailer. I've never seen like any clips or nothing.
Well, this was so unexpected, and honestly, at one point, I thought this Plex was gonna, or the Flex, what it was called, was gonna show me the whole movie. And I was thinking, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
But of course, it wasn't.
It's definitely a rights thing. This.
Yeah.
Well, spread to that as well.
They had music playing in the background, and the music's only by 2 people. There's like some like funky sort of stuff. So to me, if that's on there, you know, but I don't know. So there's a this is the one, Mardi Gras Massacre scene. What is it called? Finding the most evil girl in the bar. The scene's called. So if you, I think your screen on.
How long was the clip go on for?
2 minutes 44 seconds.
God almighty. Man, they don't give us something now. Oh, that looks bad, doesn't it?
But just listen to it if you can.
You can't even eat it, but it just looks terrible.
That kind of money, you can buy anything you want.
A porno, isn't it?
Yeah. Not bad quality though, is it?
No, it looks all right, doesn't it?
No, it looks really good, actually.
So yeah, so well, you can see 2 minutes 24 seconds of it if you want. Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, so like I say, I want to thank everybody for coming in. I want to thank Mikey for coming in, and
Thanks for having me.
you will be welcome back anytime. And we're going to talk definitely another time. We're going to talk about your Evil Dead collection. It needs to be, it needs to be talked about, and we'll probably devote a stream to like Evil Dead. Actually, I think in the future, I think it'd be brilliant. Actually,
Let me show.
and you can go through your stuff because it's amazing the stuff that you've got, you know. And I think it'd be great to sort of talk about and just have maybe an Evil Dead themed stream with you taking most of it, because there's nothing we can show that would be anything that you would not have.
Exactly, you just sit back and watch.
I would love to have something that you haven't got and give it to you. And Liam F said, "There's good to meet you, matey."
Yeah.
I need to
You
dig
should-
that
you
figure
should.
out. I should have remembered it on about that. When we were about figures, I've got an Ash out. I'm sure I've got an Ash.
Yeah.
I need to dig it out.
I don't think I've got anything, but I would love to have some. And if I ever had anything that you didn't have, which would be probably nil, you could have it. But if I ever, I'm dying to come across something, just something daft in a comic.
Yeah.
You never know, do you?
You never know.
I definitely would. But anyway, so thanks everyone for watching, and thanks everyone for thanks Nige again, and I'll see you.
Thank you for having me back.
Section 2, Part 1.
Can't wait.
Very much.
When I'll not tell you when that's going to happen, because we can't say yeah or nay, but I'll find out and we'll give you the heads up as soon as we can.
Oh yes!
Just
Don't forget the Facebook page again.
And the Facebook page, Mondo Rock.
If it gets enough people in, we'll announce it in there first as a bonus when we know when it is the next one.
Quite nice if you want to sort of like an early sneak peek. And don't forget, there's going to be stuff put in there that's not going to be on YouTube as well. So there's that.
It'll be good because, like, when we meet up and stuff, we can put the director's cuts all the time. Don't have to bleep anything out.
No, I know, because I mean that's it. If you get like all these things, you could put like a bit of a live stream on. Can you do a live stream on Facebook? I don't know. Can you?
I think you can. Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure there's a button where you can go live.
Yeah. Facebook. Yeah, I think you can.
Right. I'll look at maybe do stuff like that. I mean, everyone's welcome to go over there. Mondo Rock Facebook.
Yeah.
So just get yourself over there and just go on. And what do? Do you just sort of like request to go on? I think is it.
Well, theoretically, what you should do is you request to join, and like either me or you approve it.
Okay, right. Well, that'll probably be more you because
we're trying to keep the riffraff out.
Well, no, by the time I got on Facebook, it's like few and far between. But that's only because it's not on my phone, because it's not. I haven't got it. Like an app.
Just the minute anybody tries to put any Halloween spoilers, you're out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no spoilers. But I'm sure that would accept people who are like normal like us.
I actually think I've got it set though where we have to approve the post. So if anybody went to put it, it wouldn't.
All right.
Actually, it would annoy me because I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, we don't want it to be as friendly as possible, because that's what's just coming on, just having a laugh and nothing else.
I mean, really. There's some rules there. The first 5 were like just basic stuff, like just be kind, courteous and stuff. And the last one, you can actually fill your own. So I've just said like, enjoy it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. And mind your feroxes when you're there.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll leave it there, and thanks everyone once again, and we will see you on the next live stream, the video nasties live stream. Well, definitely next month, but we'll get you more details in that. And thanks once again, Mikey. Really appreciate you coming on.
Guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Thanks for watching.
Really enjoyed it. It's been a cracker.
It's and another one 5 hours, and you think, wow, where did that 5 hours go? But it just shows you. We've had some great comments actually in here.
I wish work went as fast as this.
Well, that's it. When you go to work, just set up a live stream in the corner and just say, look, I'm just doing this. And then you just go,
going home already? Jesus.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind that, would they?
No.
Okay, so ta-ra to everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
On the next one.
See you soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
Try.
Yeah.